Good afternoon, honorable members. When the business of this House suspended prior to the luncheon break, the honorable member for Bamboo Town was proceeding with his contribution to the budget debate. The chair now recognizes the honorable member for Bamboo Town.
Thank you again. Mr. Speaker, no more concubine talk, eh? Mr. Speaker, when I last ended, I was speaking on the issue of the post office, but before I get to that, Mr. Speaker, I just got done with the road traffic department. I wanted to just simply clarify the fact that when we talk about the taxi plates and the change of color, we're actually going to be looking to changing the SD plates. Taxi plates will remain the yellow color, which is universally accepted, and we're going to be looking to change the SD plates, Mr. Speaker, which is, I think we have some over 5,000 plus of those plates, the color for which is under review. So, Mr. Speaker, as I did at the time, during the opening of the post office, Mr. Speaker, I again publicly thank my permanent secretary, Ms. Corbin Colbuck, and the ministry's leadership team. I thank the Postmaster General, Ms. Jennifer Johnson, her leadership team, and our postal workers for them being peaceful and patient citizens. Their patience is indicative of their democratic values and their willingness to defend them through service. Mr. Speaker, this is an appropriate time also to thank the project manager, Mr. McGuire, who drove hard the general contractors' targets. I'm also extremely grateful to my colleague professionals from the Ministry of Public Works who went beyond the call of duty to get the General Post Office up and open. These professionals include Acting Chief Architect, Mr. Timothy Johnson, Senior Mechanical Engineer, Gerard Simonet, Electrical Engineer, Jipko Johnson, and Alan Pickstock, Mr. Craig Delancey, and the Building Control Division. Special thanks is also extended to Mr. Harold Williams of the Ministry of Finance, and Mr. Alex Carey, and Mr. Franklin Clark, Ministry of Public Service, without whom this relocation would not have been possible. Thank you, one and all. Mr. Speaker, this is a welcome development for the Post Office Department and for local and foreign patrons of the Bahamas Postal Service. Postal officers are now back to working full 8-hour days, work days. Customers of the General Post Office have received and are currently receiving the keys to their new postal boxes. Mr. Speaker, the relocation of the General Post Office presents an exciting opportunity for the Postal Service to realize full automation of counter and most interior services, address the upgrade of mail security features, explore new innovative ideas that will enhance its Postal Service product, positioning the service to distinguish itself among its regional counterparts. Contrary to the belief of some, conventional postal service are not dying or fading. The fact is that the global communications market is embracing technology to expand its ability to move goods and services across borders to the satisfaction of its customers. Our makeup as a diversely populated archipelago by law requires postal services for every community. Beyond that, the Post Office is now in a position to embrace new innovative expansions to its services and various forms of automation that may be adopted to serve new partnerships. Partnership arrangements will involve the facilitation of some of the government's social obligations and the provisions for customers to be able to access on-site tracking and tracing. The Post Office has partnered with FedEx and with DigiPrint to enhance its customer offerings. And Mr. Speaker, I wanted also to be known that the Ministry of Transport and Local Government is in discussions with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in regards to putting passport kiosks in post offices throughout New Providence. The department will also renew communications with local manufacturers with the intent of producing souvenir items featuring our beautiful stamp images. This new product line is expected to further expand our revenue intake in the post office. Mr. Speaker, in the near term, the post office will reestablish a physical presence in the downtown area to allow easy access to postal products and services to customers in the general downtown area, and especially to our tourist markets. We are currently looking for suitable accommodations to host our operations. Mr. Speaker, the post office has been allocated in this year's budget some $6.7 million, which represents a decrease from the closing year's allocation of $7.1 million. It should be noted that with its accommodation challenges up to March of this year, the department had spent only 4.6 million of the 7.1 million that was allocated in the fiscal year 2018-2019. Mr. Speaker, it should be noted that the post office revenue declined due to loss of market share, which hinged on reduced hours of operation. Now that we have the place and the space, the General Post Office must shift gears from not just pride of place, but also pride of service. There's much to be done, much to rebuild in terms of operations. In fact, there's a critical need for additional trained skilled workers, as the Prime Minister indicated during the opening of the post office. I'm advised, Mr. Speaker, that Postal Services workers have committed to greater efforts to serve with excellence, and I say to them that now is the time for them and the ministry to pour it on. Mr. Speaker, I now move to the mailboat service. Mr. Speaker, when considering the post office, there is no escaping the discussion of mailboat service. Again this year, we propose to spend just over $8.7 million subsidizing the mailboat services to our family islands. This figure is taken into my ministry's administration budget. Mr. Speaker, Eric Wiberg, a renowned Swedish-American nautical author and historian that actually grew up in the Bahamas, presents a very good narrative in Mailboats in the Bahamas, 200 years of maritime history. For me, Mr. Speaker, it was essential reading, and I recommend it to those interested in mailboat operations in the Bahamas. Very good read. Wiberg traces the genesis of a humble fleet of cast-off merchant boats to the present-day reality of mailboats continuing to serve over 50 family island communities. We see the dynamics of owners and mariners throughout time, hurricane, and yes, even politics. Speaker, mailboats are essential to our sprawling archipelago, transporting everything from propane to barrels of gasoline, to livestock, to foodstuff, to frozen fish product, to crabs, to crops, to coffins. In many instances, goods that are transported by mailboat cannot be transported on an aeroplane. Since its inception, the mailboat system has been subsidized in some way by the government of the Bahamas, because without the subsidy, many of the routes which are commercially unviable would cease to exist. Mailboat operators have long advocated for increase in rates, and on the 13th of last month, the Nassau Guardian published an article entitled Family Island Mailboats and Postal Reform by Roderick A. Sims II. There are pertinent recommendations made by Mr. Sims that should not be ignored and will not be ignored in respect of mailboat and postal services in our archipelago. Mr. Speaker, it is clear to see that mailboats have an untold effect on our economy as a whole. New and existing entrepreneurs have embraced technology, receiving orders for goods by WhatsApp or Facebook and shipping them on mailboats, needing only to write the receipt's name and destination in permanent marker on the box or package. Online banking has assisted their business, allowing them to track payment deposits ahead of dispatching packages. Mr. Speaker, my time as minister responsible for regattas, and I was the Minister of Agriculture, gave me a good insight as to the importance of mailboats to our premier cultural event. They literally carry the entire regatta package to the family island. They carry the sloops, they carry the cars, the supplies for the regatta sites, the stalls, the music, and the people, the full package. Mr. Speaker, in an effort to standardize collection of freight tariffs and to properly intake VAT from mailboat service, my ministry will establish a central freight collection distribution center on Porter's Key that would restrict traffic within a designated zone, minimizing risk to the public, to mailboat owners and operators, and to the government. That is something that was entrained from, I believe, the former minister, the member from Angliston, we will see to it that it gets done. We are also taking steps to bring order to what oftentimes become mass confusion at Porter's Key. Additionally, 24-hour manned security and CCTV surveillance will be implemented. We have taken note that some mailboat owners and operators have mistakenly used Porter's Key as a storage facility for derelict vehicles and defunct parts. The port controller has been asked to ensure that all legal steps are taken to bring order to the area of Porter's Key. Mr. Speaker, I now move to the Port Department, Head 53. Mr. Speaker, despite our small population of under 400,000, the Bahamas is a big ocean nation. In terms of the number of islands, inlets, reefs, coral reefs, and keys, the Bahamas is one of the larger archipelagos in the world. In this regard, our Blue Economy Initiative is priority for growth for this government. So in the customs tariff regulations, we have increased the fees that we are charging in the fee schedule in terms of the size of boats that cruise our waters. And Mr. Speaker, we are looking for a significant revenue windfall from this initiative. Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to promoting and developing our maritime transportation industry, and there are many developments currently underway in this sector. The Port Department has been provided $8.6 million for its administrations and operation, and this figure, Mr. Speaker, represents a minor decrease of some $100,000 when compared to the fiscal year 2018-2019. Over this closing fiscal year, Mr. Speaker, the Port Department has repaired the roof to the Port Administration Building, installed CCTV within the Port Department's building to safeguard the cashier's cage, contracted with Bahamas Marine Engineering for fender maintenance and related upkeep at Prince George Dock, conducted enforcement operations on Sansal, North and Central Andres, Bimini, and Cat Key, installed a transformer at Porter's Key as part of the strategic upgrade project, conducted security perimeter fencing repairs at Prince George Wharf to ensure that the port retains its ISPS standard, designated dock masters at Prince George and Porter's Key docks for the effective management of facilities and operations, reconstituted dock safety marshals to administer safety protocols while cruising and cargo vessels are berthing and departing Prince George Dock, renewed the focus of the port maintenance team to effect preventive upkeep and undertake immediate repairs at Prince George Dock, separated inspection and boat registration process for transparency and greater accountability. Mr. Speaker, we sold the tugs, snapper, and amberjack via a bidding process, and I believe we received close to $1 million for those. Drafted a wreck and salvage removal policy to address sunken and abandoned vessels throughout the Bahamas, generally with particular emphasis in and around New Providence, particularly at Porter's Key and Arawak Key. Mr. Speaker, we held a town hall meeting with owners and operators of commercial recreation water sport vessels at the National Training Agency, developed and executed in-house training programs for its officers, and we installed lighting fixtures at Prince George Dock. Mr. Speaker, the following initiatives are among many more that are ongoing or being finalized within the Port Department. Legislative reviews of the Boat Registration Act for vessels under 100 and 500 gross tonnage is underway. A memorandum of understanding between the Bahamas Maritime Authority and Port Department to articulate their interrelated policies and activities has been agreed. Maintenance and installation of harbor transit lights, automation of the Port Department procedures and processes, construction of a solar light battery house at Prince George Dock, deployment of agencies representatives from the Department of Public Works and the Port Department to finalize estimates of repairs required for the Basin Dock in Matthewtown, Inagua, to mitigate the social safety and security concerns. Development of a cost estimates for harbor and channel dredging required to make the North Abaco container port accessible and functional. Installation of CCTV systems at Prince George Dock, which is now some 80% complete. We're looking to complete that project in this fiscal year. Title document initiative for vessels registration, requirement to prevent the registration of stolen vessels, etc. Vessel decal initiative to assist with ease of identifying vessels that are duly registered. Immediate general repairs at the dock master's office at Porter's Key, upgrade of water supply, roof, and interior repairs, and initiative to upgrade beach enforcement activities, including the use of 2 new jet skis, CCTV, and drone coverage, as well as regatta buoys, watchtowers on the beach, signage, and VHF radios. There is an ongoing discussion, Mr. Speaker, about perhaps outsourcing the beach enforcement function, but there has been no finalized decision on that, Mr. Speaker. With these efforts, we seek to ensure the safety of Bahamians and visitors alike. We will also, Mr. Speaker, during this fiscal period, reconstruct the jet ski ramp at Goodman's Bay to ease the operation of franchise owners who operate from there. Mr. Speaker, in the fiscal year 2019-2020, the Port Department will work to ensure that my ministry approves proposals for and commences work on there's a national pilotage evaluation qualifying policy for the Bahamas, automatic identification system, the AIS requirements for vessels transiting the Bahamas. Vessels right now, Mr. Speaker, are not required to have on their AIS transmitters, and so we're going to require them to do so. Mr. Speaker, we're looking at establishing a mooring authority for the Bahamas in conjunction with the Dock Masters Committee. The reorganization of Porter's Key Dock to address berthing concerns previously articulated. Hydrographic mapping of passageways requires regional assistance. Request for proposal process for the immediate removal of derelict and abandoned vessels around New Providence. Automation of port administration and operation. There's a Morris proposal for the PDMS, which is the new IT technology that we're seeking to introduce for the procedures at the port. Mr. Speaker, there's a tremendous amount of work to be done in the Port Department, but with God's help, Mr. Speaker, all things are possible. Mr. Speaker, I now move to the air accident section in the ministry. Mr. Speaker, the safety and security of our constituents is paramount to this government. Additionally, the Bahamas has long been marketed as a high-end tourist destination. For the sake of our residents and guests alike, safety and security policies are fundamental priorities. I can point to various major events, accidents that involve plane crashes, catastrophes at sea, and on our highways. The government of the Bahamas has determined that the Bahamas Air Accident Investigation Department should operate from a position of independence as a corporate sole. As a result, the BAAID currently operates from accommodations within my ministry, administratively separating itself from the Department of Civil Aviation, which is required to comport with international standards. In order to formalize this arrangement and to integrate all major accident investigation services, Mr. Speaker, my ministry is collaborating with the Office of the Attorney General to establish a corporate sole authority to investigate all accidents and incidents. The authority should be staffed by scientifically qualified safety investigators tasked with clarifying the course of events that led to the accidents or incidents. In cases where foreign aircraft or vessels are involved, it is proposed that under the Accident Investigation Act, the aircraft vessel or vessels should not be permitted to leave the jurisdiction prior to the conclusion of the investigation. This integrated authority, Mr. Speaker, this integrated authority approach is exemplified by the United States of America's National Transportation Safety Board, SWE Sweden's Accident Investigation Authority, the SHK, and the Australian Transport Safety Bureau, ATSB. So, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to what we will term the BTSA, which will be the Bahamas Transportation Safety Authority. Mr. Speaker, I now move to one of the jewels in the crown of the Bahamian government, the Bahamas Maritime Authority. Mr. Speaker, the Bahamas Maritime Authority, the BMA, continues to effectively manage a register that is among the largest in the world's shipping league of nations. The BMA is responsible for collecting all registration and related fees and for meeting its expenses in accordance with a budget agreed with the minister. The BMA currently has offices in Nassau, New York, London, Hong Kong, Greece, and most recently in Tokyo. We, along with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we are now exploring the idea, Mr. Speaker, of making all of our BMA foreign offices consulates where we do not currently have one. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to speak to that because the BMA didn't want me to announce where we're opening again because we have competitors globally, so they wanted me to keep that hush-hush. And they're listening, as the former minister says and knows.
Smart man.
Mr. Speaker, the Bahamas has retained its position as the #1 flag for passenger cruise ships, with over 142 ships flying the Bahamas flag, ranging from the world's largest cruise ships to the small expedition ships operating in our polar regions. Notwithstanding the success in the industry, I continually get the question as to why we are slipping in status in terms of tonnage. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. Although the growth of the registry is gratifying, the BMA's policy is not one of growth at all. Well, at all costs. The authority's policy comports with that of the government of the Bahamas. Our standards will not be compromised in order to attract additional tonnage. Ships that do not meet international standards will not be accepted onto the register. Ours is a commitment to quality, compliance, and continuous improvements of all Bahamian registered ships, their owners and crews. We are proud of our ships and our reputation as a quality register throughout the international shipping industry. And that position, Mr. Speaker, has been maintained across governments. Mr. Speaker, in November, the Deputy Prime Minister, K. Peter Turnquest, and I formally opened the BMA's office in Tokyo, Japan. The office represents the 6th exclusive BMA office, and with Japan being the world's 2nd largest shipping market in terms of vessel tonnage, the BMA seeks to provide direct services to the Japanese maritime sector and increase its market share of ships flying the Bahamas' flag. An international measure of a flag state's performance is the outcome of the inspection of its flagged ships by other port state countries. I am pleased to advise that the Bahamas flag is ranked as a non-targeted, that is low-risk, high-performing flag within the European Paris MOU and the Asian Pacific Tokyo MOU regions. This, coupled with the United States Coast Guard Call Ship 21 status, clearly demonstrates that the Bahamas' commitment to being a quality flag state. Through you, Mr. Speaker, I extend thanks to the owners, managers, and shipboard crews of our flag ships for ensuring that our ship register, complies with international convention requirements and avoid delays following port state inspections. Mr. Speaker, in fact, Mr. Speaker, in 2018, the Bahamas recorded its lowest ever number of annual detentions following port state controls, PSC's inspections, with only 24 of our ships being detained. Mr. Speaker, the BMA is holding its own as a state-owned enterprise. We are very proud of the efforts of the chairman Ms. Denise Lewis-Johnson, and the Deputy Chair, Mr. Peter Galandras, and the board, as well as the executive management team and the staff of the BMA in all of its offices worldwide. Our annual IMO membership state assessment contribution of over $1.3 million placed the Bahamas as the 7th largest financial contributor of the IMO total assessment for its 174 member state countries and 3 associate members. It is well worth it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm also pleased to announce that the BMA's Managing Director and CEO, Captain Dwayne Hutchison, has been appointed an Executive Governor of the World Maritime University. I look forward to that appointment bringing further gains. Mr. Speaker, the BMA is managing the process of reviewing the Bahamas Merchant Shipping Act, updating national legislation to comply with international conventions to which we are party. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been invited to lobby other IMO member states to gain support for the Bahamas candidature for Category C of the IMO Council. Again, the elections will take place later this year. And Mr. Speaker, right after this budget debate, we're going to become extremely aggressive in the international community in seeking to ensure that we show up that support. As the BMA moves to celebrate its 26th anniversary this fiscal period, activities will be mounted to raise national maritime awareness and to encourage young people to choose maritime rewarding careers. Mr. Speaker, I now move to the Department of Meteorology, Head 55. Mr. Speaker, while all of the agencies within my remit play a critical role in the implementation of our policy initiative and programs, weather and climate impact virtually every aspect of our lives. Thus the need for a Department of Meteorology. The department's important work is funded by an allocation of just over $2.5 million, about $400,000 less than the closing fiscal year 2018-2019. Mr. Speaker, at present there are no ministerial directives or legal instruments in place to guide or to dictate the operation of the Department of Meteorology. The draft of a proposed Bahamas Department of Meteorology bill is under review at the Office of the Attorney General in conjunction with the Law Reform and Review Commission. Mr. Speaker, the draft bill will establish the Bahamas Department of Meteorology as the single authority for meteorological service in the Bahamas, as well as outline the functions of the department overall. The intent is to formalize the framework for the delivery of public and commercial meteorological goods and services to grow the economy of the Bahamas. The bill will create a new revenue stream, Mr. Speaker, vis-a-vis its measurement and observational products generated from a vast climatological database. Further, the progression of the bill to law will fulfill the international obligations of the Bahamas as party to the conventions under the World Meteorological Organization, the WMO, and the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO. Mr. Speaker, the infrastructural upgrades for the department will continue this fiscal year with $20 million that was started by the former administration. The Doppler weather radar and airport weather observing system, the AWOS project with Vicilla OG, which commenced in October 2016 to achieve ICAO compliance at key airports, continues. Mr. Speaker, a contract amendment in the amount of some $1.5 million is required to complete both the Doppler and the AWOS installations, with project completion by the end of December. Mr. Speaker, the Capital Works project that is continuing with the Met Department, the installation of the AWOS system, the automated weather observing system. Mr. Speaker, these are essential for aircraft instruments approach and landing operations. They are critical to secure and maintain as ICAO certified facilities. AWOS remotely measure and monitor surface wind, visibility, runway, visual range, height of cloud base, air and dew point temperatures, and atmospheric pressure to assist the approaching landing and takeoff of aircraft. By December of this year, we look forward to their installation, Mr. Speaker, in Governor's Harbor, Eleuthera, Coburn Town, San Salvador, Georgetown, Exuma, Machutown, Inagua, and Fresh Creek, Andros. Mr. Speaker, it is to note that due to the construction of new airports, this strategically placed combination of the latest, most modern AWOS and Doppler weather radars should produce more timely warnings and more accurate weather forecasts, resulting in a greatly improved early warning weather system for the entire Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, the Met Department has an upper air station located at LPIA. Their balloon technology, Mr. Speaker, is employed to measure altitude, pressure, temperature, and relative humidity, and wind speed and direction. These balloons scan and ascend to over 20 miles above the earth. Ultimately, meteorologists and weather forecasters use the resulting profile to determine the stability of the atmosphere. Therefore, they are able to determine the likelihood of developing severe weather and the genesis and movement of tropical cyclones. With this information, pilots can determine the height at which airframe icing may occur on the wings of an airplane. Mr. Speaker, my ministry is painfully aware that the building from which this work that is essential to life safety is carried out exists under tenuous conditions. It is an imperative, therefore, that the structural damage to the roof walls be remediated in the upcoming fiscal year, and Mr. Speaker, we will do so. Mr. Speaker, we're going to fix it. Mr. Speaker, I know that you are sorely missed. Mr. Speaker, I know that you are sorely missed as I understand, I believe your first degree may be in meteorology or that you worked in meteorology. The scientific requirements of the field are exacting. Even entry-level roles for the Department of Meteorology require the best and the brightest in STEM subjects, particularly mathematics and physics. Since it is difficult to find meteorological professionals in the Bahamas, the department therefore will continue to build its capacity through continual training and retraining while we identify suitable candidates, Bahamians first, to fill the vacancies. Mr. Speaker, I now move to the Department of Local Government, Head 18. Mr. Speaker, recognizing the mammoth responsibility given to the Department of Local Government, every effort has been made to ensure that it manages the people's money with fiscal prudence and transparent accountability while looking after the well-being and economic growth and development of the Family Islands. For the fiscal year 2018-2019, the Department of Local Government was allocated a budget of just under $27 million for its operations. Around $13.3 million of that was allocated to Family Island District Council operations. In regards to Exuma, we're going to see how we can find the savings to ensure that the 500+ thousand that the local council received, that Exuma received, that they receive it again. This year, an appropriation of just over $26.2 million is proposed for funding to the district council on par with the closing year, $13.1 million. I think Exuma is just down probably below 100,000 over what it was in this fiscal period. Mr. Speaker, attrition to retirement has challenged the department and is therefore high on its agenda for remediation. As a stopgap measure, some administrators have oversight of 2 districts. In a few months, my ministry will ensure that every local government district is staffed with a Family Island administration Family Island administrators, as was instructed by the Prime Minister of the country. Mr. Speaker, it should be noted that in the first instance, suitable candidates will be sought from within the public service, and a few will come from outside the public service. It is my view that this is a wonderful opportunity for serving officers. Mr. Speaker, in March of 2019, Family Island administrators came together for an administrative workshop under the theme, Family Island Administrators, Agents of Change, Productivity and Accountability. During this time, they focused on the responsibilities of the Family Island administrator, best practices, and the way forward. This workshop was well received by the administrators and deemed a great success. Mr. Speaker, the department will continue its efforts to confirm long-serving officers throughout the Family Islands who have been temporary workers for many years. Over the last fiscal year, the Department of Local Government was successful in causing the confirmation of 93 officers in that predicament. In this fiscal year, Mr. Speaker, we're looking to confirm another tranche of temporary workers. Mr. Speaker, last month, the Parliamentary Registration Department assisted the Department of Local Government in its effort to fill some 8 vacancies on local councils in the islands. Nominations were held on the 9th of May, 2019. 6 vacancies were filled at the time by virtue of the fact that nominations were singular, only one person nominated in various areas, including South Abaco, Central and South Abaco, Inagua, and Long Island. 2 areas required full-scale elections. It wasn't a set-up South address. 2 areas required full-scale elections, Central Abaco and North Abaco. Those elections took place on the 23rd of May 2019, and winners have been officially declared. 1 vacancy, Mr. Speaker, in Long Island had no nominations, and that led to a ministerial appointment. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of local government facilities throughout the Family Islands that have been allowed to fall into a state of disrepair. Administrators' residents on North Andros, Bimini, Harbor Island, and Inagua require extensive repairs and renovations, and in 2 cases, rebuilding. Meguana, Marsh Harbor, Abaco, and Exuma have facilities that require less extensive maintenance. The department will work diligently to ensure that these facilities are brought up to standard for occupation in this coming fiscal year. Finally, Mr. Speaker, in keeping with its commitment to properly manage the people's money, the department has been successful in reestablishing the internal monitoring unit. This unit will be headed by an assistant auditor in the person of Ms. Deborah Miller. It is anticipated that Ms. Miller will be able to focus on providing the necessary financial guidance and assistance to all Family Island administrators. Mr. Speaker, let me finally, in closing, thank the Honorable Prime Minister for the opportunity to serve. And I once again take the opportunity to thank my Permanent Secretary, Ms. Colebrook, and the Ministry's executive team, Directors Trevor Basin from the Med Department, Brenda Colebrook, Local Government, Controller Bradley Sands from the Road Traffic, Commander Raymond King from the Port Department, Controller, Postmaster Jennifer Johnson, and the entire staff of the Ministry of Transport and Local Government for their work of excellence throughout the fiscal year 2018-2019. Mr. Speaker, with that, Bamboo Town reiterates its full support for the budget. And Mr. Speaker, until the road we trod leads unto our God, we will continue to march on. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rum Key, and San Salvador.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, Thank you for recognizing me. As you know, I stand in this honorable house on behalf of the great and resilient people of Cat Island, Key, and San Salvador. I also stand here today on
contribution.
all who care about building a better country and a better future, including the many Bahamians who feel left out and left behind by this government. Mr. Speaker, it can be difficult to find agreement in this place, as you heard a moment behind me. But I think we can all agree a government's budget is a reflection of a government's priorities. So when a government cuts millions from the budget for our young people and athletes, as this government has done, and at the same time increases the budget for the office of the Prime Minister, it tells us something important about who this government is and whom they really care about. I have been listening carefully to this budget debate, and one thing seems clear. A lot of my colleagues across the aisle have seriously lost touch. Maybe some of them were never really in touch in the first place. What I see generally is stunning indifference to the pain their policies have caused and continue to cause. This government is good at name calling, good at misinformation, good at disinformation, but not good at governing. Not good at remembering the people they are supposed to represent, and not good at moving this country forward. Can you imagine the audacity of coming into this place and bragging and boasting and preening when your policies have caused genuine suffering and pain? Coming here full of self-congratulations while the Bahamian middle class is barely holding on? Coming here full of swagger while your tax increases mean that working Bahamians are wondering how they will keep their heads above water one more day, one more week? You know, like some young Bahamians told me the other day, when they see these members on television and social media laughing and carrying on and banging on tables, it makes them sick. It underscores for them that this government doesn't see them, doesn't understand them, doesn't care, and is not here to help. Mr. Speaker, we have emphasized that this government cares about balance sheets at the expense of people. They care about the fiscal deficit rather than the social deficit. But even by their own metrics, they have failed, and failed badly. It is an impressive feat of disrespect and disinformation to miss your own deficit target by 400 million and then try to sell yourself to the Bahamian people as a paragon of fiscal prudence and responsibility. Mr. Speaker, I don't think the people of the Bahamas are buying what this government is selling anymore. This brings me no pleasure, but I am praying that this government realizes its mistakes, recognizes the human costs of its policies, and reverse course. But first, they will have to start paying attention to the people. May even stop eating caviar at the office of the Prime Minister. Caviar. That must be on the menu. That's the only way I could understand. That's the only way I could understand the massive increase for food budgets, right? I'm not sure, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure how they can defend reaching into people's pockets for more back money when they spend it this way. Perhaps they will enlighten us. And we'll get into all that when we get into the heads. Mr. Speaker, as we move through the various parts of this budget, we will see that this is not a people's budget, unless the people we are talking about are the well-connected, the special interests, the people who can get into those what I call caviar parties. And that's a shame. It really is. Mr. Speaker, let me begin where I myself began, in Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. I again thank the great people of my constituency for their trust, love, and support. I don't take any of it for granted. Every day when I wake up, I know it's my job to earn it all over again. I am pleased to note, Mr. Speaker, the continuation after much delay of the docking facility in Rumkey that was started during our tenure, which is now completed. And I thank the Minister. Well, first of all, it was the Prime Minister who went into Rumkey, and the children, they look down the road there, and he said it'll be done. And I thank you all for fixing and completing the dock in Rumkey. But I note, Mr. Speaker, that the people of Cat Island are waiting, like so many others, for this government to finish the construction of the modern health facilities. I was going to bring the pictures, but I said I wouldn't do it because it's very shameful to see the state that they have left it in. Right? You know, Mr. Speaker, when it is convenient, this government likes to extol the virtues of continuous government. But here, we have a situation where progress has ground to a halt. You know, and it's not the buildings, you know, that are so important. It's the people that need to receive treatment in those buildings. The mechanics in Cat Island, the clinic in Rumkey, the clinic in San Salvador. The minister, the Prime Minister himself went down there. Said the building could be finished, but you don't open it. You know, that is what, Mr. Speaker, it's about. It's about the people who have to be treated in these facilities, not the buildings. You see, stop, review, and cancel, Mr. Speaker, is a moral abomination. The idea that the government would raise funds already expended and stop projects that help people, all because they're thinking about politics first. Here, Mr. Speaker, as elsewhere, the stop, review, and cancel is selfish and short-sighted. Everyone in the Bahamas deserves access to modern, functional medical facilities. And I call on the government to get a move on in Cat Island and across the country. Take credit for it. If that's what's needed to get things moving, but just move. We know it's possible. We know it's possible. I saw recently this government proudly sharing images of the newly refurbished dialysis unit as part of the Public Hospital Authority upgrades. Those upgrades were started by us. That's how it should be, Mr. Speaker. That's how it should be. That's how it should be. We on this side celebrate and support this upgrade initiative. Right, Mr. Speaker? I hope, Mr. Speaker, by this time next year, we are celebrating together because the construction of modern health care amenities is complete in the communities of Cat Island, Rumpkins, and Salvador, and elsewhere through our archipelago. Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry to report that, like many Bahamians, I do not have confidence in this government's ability to manage our public finances. The government has missed critical fiscal targets for the last 2 budgetary cycles because it failed to present realistic budget estimates. And we're going to show that when we go to the heads. We know that just in the past year, and they could confirm it or otherwise, is it not true in the past year? You had to borrow 4 times to pay salaries. I say borrow, and I go to the next stage. That you have to borrow 4 times.
Honorable member.
Stop.
Did you recognize the honorable member for East Grand Bahama?
Time is running.
We can't let him get away with that.
Mr. Speaker, you're going to get 1 hour.
1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, point of order. The member is obviously, no.
Honorable member. Members on the point of order.
They can do it one at a time. They can do it one at a time.
Honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, the member says that we borrowed 4 times. And to be told, I don't know how many operations we did over the year. However, the budget appropriations bill gives us parameters within which we can borrow. Up to, I think last year was 137 million, if memory serves me. We are within our borrowing resolution, and we have no difficulty in that area at all. I think what the member is trying to allude to is short-term operations, meaning as we need funding because of cash flow issues. As you know, most of the bulk of revenue comes in around late February, March. And so previous to that, you may have periods where you have shortfalls due to the nature and the natural rhythm of how payments are made. And it is an existing policy, as per usual, nothing has changed, where you may have to do things during the year in order to supplement the cash flow in various points. But this is all covered by the Financial Administration Noted Act, and there's nothing unusual about it. As I say, it happens every year, and it is to even out or to provide resources when you have those slow months where the cash flow may be delayed. But they're always rolling. And again, we are within our borrowing authorization that Parliament would have given us in 17, 18. Or 18,
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable member, just so I can, you can be on one accord with the chair. As on the issue of the time,
Yeah.
I notice you have still a volume of documents there.
So,
And you're moving, if you look at Rule 46, subsection 4,
yeah.
you have 1 hour.
Who questioned that?
Pardon? No one is questioning. I just want to make certain that you are aware.
I don't see the need for that. I think I know, Speaker. I don't see the need.
No, the issue of time was raised in terms of stopping the clock, so I...
No, I talked with, when he interrupted me on the point of order, that's what I was talking about. Not how much time I get or how much time I would need. That was not the issue, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, by me.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Speaker, the question I asked was whether they borrowed monies 4 times to meet salaries, not whether or not he breached the borrowing mandate that was that was provided by Parliament during that's right. That's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying, and Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is that they borrowed 4 times to pay salaries. The next question I asked, if in the same time, would they not even ask the bank to extend the facility, overdraft facility, 3 times to make payroll? And what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, that would be 7 times that they were unable to meet salaries from
The member for
in a period of 9 months.
is on a point of order.
What's the point of it?
Mr. Speaker, I've often said in this place that I don't try to practice law. The point is, again, to meet its cash flow requirements, from time to time, the government has to engage in short-term borrowing in order to provide for salaries, for rents, for everything else that it needs. Because again, it is not an even flow of revenue across the year. One of the things included in one of the budget bills that we have is to even out or to provide for the collection of business license taxes, for instance, at 4 times during the year. That will help us to even out this cash flow problem that we have. But there's nothing unusual, and I want the public to be aware that though there's obviously some implication or trying to make some implication there's something wrong here, this is normal. This is not unusual this year. It's not unusual across for the last however many decades we've been doing budgeting and managing the fiscal affairs of this country. We have cash flow issues from time to time because of the nature of the revenue collection cycles. It is not unusual.
Thank you, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, the question is, I understand that he accepts that borrowings were made 4 times to meet salaries, but he said it was in the context of cash flow issues. I understand he's accepted that the overdraft facility was asked to be extended 3 times, again, because of cash flow issues. That's the response to me. I understand his response. Mr. Speaker, I understand his explanation. But I see that it's rather curious that for 9 months, from the 9 months period, that's what I'm talking about, 9 months, 7 of those months, the cash flow issues was such a crisis that borrowings and overdraft facilities had to be engaged to meet salaries. That ought to be worrying. That ought to be worrying. That's what I say, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, we know.
Honorable member.
Right, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Cromwell on the point of order.
The member is again misleading.
What's the point of order?
Mr. Speaker, the member is misleading. The reality is, again, as I've said, the government of the Bahamas engages in short-term operations in order to smooth out its cash flow and its cash requirements because of the way that it collects its revenue. And now let me finish my point. Now let me finish my point. The point is, Mr. Speaker, the member says, Mr. Speaker, let me finish my point. The member said just now that we engage in these short-term operations for salaries, to pay salaries. And I want to suggest to the member that any borrowing, any receipt of money that the government takes in goes into the consolidated fund, and it is impossible to say that the money was taken in just to pay salaries. The money was taken in to meet the commitments of the government of the Bahamas. Plain and simple.
Thank you, honorable member.
Which includes salary. Which, Mr. Speaker, right, which, Mr. Speaker, in the context and amidst the very minister boasting and claiming that revenues were up by $250 million over the last fiscal year. That's what he's saying. Cash he collected $250 million more this fiscal year, but yet still, fiscal year, that's what I said. Yeah. And despite that. All right, so Mr. Speaker, we know for a fact, Mr. Speaker, that this government will again miss its revenues and deficit targets and miss them badly. Right? This doesn't sound like, to me, like a government who has our public finances under control. And worse, this government is so invested in its own propaganda that it is not leveling with the Bahamian people about the true state of affairs. We have a minister that collects 55% of his projected VAT revenue over 9 months and says that things are going to plan. Speaker, that's the state of their fiscal management. They stumble from one crisis to the next and borrowing to cover for their errors and mistargets. But, Mr. Speaker, they are good at propaganda. You have to give them that.
Honorable member for
Different kinds of leaders.
still recognize the honorable member for East Grand Bahama on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, once again, the member is misleading. And, I don't want to disturb him as I have. But he made a statement borrowing to cover misstatements and errors. Is that what you said? Mr. Speaker, again, Mrs. No, finish my point of order.
Honorable member, the members on a point of order.
I just stated what you said.
Honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Speaker.
Hold on. You gotta correct.
Mr. Speaker, again, I want to reiterate for the benefit of the member and the public that any short-term operations of the government over the last 12 months have been to cover the general shortfall in cash due to the normal operating cycle of revenue collection. Nothing more, nothing less. And any suggestion that we are trying to cover or borrow for covering of errors and misjudgments is disingenuous, and it's not true, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to make sure that it's correct for the public. There's no need for the member to do that. He can go on to another point. There's no need for him to do that.
Is that by the end of this fiscal year, it is projected that they would have borrowed close to $3 billion in 2 years at the close of this fiscal year. It's right here on page 9 of your, just add up what it is. It's 2.8 billion.
Honorable member for East Grand Bahama, are you rising on a point of order?
Yes.
Speaker, again,
1 year and 20 years.
Mr. Speaker, again, I think it is important that the member do not mislead.
Honorable members,
Mislead. Mr. Speaker, if the member were to be fully transparent, he would have to inform the public that much of that debt, in fact, the deficit, the annual deficit, which we borrow against, is fully included in the budget books. That's what we borrow to fund the operation of the government. Anything other than that, Mr. Speaker, is to fund the redemption and rollover of existing debt. Mr. Speaker, existing debt. And I think that the member ought to be very, very transparent and clear about that.
thank you.
Point of the Speaker. Speaker, the member, if the member had an opportunity to explain all these things, and he did not. Right, Mr. Speaker? We have been attempting
Honorable members,
to find out about these bills. Right? So, Mr. Speaker, like I say, they're good at propaganda. And you gotta give them, you really have to give that to them. Right? And as I said, different kinds of leaders might come forward and apologize for the errors of their ways and correct their mistakes. But that takes a lot of work, Crucially, we know it really requires humility. So what we see instead, Mr. Speaker, is a concerted strategy to invent, concoct, to fabricate, and Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be able to demonstrate it during the course of the heads, right? One excuse after another. It's the signature move of this government. Blame those who came before you for their own missteps. Remember, the huge borrowings ahead of the 2017-2018 budget debate, remember that? At that time, the Minister of Finance said the borrowings was to pay off old bills, old PLP bills. Then the government failed to manage this nation's finances correctly. They couldn't just say so. So back they went to their first trick, blaming old PLP bills. This year, once again, you guessed it, old bills. Once again, new old bills, I guess. How convenient. The only thing transparent about this government is that their rhetoric is motivated by self-interest, not facts. And just let me tell you, and truth matters, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just how many old PLP bills does the finance minister intend to discover? He has said there were mature, he said, quoting him, there were mature or old liabilities that had to be paid off, and the government gave itself a 3-year window to do this. If this is so, then why keep referring to bills and liabilities as old PLP bills? When the F&M government, when they governed this country for 17 of the last 27 years. Mr. Speaker, I refer also, Mr. Speaker, to the accusation made by the finance minister that the PLP government spent funds earmarked for hurricane repairs on politics. Even though he later corrected himself, this was an untruth that he never apologized for. False accusations of this sort are reckless and it hurts the country. The same finance minister blamed the PLP. You blame the PLP for what you call a plundering revenue enhancement unit within this ministry. This is a unit that was collecting over $25 million per month. The finance minister proceeded to gut and dismantle it. Was this merely a ruse to forgive certain debts to certain special interests or political cronies before its reestablishment? Because now you can reestablish it. The minister must say unequivocally if this was the case. No excuses or propaganda, please.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for East Grand Bahama on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we dismantled, as the member puts it, we outlined, you asked the question, outlined.
Member,
Misleading.
a point of order. The honourable member on a point of order. I'm trying to get from the honourable member the point of specific point.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The member indicated that we dismantled the revenue enhancement unit, and I'm suggesting, or I'm telling him, or telling the House, that hold on now, that there was no cabinet conclusion that authorized any such unit, and so we had to dismantle it in order to ensure that we did correctly. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the member would want to know that that program was costing us, I think, a tremendous amount of millions of dollars per month to collect and repay the foreigners, Mr. Speaker, and we had to reorganize that program because we were starting to get to the point of diminishing returns. And so we reorganized the unit. Simple. Lenny, you're left a mess. You're left a mess.
I mean, if the Speaker, I have a view of what's going on. I'm sure they have a view as well. I'm expressing mine. I have not yet said anything I've said incorrectly. Right? He just have a different take on what the circumstances are. If that is the case, it does not amount, Mr. Speaker, to a point of order. And I invite you, sir, to consider what he is saying whenever he gets up again. Because I know he's going to get up again. Start right now. Mr. Speaker, I want us to consider, I want this House to consider what we met in place in 2012. And we have, well, that's all you're doing. Old bills is old stories. Old bills is old stories. We had to find, Mr. Speaker, we had to find money. We had to find money to pay off almost $1 billion of debt that the FM left. Right, there's $200 million overdraft at the bank, $120 million in unpaid vouchers and checks at the Treasury, $50 million owed to civil servants, a deficit of $545.2 million, $15 million plus to compensate business owners negatively impacted by direction changes of Rural Road and Market Street, $100 million in cost overruns on New Providence Road improvement project, $84 million to Bahama on a questionable cost in the 2-mile roadway.
Economy was in a wheelchair.
Unemployment had doubled to 14.7%. Some 30,000 to him was unemployed. And there was no consequential investment in the pipeline. Right, Mr. Speaker, that's what we met. More than 1 dozen outstanding labor agreements unresolved. The teachers were owed more than $4 million in back pay for years. Tourism stopover arrivals were down. If we had been like our colleagues across the street, across the aisle, we would have spent all our time talking about these inherited problems instead of tackling them. It's an important difference, Mr. Speaker. Moving ahead, moving instead of mooning. That's what moaning and groaning. We moved, Mr. Speaker. We didn't moan and groan. Mr. Speaker, what we did, we brainstormed. We didn't brainstormed.
That's a good one.
Mr. Speaker, by 2017, the economy was beginning to turn the corner. In 2017, and I invite you to go to the Minister of Finance budget communication from page 29 to 35. And then you'll see why I say it's turning the corner. Not me saying it, he said it. But I summarized this. We turned the corner. Why? Tourism arrival numbers were up. Inflation, or the cost of living, was down. The amount we owed during the year was down. In trading with other countries, we earned more. We imported less. Our foreign currency savings went up, and more people were able to keep up with their debts. Tens of thousands of jobs have been added to the economy in 5 years, the most ever in a 5-year term. Bahama, and the point. Albany and Baker's Bay, all were contributing, Mr. Speaker. And what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, those vital signs to determine whether the economy was in good shape, he spoke to them. He spoke to it, and I refer you to, as I said, to page 29 to 34 of his communication in 2017, and you'll see it right there. All right? Mr. Speaker, this was a strong foundation for the FM to inherit. That's why they're able to borrow. We said, Mr. Speaker, we said to the incoming government, we said to them that with the 7.5% VAT in place, the regularized gaming sector, and a new tax regime in place for that sector, the effectiveness of the Revenue Enhancement Unit, despite what he says, projects like Bahama, The Point, Albany, Bakers, and others that were in the pipeline, and the airspace management agreement with the FAA. There was no need for additional tax increases. But then, the government squandered the strong foundation they inherited. And given their handling of the economy shortly after coming to office, and their short-sighted stop, review, cancel policies, I predicted, tax increases in 2018. Right? Now, I'm very sorry to have been right, because those tax increases, which we did not support, have slowed our economy and hurt our people.
1.6% growth.
Mr. Speaker, poverty, I can come to that. Mr. Speaker, poverty and inequality in our country are becoming entrenched. Poverty and inequality in our country are becoming entrenched. I asked the member from Engliston. A recent central bank survey revealed that 50% of working Bahamians surveyed were having difficulties making ends meet. Everywhere I go, this is what I'm hearing. I can't make it on what I'm making. Even Bahamians who are working more than one job, losing time with children or sick parents who need them, are struggling to pay bills. The cost of living keeps going up, and people feel like they are drowning. Economic anxiety is not limited to certain areas or segments. It's widespread. People who felt comfortably middle class are worried about losing what they have worked so hard to gain. People who did okay for themselves are worried that their children can't make it. People who thought they were secure are being battered by rising costs of everything. And yet, we have a government that seems indifferent to the stresses Bahamians face and ignorant about the role their policies have played in bringing them about. The government increased VAT by 60%, failed to raise the minimum wage, and caused mass firings and separations in the public service. For an income, Mr. Speaker, the government has now slashed millions of dollars from the public service salary budget. Many Bahamians are worried. This is the first step towards another round of firings and separations. And now, Mr. Speaker, the government's decision to delay payments to many contractors and vendors has caused hardship on them and in fact functions as an invisible tax on these persons. I am reliably advised that the promised increases in the contracts amounts to current contract holders to compensate for the increase in VAT and NIB fees have not been done. Contractors are forced to lay off minimum wage workers, which add to unemployment and misery. I was surprised, Mr. Speaker, to learn from a government contractor that the banks no longer accept government contract as security for bridge financing. Let's say to pay salaries until the Treasury Department issues the next check. I thought the government said that it was putting policies and procedures in place to improve the ease of doing business in the Bahamas. But many contractors feel that it is becoming more difficult and cumbersome to do business with the government. Things are getting harder, not easier. Frequently, Mr. Speaker, it feels like the government does the boasting instead of the work. There's that emphasis on propaganda again, which is their specialty. Mr. Speaker, the Bahamian people urgently need relief from the oppressive costs of living increases. But this budget is not going to help them. This is not a people's budget, just like it's not the people's time. Right. Now, of course, there are exceptions. If you're well connected at the top, well, then there's plenty for you. The Prime Minister has announced a series of policy initiatives. I heard it some time ago. And I am concerned about these initiatives. Right. For example, I heard him talking about transferring public buildings to a fund that is going to be created by Holowesco partners. That minimizes the ability of other Bahamian individuals and entities. That's what he said. That's what he said, right? Such as the National Insurance Board. Churches and ordinary Bahamians from renting to the government, right? They're eliminating business license fees for banks. And I'd like to see how that, I'd like to hear more about the new status and the new levy and fees that is in the bill, which we'll probably go through during the course of the heads, to see how that is going to rebalance things. Right, and the one thing I'm concerned about is the manner in which you are going to calculate VAT and business license. You're going to use the same tax base, which could result in companies that have zero rated or exempt supplies paying less now for business license fees because if you're going to use the VAT numbers. And so that has to be looked at in the manner in which that is being done. These are some of the things that we say you need to be concerned about because those who could afford, you're creating loopholes for these segment of people. Mr. Speaker, we also see the quick acceleration towards joining the World Trade Organization. And we are saying that the World Trade Organization is in turmoil itself. They are themselves, I think it's the Doha negotiations that's continuing, have not been settled. Why are you going to get into something that you don't know what's going to be like the next day? Right? And so, Mr. Speaker, we urge caution. We urge you to park that car for the time being until you know where you want to go. Mr. Speaker, to me, these policies don't seem to be designed to lift all boats, but maybe just a few yachts. No. Now, Mr. Speaker, they have announced an intention to reduce the deficit to 1% of GDP. And in the absence of any pro-growth strategy, that's a challenge. Because that likely could mean reducing and starving much needed recurrent and capital expenditures by approximately $100 million. That's what that could mean. In the best of economic times, these policies of the Prime Minister and the Minister of Finance are bad ideas, ones which could send the economy reeling into recession. Now, with the 1.6% economic growth, with no money on the ground, nor short-term strategy growth prospect on horizon, this is clearly not the best of times. Because, you know, who is benefiting from that 1.6%? I can tell you it's masking what's happening on the ground. When you go over there, talk to some of those people, see how they're feeling. It ain't reaching them. You could have 1.6% growth, right? But it may only be at this level, never here. Right? And so, Mr. Speaker, on the issue of pro-growth strategy, what I note is the following. Right? I know the following. $65 million paid for Grand Lucayan, as resulted in the loss of jobs and continued government subsidy with no economic benefit to that island. Right? We understand that they had to find another $4.3 million to settle with 7 employees. About $4.3 million to settle with the 7 employees. 7, I said. Yeah. No, okay. I said 7 employees. The total expenditure is in excess of $100 million. Right? The news in Grand Bahama is getting no better. Now, what's interesting is that the Minister of Finance, member for East Grand Bahama, announced very proudly $8 billion in the project signed by them since coming into office. $8 billion. Right? But, you know, he suspiciously, he only named a handful, 3 to be exact, and those 3 total $181.5 million. 181.5 million. Yeah. Out of the 8 billion project, you only name 3, and when you total that project up, it equals 181.5 million.
You missed Obama.
Right? Right? So the question is, does the government lack confidence in the other projects? Right? That's a fair question, because that's what happens when a government is engaged in constant spin. We never know what's real, and what's propaganda. So what happened to the other 7 billion plus, right? We never know what's real and what's propaganda. This is the government, Mr. Speaker, that held a fake signing ceremony for an oil refinery. And what a spectacle the Oban deal was. Part comedy with all the shifty characters and shifty explanations, but mostly tragedy because of what's at stake for the environment and our country. Mr. Speaker, I've said, as I said earlier, that this government is a balance sheet government. And the accountant in charge, that fails to consider the impact of their policies on the everyday lives of ordinary Bahamians. The Prime Minister, get a hold of him. See, I remember Senator Mitchell repeatedly telling the government to put money on the ground in Grand Bahama, and the Minister of Finance mocked him. When the government purchased the Grand Lucayan for $65 million, he characterized that as putting money on the ground, when it went in the pocket of Hutchison Whampoa in Hong Kong. Right? When the last unemployment figures were released, this government made a big PR spectacle out of the numbers coming out of Grand Bahama. When they knew that Grand Bahamians were leaving in droves, they migrated to Canada, Nassau, Bimini, and Abaco in search of better economic opportunities. When they knew that Bahamians were sleeping in their cars on the beach because they were homeless. When they knew that the government was deferring payments to vendors and contractors and withholding certain benefits duly owed to civil servants. When they knew that the capital budget was being starved intentionally, with about half spent by the last quarter of this fiscal year. They knew they had slashed social service assistance to the most vulnerable and separated thousands of minimum wage employees from the public service. They knew all that. So surely they had to know that their policies were hurting Bahamians and increasing joblessness. Yet they behaved as if none of the suffering and misery were taking place. All these hurt-causing policies were done in service of prettying up the books. And yet, despite all the pain they have caused, the government has missed their revenue and deficit targets for 2 consecutive years. In this budget, they seem to be doubling down
Honourable member.
and heading in the same direction.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for East Grand Bahama on a point of order.
I believe the member is misleading again. He just indicated that the government has missed its deficit 2 years in a row. And unless he knows something that I don't know, we are on target to meet our deficit as we project. And so unless he knows something that I don't know, which he should be able to prove, he's just being misleading. And he can withdraw it, he can leave it there, I don't care, it doesn't matter. But I just want the public to know that he is he's incorrect in that respect.
He could put, Speaker, he could put on the record now, because I would be able to demonstrate it when we go through this. But we could wait until November. We're going to know. He has failed and will continue to fail to meet all of his targets. Right? And they don't get it, Mr. Speaker. They don't get it. They don't get it. The economy is in numbers, Mr. Speaker. On a piece of paper, the economy, it's people, Mr. Speaker. When we consider policies and budgets, Mr. Speaker, we should ask, do these policies increase the health, happiness, and well-being of the Bahamian people? Are we preparing our citizens, young and old, to thrive in the 21st century? Do these policies assume the dignity of all our people? Are we helping each of our citizens to reach their full potential? Are we preparing to leave our children a better, stronger country? Economic targets are not to be end goals in themselves, but a means to an end. That end being the dignity and happiness and well-being of the Bahamian people, Mr. Speaker. That's what it is. See, I know that's the difference between us, Mr. Speaker, right? We believe, Mr. Speaker, that government should be in the business of lifting up people. That's what we believe. That's the difference. Not talking down to them or down or painting them, Mr. Speaker. That's what. That is, in my view, a fundamental philosophical difference between the PLP and the FNM. We are about lifting up the Bahamian people. We govern for the people, while they govern for the balance sheet, the special interests, and the donor class. Mr. Speaker, we think that there is a better way. We think there is a better way. For example, any understanding with labor unions for a livable wage and other worker protections and rights. We think jobs are at the heart of the economic security for our citizens. Yet too many of our citizens face significant obstacles to employment. Aggressively attacking these obstacles makes good economic and good moral sense. We need to close the skill gaps. We need to make sure training is available for all, not just the young. And we need to address challenges like child care and transportation. Slashing, Mr. Speaker, slashing the budget at the Ministry of Youth and Sports at a time when we should be lifting up the next leaders of our country is short-sighted. The ultimate is short-term thinking. We must shift the paradigm, Mr. Speaker. I am committed to the principle of economic patriotism. I know that the side opposite rolled their eyes, scoffed, and smirked when the member for Exuma and Ragged Island talked about investing $250 million in SMEs for the Bahamians. It's still smiling. They're smoking. If we can offer billions to foreigners in the way of tax concessions, certainly we can invest in our people to expand ownership of the national economy. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the Bahamian economy, notwithstanding the one-time uplift in tourism arrivals and expenditure because of the opening and Operation Bahama, coupled with strong U.S. economy, is not doing well. Customs revenue, the best barometer for consumption in the economy, is down compared to last year at the end of the third quarter. Overall, the government's revenue is also down against projections at the end of third quarter, primarily because of the ill-considered 60% increase in the VAT rate and meddling with the tax structure of the web shop industry. The dismantling of the Revenue Enhancement Unit within the Ministry of Finance was another poor and politically motivated decision, in our view. Investigation and study revealed more than $400 million in uncollected taxes, hundreds of high-end properties unregistered, with no taxes being paid on these properties. Yet, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance has never offered a satisfactory explanation for why this Revenue Enhancement Unit was closed down. And so the Bahamian people were left to come up with their own ideas about why this government would give the wealthiest landowners a break at the same time going after everyone else. So this increase in VAT, Mr. Speaker.
I shall recognize the honourable member for East Grand Bahama on a point of
The
order.
member is being misleading again. The narrative that has been presented, that the rich somehow got something back because of a correction or amendment to a bill last year, is incorrect. And I've said that here many times, Mr. Speaker. No, there's not a point of order when I'm talking now.
Honourable member, the member is on a point of order. The member for Cat Island, the member is on a point of order.
Yes.
Honourable member.
Yes, you...
Honourable member.
You talk about rich properties. This member...
Honourable member in the hands end.
I'm not talking about
A moment, please.
Sit down, I'll tell you.
Shut down the mics for me. A moment. Honorable members, only one person could be on their feet at a time. Even if you have a disagreement, if the chair recognizes a member, the other member must remain seated until the chair makes a determination on whether or not the point of order was well taken. It seems as if everybody wants to be speaker.
Only on this side.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama on a point of order. Honorable member, be a little specific.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The member indicated that we gave tax breaks to the rich. And I wanted to clarify that is an incorrect statement. In that, the amendment that was made to the legislation last year, the original amendment would have removed the cap on real property tax for any property. And that was not the intent of the amendment, and so we made a movement to the amendment to reinstate the cap. And that is all that we did, Mr. Speaker. So there was no new tax, and there was no removal of any tax on any property. That is the facts. So the same people who were paying whatever they paid the year before was the same tax they paid last year. And so it is incredibly misleading propaganda to say that any rich people benefited from the amendments that were made to the real property tax legislation last year. It is not true.
Mr. Speaker, I will repeat what I just said. The Ministry of Finance has never offered a satisfactory explanation for why this revenue enhancement unit was closed down. And so the Bahamian people were left to come up with their own ideas about why this government would give the wealthiest landowners a break, at the same time going after everyone else. Before that, Mr. Speaker, I go further to say that is because I said earlier that the study revealed that hundreds of high-end properties were unregistered with no taxes being paid on these properties. That's the point I'm making. It has nothing to do with persons who is registered, who is on the register, but those who are not on the register.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, the member attributed a comment to me saying that I said that there are unregistered high-end properties. And I would like him to produce the article or the statement that I made. You did say it. You just said it just now. You can read it again. But Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member for Cat Island, Rum Kings, and Salvador. The member is on his feet on a point of order. The chair is presiding.
You just said it. Mr. Speaker, in whatever...
Honorable member for Cat Island, Rum Kings, and Salvador, are you denying the statement that is being attributed to you?
I read...
Say it again. Read that part again.
First of all, he didn't hear what I said. He got up on a point of order and went off on a frolic of his own. I went back and read what I said. And I'll read it again. I'll go back, Mr. Speaker. I never attributed anything to him. Listen, Mr. Speaker, might I just repeat this again? Perhaps it's very good that I have the opportunity to speak it again. I think the people need to hear it too. The dismantling of the revenue enhancement unit within the Ministry of Finance was another poor and politically motivated policy decision. Investigation and study had revealed more than $400 million in uncollected taxes, hundreds of high-end properties unregistered with no taxes being paid on these properties. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance has offered no satisfactory explanation for why this revenue enhancement unit was closed down. And so Bahamian people were left to come up with their own ideas about why this government would give the wealthiest landowners a break at the same time going after everyone else. That's what I said. The Hansard, right? Hansard, that's what I'm reading. That's why I have it here. And I don't go off script. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Go with the time, man. Go with the time, man.
Perhaps, as part of his study, Mr. Speaker, he ought to get that so he can see how he's not listening. This increase, Mr. Speaker, this increase in VAT and the uncertainty created by the government's inability to immediately explain its treatment of existing contracts where VAT was assessed at 7.5%, shook consumer and investor confidence and damaged both investment and consumption during this fiscal year. As a result, the modest economic recovery has stalled and unemployment remains stubbornly high. We note that despite more government boasting, Bahamians remain deeply concerned about crime. Our public institutions, which provide care to Bahamians, are desperate for additional resources, having had to absorb the full VAT increase with no additional funding. These include the Department of Social Services, the PHA, Department of Public Health, for example. And they are being forced to do more with less. And the inevitable result is that people are harmed. NGOs have likewise seen no adjustment in their government subventions to account for the 60% increase in VAT imposed last year. For many working Bahamians, the outlook continues to be bleak. The government has refused to increase the minimum wage, notwithstanding the imposition of a 60% increase in VAT last year. The combination of the VAT increase and inflation means many people who are working cannot make ends meet, as I said before. When the PLP introduced VAT, and listen to what I'm reading, I can read it here. You want to say off script. When the PLP introduced VAT, we did so after broad consultation. We increased the minimum wage by 40% to reduce its impact. And we increased resources to the ministry and the Department of Social Services. We brought rise into, for example, to bring relief to the elderly and children. That's what they canceled that, Mr. Speaker, right? When they said it would be the people's time, they were not thinking about the elderly and the children who depended on rise. Right. Never did. And don't, never did. Right? As for, Mr. Speaker, as for the shrinking every year, as for the shrinking Bahamian middle class, things are no better. The government is making it easier for foreign labor to replace Bahamians in the workforce, forcing those who can migrate to migrate, and those who can't to accept work not reflective of their skills and competence. This is creating a sizable underemployment problem. I hear this all the time. Bahamians tell me employers prefer to hire foreigners. Many Bahamians did everything they were supposed to do. They worked, studied hard, they got their degree, they want to be here to contribute and raise a family, but they can't get a good job. That is not something this government can afford to ignore. It's a result not just of a weak job market, but of rules and norms stacked against Bahamians in their own country. Just look at the amendment to the Commercial Enterprise Bill and the Immigration Amendment, the BS1 visas. Just look at those two. I see this budget has a lot in it for friends of the government. I can't see, and I don't see, any policies that addresses this critical issue. On the public health front, Mr. Speaker, I know they tried to abandon NHI, and they sort of tried to right the ship, and they are now promising to continue with virtually the same program launched by the PLP. But here again, Mr. Speaker, the real concern is that we see no real commitment. No real commitment, right? And the Minister of Health and, well, the part-time Minister of Health and the Prime Minister need to get their act together. Put their swords down. Put their swords down and work together NHI back on track. Understand, right? We are deeply, he knows. I spoke to him about it the other day. We are deeply concerned that this very important public service is at risk of being shut down. Right? So, all right, I have to, Mr. Speaker, the Parliament, I talk in facts. Truth really matters to me. If you all don't appreciate Now, Mr. Speaker, we urge, as the member for Angleton has done, it took the member for Angleton a long time to bring the FAA across the line to enter into the arrangement for us to assume our airspace. Right? The airspace management agreement needs to be completed and concluded because there are tens of millions of dollars. We're looking for revenue, man. I find out where the revenue is. Tens of millions of dollars are right there. It's a low-hanging fruit. Just get up and don't allow neglect in it and incompetence to get in the way. So, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I hope that they ask to talk about some of the norms and rules that they may put in place to impact Bahamians and Bahamian workers. At one point in time, when we were, in fact, debating the amendment to the Immigration Act and the introduction of the visas, work visas, I raised a question because that was tied to the Commercial Enterprise Bill, and I asked the question to quantify what was the quantitative impact of this bill for Grand Bahama New Providence. And I think the minister said he would share that with us to see how that has moved and uplift Bahamians in particular and the economy since it's been in past. And so we hope, he promised to do so, and I hope we hear that soon, right? And so, the Speaker, I'm concerned, Speaker, I'm concerned about labor relations in this country. Right? It seems to have deteriorated drastically over the last 2 years. The hotel union voted yes, almost unanimously, to strike. And it's been reported that the workers have secured at least 9 strike certificates. 6 for Atlantis, 1 for Malaya, 1 for Harborside, 1 for another hotel on Cable Beach. Mr. Speaker, and I'm not, Mr. Speaker, this is bad news for everyone. How can this government continue to stand by as if the problem is someone else's to solve? Unfortunately, the crisis is not even limited to that industry. It's doctors, nurses, the cafeteria staff at the Princess Margaret Hospital. I went to talk with the workers at Water and Sewage, right? The staff and National Insurance. They're all angry. They're all unhappy, right? The owner and staff at Morton Salt are at a labor impasse and gridlock. This is critical, Mr. Speaker, as Inagua is a company town. A shutdown of operations would be catastrophic, and you know that, Mr. Speaker, for that island and a terrible hardship for its residents. Bahamian workers across the country are appalled by a government that said what they needed to say to get their vote and have abandoned them since. We see government ministers talking down to and insulting workers. We see a prime minister and a minister of labor silent as workers fight for fair wages and crucial protection. Mr. Speaker, There is a better way. There can be no backing away from the responsibility of government inherent in the social contract with the Bahamian people, Mr. Speaker. You have to get involved. This is not to say labor disputes are easily resolved, but this honorable House is reminded that in May 2012, the PLP met a significant number of outstanding collective bargaining agreements with the public sector unions. We did
Honorable
not
members.
waste our time pointing fingers at the outgoing government. Instead, we worked until we executed and signed and registered 13 of the 14 outstanding agreements. Big things are possible for those who care to do the work, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, there are certain perhaps unintended consequences related to the stamp duty and VAT bills. And I'm made to understand that the legal community may have written to the authorities to make some suggestions for amendments. So I'll leave my comments on that until we get to the heads of agreement. Right. So, Mr. Speaker, you know, one of the things I note about the capital budget, Mr. Speaker, 16 ministries, departments have capital budgets. And it's not clear, and I've not heard enough yet to see, not clear whether or not the award of contracts for these capital works are going to be dealt with individually by the ministries, the 16 ministries, or whether the Ministry of Works will still be the what I call the engineer.
That's a good question.
Having,
Remember, you knew nothing about the school in Grand Bahama.
I say this. That's why I'm saying this. That's why I'm saying it. Right? That's why I'm saying it. You see? Because no. So because you know when they sent the monies down to Grand Bahama, to the Ministry of Grand Bahama, right? There was an issue as to well how it is, who was in charge of what and who was to do what. So I see it could occur in this context of you having given each ministry its own capital budget. And so I just draw attention to that, and that makes it interesting to note that you have all these capital funding spread through all these ministries. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have come to the conclusion that this is really not people's budget. And when I go through the heads, no, I can be able to demonstrate it. We're gonna go through this in great details. No, don't let them know. Don't let them know. We'll show it to them. Well, no, Mr. Speaker. Well, I spoke to the one thing, Mr. Speaker, I did. I don't ambush anyone. I don't ambush anyone. I spoke to the Minister of Finance and told him what my preliminary observations were and asked him to see what they could do about it. He ain't nothing done. So I guess the embarrassing tale of what this is all about will have to then be told at the appropriate time, because nothing seems to have been done. I don't know how we could sit here and be able to vote for this as is. And I'll be no. If it didn't have the errors, the many errors that this has. No, you see. So, Mr. Speaker, they tout this as a people's budget, but I dare say it's not a people's budget, and it's clearly not a people's time. And as I pointed out, the only time this government thinks of the Bahamian people, is when they are inventing their political slogans. In the meantime, special interests get special privileges, special access, and special favors. But hear me say clear about this. No matter how much of their own money is being used on propaganda, convince them otherwise. It's not just that after Oban, we don't trust your signing ceremonies, or that after the Grand Lucayan, we think you don't have, or you don't know what you're doing, or that after years of missing your deficit targets, no one believes. The truth of the matter is that no one believes you anymore. And it's worse. We don't trust your intentions. They don't trust your intentions. We think you are governing for the few instead of the many. That's what they think. They think that. Right. And there's nothing in this budget that proves otherwise. Mr. Speaker, the biggest tragedy of this budget is that it does not meet the great challenges that we face as a nation today. There is a lack of vision, a poverty of ambition, no innovation, no big new ideas. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm reminded that that Sunday was Father's Day. Right.
Yeah, finally.
What kind of Bahamas are we going to leave our children, Mr. Speaker? I just pray, God, that all of us in this body make that the question of our own North Star. It's never too late to do the right thing, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many?
I thought he was short of time.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Long Island.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm distinctly privileged to rise in this place on behalf of the great and hard-working people of Long Island, whose indomitable spirit is legendary. I thank them, my home people, for the opportunity to serve on their behalf and assure them of my unyielding commitment to them. Mr. Speaker, I am grateful to my executive team. I recently took them all to dinner to fellowship with them and express my love and appreciation for them. And as we move towards fresh association elections, I cannot put into words how much the support and the encouragement and efforts on their part, the advice, how much that means to me. I thank them for all that they have done, and I appreciate all of them. Mr. Speaker, we remain focused on moving Long Island from strength to strength, to borrow the words of President Trump, to making Long Island great again. Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin by wishing the fathers of my constituency a happy Father's Day. I would particularly like to wish my grandfather, Bishop Edward Gibson, with whom I grew up, and my father a happy Father's Day as well. Mr. Speaker, this is the people's budget. So let me say at the outset that I support it. That said, sir, I'd like to first address matters in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, Long Island continues to suffer. Let me rephrase, Mr. Speaker. Long Island continues to face, not suffer, we suffered under the PLP. Long Island continues to face socio-economic challenges due to a slow economy, unemployment, and underemployment, the lack of a fully operational banking facility, infrastructural challenges that have accrued over 30 to 60 years. That said, Mr. Speaker, given some of the initiatives of this government, Long Island is becoming hopeful again. Long Islanders believe that the Minister administration will make Long Island great again. Mr. Speaker, I am grateful to note that our government has pledged to construct a new, fully functional international airport in Long Island during the 2020-2021 budget. I thank the Honorable Prime Minister for making this commitment to the people of Long Island, and respectfully assure him that though I have been pursuing and nagging him a lot, I cannot and will not stop nagging him until we commission our new international airport. So, sir, kindly forgive me in advance. And you know, Freetown and Carmichael, I know I've been nagging you as well. The airport would represent the turnaround that the economy of Long Island desperately needs. Its construction would lead to an economic boom in Long Island, with construction activity likely picking up and new spin-off businesses, from taxis to tour companies to restaurants and bars and fishing to rental cars and so on. This is the stimulus the economy of Long Island needs. Mr. Speaker, we need an airport with a runway of 6,500 to 7,000 feet. A decent terminal with concession and other booths that can seat 200 people at any given time, an apron to receive the traffic, and an area for customs and immigration, and of course parking space for vehicles. The lack of airlift is killing Long Island. This has held Long Island back. Our economy has been in the doldrums and it's slowly creeping out, but in need of sustained governmental intervention and infrastructure that will spur private investment. Mr. Speaker, with President Trump now banning cruises to Cuba, this represents an opportunity for us, the people of Long Island. Mr. Speaker, through you, I say to the member for Kalani that both Gordon's and Seymour's, Newton Key, are aptly suited for cruises. There would also be jobs for tour operators, tender operators, crafts, folk, etc. Mr. Speaker, works on phase 1 of the Long Island Water Mains Extension Project is steadily progressing. Whilst the phase covers the island's capital and several large settlements, there is much more to be done, and much more will be done. Water is a basic amenity, and Long Island has been one of a few islands that were denied what I deem to be a universal right, that is the right potable water. In recent months, we have installed 7 5,000-gallon tanks in the southernmost settlements of Long Island. This is in-house work. We've been unable to reach these settlements in the mains extension exercise due to budgetary constraints, among other factors. These settlements include Roses, Berries, Mortimers, Woodhill, and Dunmores. 3 tanks are situated in Dunmores. In the Dunmore settlement, our in-house teams have connected the community to the tanks, installing meters at every house and supplying piped water. Many of these persons have never seen running water and gave all too familiar accounts of carrying water in buckets on their heads up the hill.
Long Island will love you.
We have already tendered, Mr. Speaker, a phase 2 for mains extension works in Long Island. The independent consultants and the Caribbean Development Bank, with whom we have a $28 million loan, have evaluated the bids and recommended a winning bidder, and we hope to award that contract in short course. Mr. Speaker, much like Eleuthera, Abaco, Exuma, and Inagua, WSC's in-house teams have been conducting non-revenue water reduction exercises in Long Island. The aim is to change out leaky pipes and fittings, preserve water, and increase the water pressure, given our discovery that a sizable percentage of water was lost due to leaks. Mr. Speaker, for many years, Long Islanders were promised water from one end to the next. My grandparents are in their 80s and have never had running water. It's our time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Minister of Works, the member for Carmichael, for his noble efforts to assist the people of Long Island. Our island is suffering from years of neglect and degradation over the years. More often than not, if we don't get something during F&M administrations, we suffer and get little to nothing otherwise. Mr. Speaker, over the last year, works began on the Columbus Monument Road. The road is frequently traveled by both tourists and visitors alike. The monument is an historical and cultural site, and the surrounding area is nothing short of breathtaking. The minister can attest to this. Mr. Speaker, this is the site of one of the best beaches in the world. The development of that site would see locals being able to set up stalls and embarking upon entrepreneurial ventures. The Columbus Monument site, as I indicated earlier, is near it's a tourist attraction that is near to two of the major resorts on the island, and the location will evolve into an economic driver for local entrepreneurship. I want to also thank the minister for paving the Sims Dock for me. I appreciate that. And also for his issuance of a tender for the reconstruction of the Newton Key Bridge and the surrounding areas. Mr. Speaker, while I don't wish to preempt the member for Carmichael, I'm excited to report that Long Island is in line to receive major road works in the next fiscal year. No doubt the member will expand upon this in his contributions, Our roads are deteriorating, Mr. Speaker. The main Queens Highway and many of our side roads were constructed under the first F&M administration. They have not seen any further resurfacing or paving works from the early 90s to present day, whilst other islands have received at least twice the paving works since that time. We also have a number of heavily trafficked side roads that are desperately in need of repair. I've written to the minister about those: O'Neill's Road, Hogan's Road, Church Street, Harding's Road, Bridgewater, and Dunmore's Road. So major side roads. As I indicated earlier, Mr. Speaker, Long Island, over the years, has been beset by a plethora of infrastructural shortcomings that has hampered and impacted our economic development. It's resulted in high unemployment and even higher underemployment. We appreciate that whilst there's much to be done in Long Island, as the country's finances improve, I'm sure more will come to Long Island. And so, Mr. Speaker, to my Long Island people, I say, you can be assured that I've drawn the minister's attention to your concerns, to your need for culverts and sink wells and trenches in certain areas, to the need for a bypass road to mitigate when hurricanes damage the road network, to the need for a community center. And he is keenly aware, and I know he has the concerns of the people of Long Island at heart. As he knows, I am counting on him to help me resolve many of these legacy infrastructural issues that have plagued Long Island for so long. Mr. Speaker, over the next year, I also intend to seek the renaming of certain streets in honor of prominent community leaders. Mr. Speaker, let me profusely thank the member for Elizabeth for impending works in my constituency. That's right, Elizabeth. It's your time now. I noticed pledge during the upcoming fiscal year to undertake phase 1 of construction and repairs at the two major community clinics. That is the McKinsey's Clinic, also known as the Deadmanski Clinic, and the Sims Clinic. For the minister's pledge at our town hall last February, I'm advised that he will ensure that these entities have the capacity to provide X-ray, ultrasound, and point-of-care lab tests. Notably, any equipment presently in use at either clinic is either old or obsolete. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to thank the member for his pledge that his ministry has plans to purchase ambulances or an ambulance for the people of Long Island. We have two major clinics, Mr. Speaker, and so I would wish to know here that would mean two. For far too long, Long Islanders have had to suffer the indignity of being carried on the back of trucks after accidents or illnesses, sometimes in the hot sun. I remember all too well, Mr. Speaker, given my own personal experience with my late Uncle Aaron, who after a traffic accident had to wait on the side of a road and then was carried on the back of a truck to the Sims Clinic. This is very personal to me. He died that day. I am pleased to note the commitment of the member to the posting of a physician at the Sims Community Clinic. At present, as vast as Long Island is, we have one permanently posted doctor, Dr. Yvette Carter. She's one of the hardest working persons I know. She's loved by the people of Long Island. Frankly, a few months ago, Dr. Carter, along with a team of dedicated and wonderful nurses, saved my grandfather's life. Those nurses traveling with him by private aircraft and then riding all the way to the hospital, only for him to almost die whilst waiting. Thank God for the interventions of Dr. Darius Anwala and the member for Elizabeth. At that time, Dr. Carter was running from end to end. At present, Dr. Carter does not presently have a functioning or a fully functioning vehicle. It is important, member for Elizabeth, that she gets that in order to carry out her duties effectively. What's more, I'm also requesting additional nurses to ensure the proper staffing of both clinics, that both of the main clinics remain current and equipped with telemedicine, and an additional vehicle is purchased for the nurses to strengthen home care services to the elderly and the infirmed. Mr. Speaker, though private visiting dentists, such as my friend Dr. Larry Levin, visit Long Island, we need a government dentist to make more frequent and consistent visits to Long Island. I would also request an optometrist, even if roving or coming in once or twice a month, comes to cater to the patients who have eye issues. Mr. Speaker, there's a need for an eye, nose, throat, or for eye, nose, throat urological specialists to visit Long Island, perhaps once a month. Some of the people have cancer and other issues and cannot afford to travel to Nassau. This would also result in cost savings to individuals and families. Mr. Speaker, there is a need for the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture to establish a presence in Long Island. Community sporting leagues are hardly existent and or dead. We're desperately in need of a youth officer. We also have no sports officer, and maybe that one person can do both jobs. The principals tell me that they struggle to keep school sports programs alive. We need a Family Island Sports Council, a Long Island Sports Council. I would also encourage the ministry to re-establish the Bahamas Games. This was a positive move where we discovered some of our nation's hidden gems, our best talent across the various sports. There's a fantastic idea, Mr. Speaker, to hold these games every 3 years. I know that there appears to have been a number of summer camps earmarked for Nassau, with sports such as basketball, volleyball, tennis, track and field, soccer, cycling, karate, judo, baseball, and swimming. Notably, only New Providence, Grand Bahama, Lustra, Andros, and Exuma had these camps. Long Island would also like to throw its name in the hat, so I call upon the ministry to add us to the listing going forward. We would like sponsorship in highlighting our culture and in putting on now defunct Junkanoo events. 10 islands, we noticed, received allocations for senior parades in the 2018-2019 budget. And we hope that Long Island would be the 11th this year. I will be encouraging the schools and the principals of Long Island to participate in Junior Junkanoo. I know that parades are held in the Providence, Grand Bahama, and several other islands. I want to put in a plug for Long Island at this juncture for seed funding. Mr. Speaker, given the cultural highlights of Long Island, I am pleased to hear of the revamped cultural grant program. I will be encouraging Long Islanders to step forward. We also need more green spaces, community parks, and recreational sites in Long Island. We are in desperate need of repairs and upgrades to our recreational and sporting facilities. Mr. Speaker, I encourage the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture to extend its assistance to initiating a youth band program in Long Island. I also encourage Long Islanders to approach the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture to participate in the Fresh Start program and in the Youth Entrepreneurship program Be Inspired, which offers training and seeks to facilitate the ventures of young entrepreneurs up to age 35. Mr. Speaker, one of the days when Long Islanders will have to travel to Nassau to renew and/or get a passport. During this budgetary period, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs will be placing 2 passport kiosks in Long Island. This will save a lot of money, given that one would no longer have to pay for a ticket to New Providence, stay in a hotel, pay taxi or rent a car, and related expenses. I emphasize to the member for North Abaco the length of Long Island, and given the same, he has indicated that he succeeded to my request for a kiosk to be placed in the south or central part of the island and the north. I thank him for his efforts. I note that locals will also likely be hired to facilitate this undertaking. So North Abaco, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, over the next few months, I will be inviting the member for Marathon to Long Island in the wake of the Access to Affordable Homes Bill, now Legislation Act. I wish to assure the member that we are keen to have lots throughout the island identified for housing and commercial purposes. This would allow Long Islanders an opportunity to purchase lots with clear title at a very affordable rate for housing. I'll revert to you in short course. Mr. Speaker, Crown land is an issue of great concern for Long Islanders. There are hundreds of acres of Crown land in Long Island. We are extremely pleased that the Most Honorable Member for Kalani announced that the government will be reviewing and issuing Crown land grants starting in the Southern Bahamas. No doubt, there are many applications. Just recently, I was approached by the residents of Salt Pond who are inquiring about acquiring additional burial space at the current community graveyard, given that the current graveyard is near capacity. The granting of Crown lands to Bahamians would represent a paradigm shift for thousands, and I believe would turn around the fate of many islands. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased that urban renewal has come to Long Island. Led by Joanne Knowles, the team is working assiduously with limited resources. There's an urgent need, and I say this to you, through you, Mr. Speaker, to the member for Southern Shores, my good friend over there, that there's an urgent need for furniture and computers for office personnel at that office. Thank you, sir. And he's indicated that that is already signed off. So urban renewal, the change is on the way. Urban renewal, also, member for Southern Shores, through you, Mr. Speaker, is in need of a vehicle. Urban renewal in Long Island is to be commended for their work, notwithstanding the challenges. Mr. Speaker, we have one social service officer to service an island that is 90 miles long, or nearly 90 miles long. The provisioning of a vehicle, perhaps another officer, would be greatly appreciated, and I say the same to you, Speaker, through you, to the member for Southern Shores. Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Marco City for committing to repairing our parking house in Long Island. To Maurice Minnis, Judy Knowles, Daniel Dean, and the team, I say, your days of walking through water in the parking house when it rains are over. Your days of staring up at the sun from your desk to the holes in the roof is over. Let me applaud the member and his ministry for their efforts to establish handicraft workshop in straw production, conch shell carving, soap making, etc. I encourage him to add Long Island to the list of places where these workshops are conducted. We have some of the greatest artisans and craftspeople that this country has ever seen, from Dilla Smith to Charles Knowles of O'Neill's to Miss Major of the Deep South. Moreover, given that Long Island has long been a farming and fishing community, I invite BAIC, the BAIC Pop-Up Farmers Market, to make Long Island one of its stops. We have a local farmers market. No doubt the Pop-Up Farmers Market will reinvigorate farmers and perhaps attract the attention of young people. This view could also translate to the proposed training programs for food processors. In the coming weeks, I intend to write to the member and the new chairman of BAIC to encourage BAIC to come to Long Island and offer classes to teach islanders how to preserve fruits and vegetables and make jams and jellies, straw craft, and so on. Mr. Speaker, raising the amount that farmers are paid at the parking house would likely encourage more young Long Islanders or young family islanders to see the economic benefits of farming to get involved. Given the fact that the local department head's vehicle no longer works, I'm requesting of the member through you, Mr. Speaker, consideration for a new vehicle. Mr. Speaker, fishing is a major economic lifeline in Long Island. I fully appreciate the fishing community's concerns about poaching and poachers robbing them of their catch by pillaging traps. Let me also commend, again, the member for Marco City for the decision not to grant compressor permits to any foreign national or any vessel during the off-season. Mr. Speaker, fishermen are concerned that we have boats fishing these waters with a Bahamian captain and an entirely Dominican crew. We must take a second look at curbing and/or removing the presence of these persons on Bahamian boats. Commercial fishing should be strictly reserved for Bahamians. Speaker, we must ensure that our fishermen are not encumbered by bureaucracy in getting duty-free concessions to upgrade their boats and equipment. Mr. Speaker, fishermen have expressed to me grave concerns about alleged marriages of convenience by Dominicans to Bahamian women. Fishermen argue that it is sometimes difficult to believe that Dominican divers, more so than Dominican carpenters and masons, are falling in love and getting married in the Bahamas. Divers more than anyone else. Mr. Speaker, the American Immigration and Naturalization Service, they are famous for sudden pop-ups and questionnaires to couples, some of whom they have suspected of marriages of convenience. One wonders if our immigration authorities question these folks as well. Employ some of the same strategies, pop up on them, unannounced, ask questions. Where do they live? How do you communicate if one person speaks Spanish and the other speaks English? How do you overcome that barrier? Don't give them no excuse. Mr. Speaker, I applaud the Ministry of Agriculture and Marine Resources for looking to employ new fisheries officers, and I look forward to chatting with the member further about that. And lastly, let me also applaud the ministry's launch of a national divers training program. I encourage my constituents to take advantage of such opportunities for a comprehensive certification as a diver. This is the capacity building that we need. While at it, Mr. Speaker, let me also encourage Bahamian fishermen, especially those from Long Island, to engage in more deep-sea fishing. I have noted the price of fish such as wahoo and tuna and so on. They fetch high prices in places like Japan. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of potential in Long Island for large-scale farming. A lot of potential. And I call upon Long Islanders, Long Island fishermen and farmers to come together and form cooperatives. We must continue to encourage and play an even greater role in supporting light manufacturing. I support sailing becoming a national sport or the national sport. I also support the implementation of sloop building programs so that this craft is shared and passed on for generations to come. Long Island would be happy to launch such a program, member for Marco City. We have produced some of the greatest boat builders and sailors in Bahamian history, with building legends and sailors such as Mark Knowles willing to pass on their profound knowledge of the craft. Mr. Speaker, continue to have some challenges. The road traffic department, we are unable to print driver's licenses. And I continue to encourage my colleague, the member for Bamboo Town, to assist us with ensuring that that is done. I believe he has indicated that that is on the way. Mr. Speaker, I also want to note that we are in need of some slight repairs at our post offices on Long Island. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot I can say about Long Island, a whole lot. But if I do, I'll be in for another 15. I'll be in for some time, Mr. Speaker, and I have only so much time allotted. However, I do call upon the government to assist with getting a bank to Long Island. We have no bank, and over the last few days, there's been several robberies in Long Island. I understand that Island Luck has been robbed of some 10,000, Midway Food Store, the Midway Restaurant and Bar, etc. So I'm calling upon the government to cause the Bank of the Bahamas to come to Long Island. We just had a regatta, Southern Shores. Our island is, or perhaps the only major island without a bank. It's an urgent need for business houses, government agencies, the elderly, and everyday Long Islanders. Scotia is not fully operational. You can use an ATM, but that's about it. I also would support and encourage local Bahamians being given bank licenses. You know, the Canadian banks are generally withdrawing from our islands, places where they've operated for 50 to 100 years. And I've always been curious, Mr. Speaker, as to how the American commercial banks have not come to the Bahamas and or have not been encouraged to come back to the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of education, we could do with a few additional teachers for the next school term. But I would also encourage, Mr. Speaker, the streamlining of schools. There's no economic rationale for all the schools that we see in some instances. And one such approach could be a combined high school member for South Beach. Let me also note that we have persons in Long Island who have been appointed to positions, and every other day I hear from them, and they've indicated that they have not been confirmed in those positions. And so I would request and ask and seek the confirmation of these persons. And the member for South Beach, I'll be speaking to you, and the member for Garden Hills separately later on this evening and thereafter. Mr. Speaker, we need special education teachers on Long Island. Hardly anything is in place to cater to special needs children. We have special needs children on Long Island who are kept home and hidden by their parents, who simply cannot keep up with regular classes. And then, of course, as I move forward, I just want to address one final issue relating to Long Island. That is the issue of policing. I want to praise my good friend, the member for Mount Moriah. He's perhaps one of the best ministers of national security we've had in a long time. And I had him perhaps ever but scorched it out. Maybe I should have left it scorched out. But I want to assure the people of Long Island of my confidence that the member for Mount Moriah will address our policing concerns. The member for Mount Moriah, I have the greatest confidence in you, as you are aware. The police are experiencing gross manpower shortages on Long Island. So I've spoken to some of the officers and been advised that 2 officers have just resigned to pursue other interests, including tertiary education. A few others either retired or transferred in recent years and have not been replaced. So we are looking, based on my conversation with them, for 3 constables in the north, 4 constables in the south. The Edmondsky station is earmarked to be open 24 hours a day. And this would see to the smooth transitions in terms of shift changes. 2 jeeps, 1 for the north, 1 for the south, 1 truck, giving you their wish list, sir. A full slate of firearms, repairs to the Sims Police Station, and an overall budgetary increase for Long Island as it relates to prisoners' meals and so on. It's very important, oh yeah, we do, believe it or not. Very important also that we put a police station in South Long Island. In South Long Island. You know, as you know, the Clarence station was damaged by Hurricane Joaquin, and we have recently had the closure of the Morrisville Primary School. This site will provide an adequate option for a police station to be situated in the South. Mr. Speaker, let me applaud the government for wisely amending the Business License Act, which will allow for business houses to renew licenses at different points of the year and lend to the ease of doing business. I also support the reduction of duty on hybrid vehicles and encourage that these duties be applied to the purchase of newer vehicles across the board. Mr. Speaker, there are many persons who are gifted property but are not able to register that property due to stamp duties. There are many persons who have transferred mortgages, even to family members, and were hit with stamp duties. I'm extremely pleased to note that we've amended the Stamp Act to exempt these transactions, among others, from the payment of stamp tax. I commend the government, sir. Mr. Speaker, in Long Island we welcome many tourists throughout the year. Some of them come, they buy homes, or they build homes. And what has happened, Mr. Speaker, is persons have gone into home rentals in Long Island. For me, and I've heard many a complaint from the hotels, from the Bahamian bed and breakfast operators down there, who speak about having to compete with second homeowners. Whilst I appreciate the fact that we will now be charging VAT at the point of business, and that these persons will be contributing something, Mr. Speaker, there remains the loopholes. One of the loopholes is persons can just go and pay directly into U.S. bank accounts. I can pay you when I get to the Bahamas. So these are all avenues that we must close off as well, because if we're looking to just charge VAT at the point of business, they will adjust their approach to it. And I've seen this happen, Mr. Speaker. I've heard Long Islanders complain about this. Let me also note that we have a lot of so-called yachties who make thousands of dollars from having private fishing excursions in our archipelago without paying a dime, filleting fish out to sea, and boldly sailing into the U.S. with loaded coolers. That's unacceptable. In our manifesto, I believe we pledged to mandate GPS tracking on all Bahamian registered boats. That would greatly assist, I believe, in the enforcement and flagging those who breach Bahamian law. And so, Mr. Speaker, we have a situation in Long Island where you have second homeowners, they rent the house, they turn around and they rent a car with the house, thereby taking out the rental car operator. They rent a boat with the house, thereby taking out the tour guide and the tour operator. And in addition to renting that boat, they rent the GPS apparatus with the coordinates already set. And then they rent the house loaded with grocery. So nothing comes to the community. Nothing comes to the community. They bring the groceries in. Nothing comes to the community. That is, these are the loopholes. Okay? And then, Mr. Speaker, they compete with the hotels. And if the hotels downsize, you know why? Because the hotels have to pay various taxes, and they pay nothing. They pay nothing. And so even with them paying the VAT at the point of business, which will be Airbnb and so on, they probably try to get around that. There's so many points. There's so many points. You can do direct deposits. You can do direct deposits. You can pay at the point when you reach. You can pay there. And everybody is their family. That's my brother. Mr. Speaker, we have embarked on a reformist agenda at the Water and Sewers Corporation. Our goal is to transfer the corporation is an efficiency, customer-focused organization that provides, customer-focused organization that provides quality service and enjoys a reputation for consistently high performance. Let me begin by thanking the board of the corporation, Deputy Chair Dion Wallace-Whitfield, Mr. George Carey, Mr. Bennett Minnis, Mrs. Nicola Russell Pettigan, and Mr. Carl Oliver. Mr. Speaker, I have the good fortune, Mr. Speaker, I have the good fortune of working with a great man, a superb minister. I have the privilege and honor of serving with and being mentored by someone who was a mentor for me prior to this. One of the greatest ministers in the history of this country, and I'm being frank with that. He's a statesman, Mr. Speaker, a statesman. He's on the side of me right now. You know? Precise, never rattled, and always giving sound advice. I want to thank the Honorable Member for Carmichael for the trust and confidence he has reposed in me. I also want to thank the Prime Minister for the trust and confidence he has reposed in me. Mr. Speaker, last year we appointed a new general manager, and over the course of the last year we appointed a new CFO. We developed a sewer and strategic planning and coordination division and identified persons to head these areas. We will be undergoing further adjustments and restructuring, and I'll speak more to that in the future. Mr. Speaker, WSC has undertaken major works throughout the Family Islands. We have completed works in Pinewood Gardens, Nassau, at the cost of $2.2 million. This is the CDB works. We have completed works at Coral Lakes and Boatswain at the cost of $1.2 million, again, CDB. We are presently undertaking phase 1, the Long Island works, is 60% completed. We are undertaking works in South Andros, $5.5 million. That's 85% completed. We've completed and commissioned works in San Salvador, $1.3 million. Virtually all of San Salvador is running water, Mr. Speaker. We have tendered, for the first time, where's my minister? Give me those. This is Long Island, Minister. We have tendered works, new works for Long Island. We've tendered works for Crooked Island. And guess what? The member for Michael will be accompanying me, where is she, to Crooked Island tomorrow morning to sign a new water contract. Crooked Island. Mr. Speaker, you know, the member for Golden Isles, I'd like to borrow your saying, "Oh, Cat Island, oh, Cat Island." Mr. Speaker, today, Cat Island is the only island that does not have an inch of pipes, notwithstanding the fact that they had a DPM and a Minister of Works during the last administration. Not an inch, Mr. Speaker. Not an inch, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are revising the scope of works for Cat Island and intend to tender that project shortly. Mr. Speaker, while everyone else woulda, coulda, shoulda, almost did, this government delivers. Stop my time.
Honorable member.
You got a couple seconds for me.
Honorable member, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. On a point of order.
Speaker, now I sat and I listened. The point of order is that the member is conveying an impression that we sat and did nothing in respect. The impression is conveying that he is doing things that will not be done. And that is not correct. Mr. Speaker, the point is that
Honorable member. Yes, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island. Continue.
Speaker. Truth be told, I had the occasion to praise this young man, but look as though it was probably premature on my part. Premature, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the truth of the matter is that what he is executing is things started, Mr. Speaker, started in 2000. There was a report was done. There's a Family Island water improvement project. Well, first of all, there's a water improvement project, right? That was a study done in 2011 in June 2011. A study was done. Nothing. Renby.
Honorable member.
Correcting the impression, the wrong impression being conveyed by this member. And
Honorable member for Cat Island.
Speaker.
The member for Long Island, from my understanding of what he's represented, was that there's not an inch of pipe in Cat Island.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, see?
Honorable members, honorable members.
See, Mr. Speaker, but you see, this is
Honorable member for Long Island.
This is the challenge. This is the challenge that we have with you, sir. You always tend, when the member over there was misrepresenting what I said, you never interrupted.
Honorable member.
I am addressing him. I said he's misrepresenting. He's conveying. You are saying what he said.
Honorable member.
What he said, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
First of all, resume your seat for a second. You are, in my estimation, attributing to the chair something that is very infactual. Because you are accusing the chair of suggesting what the member said when other persons say things and the chair neglects to do so. And that is not correct. That is, resume your seat a minute. That is not correct. On numerous occasions, I request of members exactly what they said and to ask whether or not what I understand was consistent with what they said. I do it across the board for the opposition as well as for the government. And while I am on this matter, let me just make this statement, because I just received from social media again some false reports of the facts. Now, I don't rely too much on social media because I know social media produces a number of fake and false stories. But I want to put on the record of this Parliament so that no one can be falsely accusing the chair of denying any member his rights in this Parliament. Now, Rule 46, subsection 4, with respect to the limits for debates, because someone has sent me something on social media which suggests that I am denying, as the presiding officer, the member for Cat Island, Rumpy, and San Salvador, the opportunity to speak for 2 hours as opposed to 1. I just received that. So I want to read into the records the rule which says during a budget debate, the Minister of Finance may speak for 3 hours, ministers for 2 hours, the lead spokesman for the opposition, who was represented to me as the member for Exumas and Ragged Island, 2 hours, and all other members may speak for 1 hour. So if a member is given 1 hour who does not fall into the category of the Minister of Finance, any minister or the lead spokesman for the opposition, the chair is within the rules in granting that time. Now I want to commend the leader of the official opposition, the member for Cat Island, who spoke for 1 hour and did not even request an extension. He obliged with the rules, and so I want the media, in particular the mainstream media, who seem to be putting out fraudulent misrepresentations in their headlines that are inconsistent with the stories that follow, to desist with that practice. And now, honorable member for Cat Island.
Mr. Speaker,
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey in San Salvador.
what concerns me is this, right? You purported to repeat what my objection was, and that is that the member was saying for all these years not one pipe, 1 inch of pipe was in Cat Island. But that was not what I was objecting to.
No, honorable member, for clarification, my question was, the member for my understanding was that the member for Long Island said,
He said a lot of things.
just let me finish. He said that there was not 1 inch of pipe in Long Island, in Cat Island.
Yes?
My question then, before you interrupt me, my question then would be to you, are you denying that? Because if you're rising on a point of order, if he's alleging something, your point of order should be in denial of what he's alleging.
But Mr. Speaker, then you see that is the problem right there, Mr. Speaker. Therein lies the challenge. Because you assume that my objection related to that statement, and it was not.
But I'm asking you, because you didn't say.
I said, Mr. Speaker, I said that he is conveying a wrong impression.
With respect to
And if you
what?
had allowed me to say what that impression was, you would have understood. But everyone
Honorable member.
you have your adoring
Honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey in San Salvador. I'm affording you the opportunity now
Thank you very
to
much.
say what your objection was.
Speaker.
Be specific.
Yeah, the objection is that the member, by his contribution, right, is suggesting, right, that this member and the government never did anything to lay pipes in water in Cat Island. That's the impression he's giving, right? That's the objection. And the truth of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, it was I, right, who negotiated the loan from the Caribbean Development Bank that was eventually signed in 2016 to enable him to be doing what he's doing today. That's the point, Mr. Speaker. Right? And, Mr. Speaker, and unlike those opposite, right, it was a study that was done by the F&M government in 2011, that in June 2011, that nothing was done. It was put on the shelf. We took it down off the shelf and when I took over from Ministry of Works, and from then we then went and negotiated. The amount of funds we borrowed was 28 million. The project is 41 million. It was a $41 million project. Right? And this member stopped the work that was going on in Cat Island. I would have been there had he not stopped it. He stopped it. He stopped it.
Honorable members, the chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, be specific
Yes, please.
on your point of order.
The member indicated just now that the CDB loan that facilitating all of this work that is being done was signed under or negotiated under the former administration. That is incorrect, Mr. Speaker. That the CDB loan was just executed about 3 months ago, 27th of Just recently. No, it wasn't negotiated either. Well, I'm trying to help you here.
Execute the laying of pipe.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member, honorable member, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkey, and San
Thank you,
Salvador.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Pinewood Gardens water project he announced just now. The Boswain water project he announced just now. The San Salvador project he just announced. The South Andres project he just announced. All that was done as a part of the water improvement program. And all of that came from the overall project of a $41 million. It was a $41 million project, right, of which we want to borrow $28 million from, and all that was done in 2016, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Long Island.
Mr. Speaker,
Continue.
Mr. Speaker, I know all kind of voice notes could be cussing me out tonight. Mr. Speaker, I've just conferred with the member for Carmichael. And I can confirm, Mr. Speaker, once again, that notwithstanding the fact that the member for Cat Island, Rumkey and San Salvador, was the Minister of Works, not an inch of pipe was laid. It's the people of Cat Island's time, Mr. Speaker. Isn't it the people's time, member for Cat Island? You should say it's the people's time. Mr. Speaker, we don't sell pipe dreams, we lay pipes. Even Cat Island must agree, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this woulda, shoulda, coulda, almost did opposition will say, oh, we started this and that, as you just heard from him. Oh, we did this and that. But you all heard what he said. The study was commenced in 2011. Who was in office in 2011? 2011. He just admitted it. Mr. Speaker, 2011. Mr. Speaker, WSC has oversight of 26 islands and keys, 50 water production systems, 27 reverse osmosis sites, 25 well fields, and 22 commercial offices. We have a number of other operational offices. Mr. Speaker, we have undertaken substantial in-house works throughout the Family Islands over the last year. We've improved service laterals, extended coverage, improved operational efficiency. And I can say, Mr. Speaker, as one who grew up without running water, having to bathe with the residue being left on my skin, he who feels it knows it. Mr. Speaker, we are acquiring a standalone RO plant for Crooked Island. We're doing the same thing for Acklands. We've completed 12 mains upgrades, lateral replacements, NRW work, and projects in South, Central, and North Eleuthera. We have approved an additional 10 projects for South, Central, and North Eleuthera. We have completed the Cedar Harbor well field refurbishment and expansion in North Abaco, replaced the force main in Treasure Key, Abaco, improved the lift station and backup generation in Treasure Key. A new oil plant for South Andres is on the way. Installations of new mains in Nicholstown and Master Point, North Andres. We have secured and fenced reservoirs in Central Andres. We purchased, own, and operate a new oil plant in Ragged Island. We were the first on the ground following Hurricane Irma. We installed new mains in Dunmores and Grays, Long Island. We were the first on the ground. While they complained, we worked. We installed community tanks in South Long Island, installed new laterals in North Acklands, upgraded the Lovely Bay well field system, and we have, in progress, Mr. Speaker, upgrades to the well field in the Berry Islands. The equipment has already been shipped. we have a number of pending in-house projects for Long Island, Exuma, North Abaco, Russell Island, Barmsey and North Andros, the Berry Islands, Cat Island, Acklands, and Eleuthera. During my tenure, Mr. Speaker, we have formed a small in-house project implementation of multiple teams, actually. These teams specialize in addressing non-revenue water, small projects, and system maintenance optimization. There's also a roving collections team. WSC is currently preparing a cabinet paper to seek central government funding for the water supply system for Millis Heights. Mr. Speaker, WSC, that's right, Southern Shores, WSC has also collaborated with the Ministry of Works prior to road paving exercises throughout New Providence, from Farrington Road to the Eastern Road, to Burnett Road, to Beatrice Avenue, to Pinewood, to Seabreeze, to West Bay Street, and so on. Mr. Speaker, since being appointed, I've noticed a number of bad contracts for the corporation. Our research has shown that we can purchase a brand new plant ranging from 2,500 gallons per day to 20,000 gallons per day, for prices ranging from $15,000 to approximately $45,000 to $50,000. This is with WSC owning the plants, Mr. Speaker, outright. The bulk of WSC plants range from 2,000 gallons per day to 10,000 gallons per day. However, beyond the high cost of water, it is unsustainable for WSC to pay for a plethora of additional, questionable, and onerous costs associated with water contracts. Mr. Speaker, we have discovered contracts where WSC provides the land, pays for the consumables used like chlorine, assists with the maintenance and operations of plants, for example, changing out filters, even paid the salary of a private company's staff member in Ragged Island for 15 years, paid for any and all electricity used by these plants, provide the buildings for the plants to be situated on, pay for any and all building maintenance costs for the buildings, and the yard maintenance costs, pay for the drilling of all the wells, including the water supply well and the disposal well, which our hydrologist has told me would cost $300,000 per drilling contract, provides the backup generation, pays for the fuel for all the generators, pays for all the setup fees and labor costs, including technicians going in, separately pays for the distribution pumps on construction and any failures, pays for all storage tanks, pays for the construction of all plinths that the plants are on, pays for all automatic transfer switches and power connections, exempts the operator from all customs duties and shipping costs, pays for and provides for, in some instances, work permits, pays for any and all emergency trips required to fix the problem, and pays for meters to be installed at the plant. So what does the operator do? They just collect the money. They put the plant over a well, bring up the water, our water, on our land, and just collect. Let me emphatically state that WSC will not be renewing these contracts. We currently have about 15 expired contracts. WSC is moving to standardize all RO contracts and have been in talks to engage the services of a well-respected international RO consultant. I've also formed an RO unit, and this unit is comprised of hydrologists and specialist RO engineers and technicians. Speaker, last year, I believe it was last year, a plant went down. BEC turned them off, BPL, for a $200,000 bill that WSC was paying, included in their remittances, the electricity bill, and they didn't pay. Some time ago, the government awarded the plant in North Eleuthera to a noted international RO operator. Notably, the plant is well behind its completion delivery date, which was 22nd of January. As such, WSC has applied the contractual clauses and notified the contractor of liquidated damages of $500 per day, which will be applied from January 22nd and continue until delivery. Mr. Speaker, many of the larger RO operators have take-or-pay clauses built into their contracts. And what that essentially means is if WSC does not use the water, it still has to pay for it. That's what it means. Absolutely. It is unfortunate that a previous iteration of WSC management and government agreed to such gross and disadvantageous contracts. Many contracts have been watered down in favor of the contractor. Mr. Speaker, let me say here, on the Family Islands, we have spent $80 million in RO plant services operations. In New Providence, between 1997 and present day, we have paid Consolidated Water $304 million. As at the 16th of May 2019, total Consolidated Water invoices totaled or stood at $12 million. And that's outstanding, the outstanding invoices. WSC also pays, believe it or not, property tax for these operations. Mr. Speaker, when one calculates the amounts paid, this is tantamount to enough RO plants to run the entire Bahamas and then some. At present, the only two plants owned by WSC were acquired under my tenure, Sweden's Key and Ragged Island. By owning these plants, we have saved $200,000 per year. $200,000 per year. $200,000 we have saved. We have saved. Oh yeah, we have Ragged Island too. Mr. Speaker, I want to also note that we have an unfunded pension liability of some $90 million, and the board and the ExCom will soon be conducting an actuarial review with the aim of finding avenues to address the same. We continue to carry out a number of capital works from loan funds and monies generated internally. One such fund is the $28 million loan from the CDB. Mr. Speaker, WSC is currently owed $31.9 million for water purchases in New Providence, $7 million for sewage usage in New Providence, $6.5 million for water purchases in the Family Islands, and $23,000 for sewage usage on the Family Islands. The total is some $45.9 million. We've been working assiduously to collect these monies, and I have directed the General Manager and the Finance Division to conduct a review of all accounts, determining those that can be collected, written off, and pursued via the courts. Mr. Speaker, we are currently undertaking a yearly audit. We will also be undertaking an asset and liability assessment in short course. In 2017, WSC's assets were listed at $327 million and liabilities at $223 million. WSC is an incredible asset, Mr. Speaker, but for many years has had a poor balance sheet and been beleaguered by bad deals. Over the next few months, we will be approaching the government via our minister to support a bond facility, much as was done with the Jamaican NWC, where they raised some $270 million. We believe that such a bond facility would transform the entity into a viable asset for long-term investment and also allow WSC to refinance and pay off a significant portion of high-interest rate, foreign currency-dominated loans. Mr. Speaker, most certainly there too. Mr. Speaker, there's also future value to WSC entering public-private partnership arrangements where project financing can be raised. This will encourage mutually beneficial private sector participation. We no longer live in the analog age, Mr. Speaker, and so WSC must transform. In recent months, I directed WSC to embark upon a digital transformation journey. This digitization, I believe, will transform the water sector, accelerate the adoption of digital solutions, in addressing critical global water challenges such as climate change, population growth, aging infrastructure, and increasing urbanization. It will drive sustainable water and wastewater management and heighten efficiency. The idea is to create an innovation culture, to embark upon pilot projects as a means to explore new technologies and build momentum. and to use data to optimize business processes and increase connectivity throughout WSC, from the headquarters in New Providence to every satellite office. As such, an IT committee has been formed to drive the process. They have been mandated to implement a document management system. And Mr. Speaker, thus far the following has been completed: modernization and total revamp of the call center, a procurement portal, www.wsc.procureware.com, which will standardize all procurement activities for WSC, automation of human resources, processes, automation of payroll and finance, which is ongoing, smartphone meter reading, that's using the smartphones, not the smart meters, increased daily and weekly reporting on all systems, inventory barcoding, digital signatures, and mobile app, website design, and active KPI dashboards. I believe that you cannot manage what you cannot measure. We've also developed a mobile work order system. Speaker, in the next few weeks, WSC will be issuing RFPs for general insurance, cleaning services, security services, potential solarization, WSC HQ, and RO plants, and so on. Mr. Speaker, I have appointed an industrial relations committee led by general manager and comprising 2 other executives. That committee is charged with liaising with the unions with a view to having a productive conversation and fostering a harmonious environment. Mr. Speaker, let me also note that we are installing GPS on all of our vehicles, and over the next week or 2, we'll sign a contract with a supplier that will see GPS apparatuses purchased, the same supplier that we use now, purchased and installed on our heavy equipment and all Family Island vehicles. At present, every one of the vehicles at WSC are tracked. This prohibits abuse, theft, and fosters an environment of greater accountability. I encourage my colleagues to do the same. Mr. Speaker, the Office of the Prime Minister has asked WSC to put in place a plan for potable water connections in the Over the Hill area. We are currently working on a proposal and will be submitting that in short course. Let me also note that we've undertaken a number of sewer improvement works throughout New Providence. Too many Bahamians continue to use pit latrines, that is, outside toilets. In New Providence, the areas with the highest use are Golden Isles with 423 outside toilets, Garden Hills 346, Elizabeth 208, Angliston 115, and Carmichael 108. On the Family Islands, there are 2,345 pet latrines, outside toilets in South Abaco, 2,345. 162 in North Abaco, 92 in Cat Island, 56 in South Andros, and 51 in North Eleuthera, Spanish Wells, and Harbour Island. Mr. Speaker, let me also note, Mr. Speaker, that as a part of our IDB loan, we have a wastewater master plan. As a part of that plan, we've constructed stations in Fox Hill, the Fox Hill wastewater treatment. We've constructed wastewater treatment plants in Fox Hill, Malcolm Park, Linden Finland International Airport, and Flamingo Gardens. Mr. Speaker, these were constructed at a tune of 16 million, at a cost of 16 million, sorry. The full rollout of the New Providence Sewage Master Plan, Mr. Speaker, will see the installation of an expanded sewer network, and it is projected to cost $640 million. WSC has also had a comprehensive sewer plan for the Over the Hill areas. This plan, which was, again, paid for by the IDB, calls for the expenditure of $75 million that will include house connections, street sewers, and so on in the Over the Hill area. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I just want to note that we are exploring options in terms of smart metering and prepaid metering. I'll be writing to the minister about that. This would improve meter accuracy and reliability. We've also, I think I should report to this House that following the sabotage of our supply some time ago, The police, Mr. Speaker, I request another few more minutes to wrap up.
Honorable member, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the sabotage to our supply. The police recently questioned 6 WSC employees. We have also made adjustments to persons in terms of a protocol as to who gets valve keys, and we expect to see further police action in short course. We've also instructed our council to pursue civil action in the Gladstone Road wastewater treatment plant as relates to that and the audit report. The police is currently conducting an investigation, and also to pursue persons in the naval base Ilusra matter. Mr. Speaker, we have sent 100 accounts to external counsel, sewer and water, and they will be pursuing those outstanding balances in court. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I want to note that I'm looking forward to further collaboration with the chairman of BPL. We have been in talks about joint board meetings, working together on automated meter reading, on the commercial offices coordinating and activities, joint shipping to family islands, renewable energy, and so on. So that is something that we're looking forward to. And I need to forecast, Mr. Speaker, that WSC is moving, that we are moving to revamp WSC legislation.
Honorable member.
And we'll be speaking more to that shortly.
Your
Mr.
time
Speaker,
has expired.
one last paragraph, Mr. Speaker. Over the last 2 years, I've heard the usual refrain of the opposition. I liken it to a nursery rhyme. You've heard it so much, you know it by heart. Think of the nursery rhyme, maybe Mary Had a Little Lamb. Anytime the side opposite tears down something the government does, they say they started it. Or they woulda, shoulda, coulda, almost did it. They have popularized their political nursery rhyme. The woulda, shoulda, coulda, almost did it. We supposed to do it, but forgotten 5 years rhyme. And so, Mr. Speaker, whilst nothing is perfect, this budget moves us closer to economic and societal standards that we expect. Long Island supports this budget.
Thank you, honorable member. As many.
Yeah, you can put them right here. Huh? Mm-hmm, that's good.
Order, members. As many. The chair recognizes the member for Golden Gates.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, thank you. Colleagues, just over a month ago, I completed 2 years representing the good people of Golden Gates constituency, as did all of my colleagues in their respective areas at the beginning of this 3rd term of Parliament. Today I rise once again to speak on behalf of the wonderful people of the great constituency, and once again I thank them most sincerely for the opportunity to serve them to the best of my ability and by the grace of God. It is a high privilege and one that I will well recognize and take seriously. The budget debate is perhaps the most important one that we have every year. And most, if not all, honorable members take it very seriously, Mr. Deputy. At times, it is heated, and the public may have noticed that. Sometimes there are light moments, sometimes even hearty light moments. And that is not a bad thing, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, the debate is about the numbers, but also about the policies and plans of the government for the next year. It is also a part of a overall strategy and the plans for the coming years. Yes, it is also about politics because it speaks to the vision of the government, its priorities in the near, medium, and long term, and how it plans to achieve them, given the scarce resources. The debate, in essence, is about the future of our country.
Members.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Where we are going and how we plan to get there. The real task is the allocation of those scarce resources. The funds are insufficient to do all that we need to do, much less want to do. Mr. Deputy, I now want to say a few words about BAIC, but before doing so, I would be remiss if I did not publicly thank the Most Honorable Dr. Hubert A. Minnis, Prime Minister, and the Member of Parliament for Kalani for having the confidence in me and appointing me to Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Social Services and Urban Development, having previously served as Executive Chairman of BAIC. Mr. Deputy, I joined BAIC on the 4th of January 2018, coming from Education Loan Authority as Chairman since July 2017. A major issue for BAIC, a state-owned entity, as I mentioned during my budget contribution last year, was the dire financial straits it was in and the fact that it was quote-unquote on life support. In fact, when I arrived at BIC, it had only $23,000 cash on hand, and on my last day there, Mr. Deputy, I had about $350,000 cash on hand. Mr. Deputy, if I should say so, considerable progress was made last year on the financial front at BIC. Additionally, as just mentioned a moment ago by the Honorable Member from Long Island, we started a historic, groundbreaking, and far-reaching program called the Pop-Up Farmers Market. I am very pleased that that program continues today. I take this opportunity, sir, to offer my best wishes to the corporation, its board, and its management and staff. Mr. Deputy, I now turn to my role as Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Social Services and Urban Development, which I took up on the 31st of January of this year. I extend a very special thanks to the Minister, the Honorable Frankie Campbell, the member for Southern Shores, for his very warm welcome and most kind assistance in my transition. Thank you, sir. I thank Permanent Secretary Cheryl Lee Smith, who has been most helpful and accommodating. I also thank Acting Director of Social Services, Mrs. Lillian Corn-Forbes, and the management and staff who warmly welcomed me to the department. I am very grateful to them. In my short tenure, I can say confidently so, that working at the department are a lot of good people, a lot of caring people, a lot of professional people, and competent people. Mr. Deputy, I have been given the responsibility, in addition to any assistance I might provide generally, to help move forward several pieces of legislation to their full completion. The top priority is the Persons with Disability Equal Opportunities Act, which was passed in August 2014. However, to date, we do not have regulations. Minister Campbell has directed that this process should include the broadest possible consultation with stakeholders, namely non-governmental organizations or NGOs and others that are actively involved in assisting persons with disabilities. Mr. Deputy, the first step in this consultation was to meet with the Disability Commission. We also met with all of the known NGOs that provide assistance and services to persons with disabilities. That was followed by the creation of a subcommittee of the Disability Commission, which is headed by Dr. Anthony Hamilton. He has been ably and competently assisted by Mrs. Jillian Bethel, Assistant Director for Disabilities in the Department of Social Services. I'm very grateful to both of them and others of the Disability Commission for giving many hours of service. Mr. Deputy, the subcommittee has determined that the Act ought to be amended before we seriously consider developing the regulations. We anticipate that the work of the review of the Act will be completed soon. Mr. Deputy, the next legislative matter in priority is the Older Persons Bill. I have been advised that there have been 3 drafts of the bill. I have met with the National Council on Older Persons NCOP, which is chaired by former Speaker, the Honorable Italia Johnson. She too has been ably and competently assisted and aided by Mrs. Lorraine Duvalier, Assistant Director, and Mrs. Stephanie Stewart, Chief Welfare Officer, both of the Department of Social Services, and Mrs. Kayla Green Smith, Counsel in the Office of the Attorney General. The NCOP also established a subcommittee. I must commend the Council as it has established 5 subcommittees, including the Office of the Attorney General, the Law Reform and Revision Commission, the Ministry of Social Services and Urban Development, the Department of Social Services, the Department of Urban Development, including Urban Renewal, the Department of Environmental Health, Silence Rehabilitation Center, the National Insurance Board, University of the Bahamas, the Bahamas Christian Council, the Anglican Diocese, the Bahamas Association of Retired Persons, and the Royal Bahamas Police Force. Mr. Deputy, all of the members of the various subcommittees have demonstrated extraordinary commitment, and they have done an exemplary job. Once the subcommittee process is completed, the Council will then move to reducing the information to writing in terms of moving forward in finalizing the draft bill. Mr. Deputy, the next legislative matter in priority is child protection. The act was passed in January of 2007. We have had preliminary discussions as to what might be needed, which is likely also to include amendments to the act. We anticipate moving this forward soon. Mr. Deputy, the next legislative matter in priority, and the final one, is the Urban Renewal Authority Bill. There is a bill dated in 2016, but there is no act. We intend to move this forward soon as well. Mr. Deputy, the 4 pieces of legislation taken together, once fully enacted, including the relevant regulations and policies, should improve the delivery of services to our underserved and vulnerable communities, and in a meaningful way, assist them where possible and provide protection for them. We are reminded, sir, of the scriptural admonition that tells us in Matthew chapter 25, verse 40, quote, "And the king shall answer and say unto them, Verily I say unto you, inasmuch as ye have done it unto one of the least of these my brethren, ye have done it unto me." Close quote. Mr. Speaker, I have been a member of the Public Accounts Committee representing the government since May 2017, and it is an honor and a privilege to be afforded this opportunity. Mr. Deputy, I am deeply concerned about the work and lack thereof, and the reasoning for it by the committee, which is chaired by the Honorable Member for Cat Island, Rum Kings, and Salvador, and the Leader of the Opposition. One thing that we know, that it is not in doubt, is that the opposition controls the PAC, Mr. Deputy. They have the majority on the committee, including the chair. We also know that the Honorable Speaker, Dr. Kendall Major, who held the office while the PLP was in government, made a ruling in 2015. The ruling was very clear, it was unambiguous, and detailed, Mr. Deputy. It spelled out exactly what the committee should be doing and not doing. The ruling was convenient for the Christie Davis PLP government in 2015, but now that they're in opposition, all of a sudden, the same ruling, according to them, should not be observed or followed. Essentially, they are saying it is not a good ruling. Well, Mr. Deputy, imagine that. It is their ruling, and they have no excuse or reason not to follow it. Unless, of course, and it seems that way, that they now have a view. And that is, what is good for the goose is not good for the gander. They do what they want in government to suit their political needs, and when in opposition, they do not want the same rules they put in place to apply to them. Mr. Deputy, there's also something else that is not in doubt or disputed. The audited reports by the Auditor General that have been tabled in the House of Assembly without any other process or action ought to be examined by the PAC. Even the majority report that was delivered in this House, signed the 24th of April 2019 by the honorable members for Cat Island, Rum Kings, and Salvador, Zoma, Ragged Island, and the Keys, and South Island and Mangrove Key, states, among other things, at their page 8, paragraph 10.8, the following, and I quote, "It is the committee's view that we are prohibited from examining a report of the Auditor General that is not before the House." Close quote. That's legalese, Mr. Deputy. What that means is, what they're really telling the Bahamian people is that if a report by the Auditor General is before the House, they are indeed permitted, no question, able to examine it. But more, they have a duty to do so according to the rules. They have failed entirely and miserably in that, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, worse still, following the presentations in this chamber by the majority of the committee, that is the opposition, and by the minority of the committee, that is the government, the minority members, the honorable members of Long Island, Golden Gate, sir, sent a letter dated the 14th of May 2019 to the chairman of the committee, the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumkin, San Salvador, formally and officially requesting an examination of the National Sports Agency's audited report. It was tabled in the House. It attracted considerable interest in the public and the media, and it has been the subject of what appears to be a very serious lack of accountability and transparency. Mr. Speaker, to date, we, the minority members, have not received a response to the formal and official request we sent to the chairman of the committee. It seems, at this point, we will not receive one either. I take it that is an example of how they would govern if given a chance by the Bahamian people. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the sad story does not end there. No, sir. It seemed that our request fell on deaf ears, but we now know it did not. And surprisingly, we received our answer. We received our answer. The only thing, it was not in a committee meeting or in response via letter, but instead, we got it in a report in the Nassau Guardian, dated the 20th of May 2019. That's how we got it, sir. The chairman of the committee is quoted as saying, and I quote, "There is no necessity for me to examine any audited report because, in effect, the audit report is in and of itself sufficient." That's the audit. Close quote. I guess, sir, that too is how they intend to govern if given a chance by the Bahamian people. Mr. Speaker, all of that is truly incredible. Nothing could be further from the truth or consistent in any form or fashion with the Honorable Speaker Major's ruling. Just not. The chairman of the committee is really saying that they will only not follow Speaker Major's ruling. He has gone a great distance further, much further, to now say that he is not examining any audited report that has been tabled before the House. What utter arrogance. You know, Mr. Speaker, I am reminded, we talk about arrogance, the honorable member for Fort Charlotte told us quite well in a statement by the chairman of the Progressive Liberal Party, Fred Mitchell, and the senator, where he said it's the same type of arrogance. Politics, as he said, and I'm paraphrasing, is about having power, retaining power, and keeping power. Not a word about the people was mentioned. They mentioned people. It's the same type of arrogance. I always thought politics was about service. That's what I thought. And service of the people. That was always my view. And I thought it was always my view, really, to improve the lot of others. That's what I thought it was about. I never imagined that we had persons who serve in the parliament today who thinks it's all about power and nothing else. But that is the arrogance, sir. The rules give the chairman no such authority. Again, Mr. Speaker, I guess that too is how they intend to govern if given the chance by the Bahamian people. I want the Bahamian people to appreciate how stunning, far-reaching, and completely out of the norm that conclusion really is by the chairman of the committee. He does not intend to follow the established rules of the committee, which have been in place for a very, very long time. Nor does he intend to follow the ruling of the Honorable Speaker, Dr. Kendall Major. He might not agree with it, but until it changes, that is the ruling, and it's the ruling of this House. Clearly, that is his view, though, because it is consistent with his actions. I say that confidently, sir, and without any fear of reasonable contradiction, because we know, and so do they, that there are now 22 audit reports that have all been tabled in this House. And not one, not a single one has been examined or any effort made by the committee regarding them. No effort. As we said previously, sir, in this chamber, as to all of the audit and table reports, still no inquiry, no investigation, no nothing at all. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. Mr. Speaker, if the Bahamian people forgot, even for a slight moment, why they voted against the PLP in 2017, the statements by the honorable member and chairman of the committee, and more so his actions or lack thereof, should remind them in a very painfully vivid way. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, the national debt in 2017, that is going into the general election under the PLP, was $7.6 billion. The national debt in 2012, that is going into the election under the F&M, was $5 billion. Shockingly, those numbers and dates tell us the PLP between the years of 2012 and 2017 increased the national debt by some $2.6 billion in just 5 years. That is an increase of 52%. Mr. Speaker, I want the Bahamian people to really follow me on this, because they really need to know. And we can see it right here. The F&M national debt in 2012, $5 billion. Under the PLP, national debt in 2017, 5 years later, 7.6. The increase, 2.6 or 52%. That is stunning. That is stunning. The national debt, and I want the Bahamian people to understand this fully, because these are all economic terms. My good friend and colleague from Exuma, he understands, these economic terms, you got to bring them down. You got to break them down. Okay? The national debt is really all of the combined debt throughout the country's history. All of the annual deficits added together gives you the national debt at any given time. That's your national debt. Mr. Deputy, it means that more money was spent than was taken in. Therefore, for all of the history of the Bahamas, to when the FM left the government in 2012, the national debt was $5 billion. And in just 5 very, very short years, compared to the history of the country. The Christie Davis PLP government increased the national debt by a mind-blowing and astronomical $2.6 billion, 52%, sir. If that is not spending like drunken sailors, and that does not even do justice to drunken sailors, I really cannot comprehend, fathom, or imagine what is. To top that off, this country really got nothing much to show for the $2.6 billion. Mr. Speaker, that is the epitome.
Chair recognizes the member for Exumers and Ragged Island.
Speaker, I invite the member for Golden Isles
Golden Gates.
to Golden Gates to refer to the Book of Estimates, page 5 in particular, that might inform him.
Your point of order is
Misleading. in it.
misleading?
He's misleading. He's presenting inaccurate information to the Parliament, and he's inviting the Bahamian people to listen to it, Mr. Speaker. And I'm inviting him, therefore, to acquaint himself with the national debt numbers as presented by the Minister of Finance on page 5 of 245 of this book, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Golden Gates.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I find that very interesting, because when the leader of the PLP and honorable member of Cat Islands in Salvador and Rum Key, he was speaking not too long ago, and he was talking about the old bills of the PLP. And he was talking about how there was these old bills, and this government always talking about the old bills, and he cannot seem to get the old bills right. But Mr. Deputy, the honorable member for East Grand Bahama told this House of Assembly last year, June, and subsequent months, that one of the things that we found, that this government found when it came to government, was that there were $495 million worth of bills. And when we came back in September, from the summer break, it was now $595 million. And the honorable member for East Grand Bahama, the Minister of Finance, he said, listen, we have all these bills, and we are constantly finding new bills. And then when we came back in December, it was $700 million, Mr. Deputy. This is the epitome of government financial irresponsibility and prudence, a reality this country has never before witnessed or experienced. But the PLP would like to return in 2022, I guess, for more of the same, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, if you could imagine, the Chrissy Davis PLP government overspent, as I just said a moment ago, in the last 12 months of their term, the election year, than any other year at any time. They spend more in that year compared to any time in the history of this country. They did not spend more than they took in, like 50 million. It wasn't 100 million, not 150 million, not 200 million, not 250 million, not 300 million, not 350 million, not 400 million, not 450 million, not 500 million. Imagine, sir, that's $500 million. Not 550 million, not 600 million, not 650. No, Mr. Deputy, it was 700 million. That's what we're talking about. So almost $750 million in a mere 12 months as an overspend. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, no doubt, to say that they spent like drunken sailors certainly does not do justice to drunken sailors. That is 700 million beyond the amount budgeted, and importantly, not approved by the people of the Bahamas through their elected representatives in Parliament, in this place and any other place. They had no approval, but they just spent the money anyway. That is them, and that is who they are. Their familiar arrogance and sense of entitlement, as we said earlier. Mr. Speaker, lest we forget, it was a major concern of most Bahamians in 2016 and into 2017 that the Christy Davis PLP government was seriously considering increasing VAT of the 7.5 that they imposed on the people to 15%. That was the concern of the Bahamian people. That was the concern of the Bahamian people. That was the concern of the Bahamian people. That was the concern of the Bahamian people.
Point. Chair recognizes the member for Exuma and Ragged Island.
Speaker, the member again for Golden Gate is asserting that the former government intended to increase VAT to 15%. I don't want to split hairs over the semantics, Mr. Speaker. He knows what he's doing. And he is inaccurate. The former Minister of State for Finance disputed it. It was disputed in this House before. And I just invite him not to spew inaccurate information.
Member for Exuma, I'm going to object the point. The member wasn't making a factual statement. I think he was.
That's what I said, Mr. Deputy.
Yeah, he's making. I remind the member for Exuma. 1 second, Golden
Deputy.
Gates. I remind the member for Exuma and the Ragged Islands. This is Parliament. You know, members have a sense of parliamentary privilege. They could say some things that you might not like.
Accuracy is.
But I don't think the member for I don't think the member for Golden Gate said anything that is misleading to the House. And so I'm going to allow him to continue.
Mr.
Said,
Deputy,
I think the member.
Mr. Deputy, I would also add, Mr. Deputy, if I might, I would also add that the honorable member for Cat Island, San Salvador, and Rumkey just said a moment ago when he was speaking on his feet, he said, and I wrote it, this is what he said: they have a view, and I'm expressing mine. Well, I say the same thing, sir. That's what he said. There was no objection. There was nobody getting up. I say the same thing, sir. It's good for the goose, it's good for the gander.
Point of order. Chair recognizes Exuma.
As honorable members of this chamber, it is my view, Mr. Speaker, that when we express a point as fact, that we must ascertain that it's true. Madam Speaker, I'm suggesting to you, Mr. Speaker, that the member for Golden Gates made a statement in relation to VAT having been intended to increase to 15%, and it was inaccurate, Mr. Speaker.
Again, Exuma, again, my understanding and my listening to the member for Golden Gates, I don't agree with you in that regard. I think the member for Golden Gates said that there was a concern in the public that the VAT will be increased to 15%, and I think he's entitled to make that statement in this House. again, the chair recognizes the member for Golden Gate.
Thank you, thank you. Mr. Speaker, so the Christy Davis PLP government, in my view, decided that they needed more money from the Bahamian people. They needed to tax us all more, but was not brave enough or had enough courage to come to Parliament to tell the people, because remember, an election was on the horizon. This is my view, Mr. Speaker. I want the Bahamian people to know and be clear about it. That is my view, that the PLP government decided to simply just spend the money or just take it out of the pockets of the people. That is what they did. That's why the PLP government overspent $700 million. We just talked about that. That is what the $700 million was all about. Mr. Speaker, the side opposite like to talk about how the F&M increased the VAT by 4.5%. That's it.
And the inevitable.
Common refrain. However, when you really think about it, sir, in the context of everything I just said, it is so uniquely disingenuous that it is truly beyond belief and imagination. As we say, and they could say that with a straight face. Mr. Speaker, the 4.5% VAT increase, sir, in my view, belongs to the Christy Davis PLP government. It is theirs. They need to own it along with the 7.5%. That is my view, sir. That is right. The entire 12% VAT, the entire 12% VAT that everyone pays today is to be blamed squarely on the Christy Davis PLP and put at their feet. That's my view, sir. They ought to do the right thing and take responsibility for the 12%. Mr. Speaker, the Christy Davis PLP government did what they always do. Leave hard, tough, and difficult decisions and work to an F&M government. They like to say fix it. Guess what, sir? The Prime Minister, the Honorable Member for Kalani and his cabinet are doing just that. By the grace of God, they are indeed fixing it. Mr. Speaker, I want the Bahamian people to know who the other side really are. Having laid out all of the above, in my view, the Christy Davis PLP government, I read in the Nassau Guardian on the 20th of May 2019, and I heard it on the radio. The Honorable Member and Leader of the Official Opposition was commenting about the Menace government and not meeting its fiscal targets. Well, that's not surprising, because we heard him say that just now, a moment ago. We talked about that quite a bit. Well, Lord have mercy. I almost fell out of my chair. I thought to myself, Mr. Deputy, where is the shame? You know, Mr. Deputy, there's absolutely none. After realizing all of the above, the unholy financial mess they left our beloved country in, the Honorable Member and Leader of the Opposition could have the audacity, the brazenness, to actually comment that the Menace government is not meeting its fiscal targets? Mr. Deputy, have they honestly forgotten it was and is the financial mess they left this country in and nothing else that caused the Menace government to create the fiscal targets in the first instance? To respond to the Christy Davis financial mess? They must have forgotten. Mr. Speaker, has the Honorable Member and Leader of the Official Opposition forgotten that not only are they responsible for the VAT increase, but they are also responsible for the lack of economic growth for 4 years? 4 years. That's right. 4 years. In fact, in 2 of them, we had a decline in economic activity. We lost businesses. We lost businesses. Has the Honorable Member and Leader of the Opposition also forgotten that there were at least 4 consecutive downgrades of the economy? At least. The good member said it's 5. I said at least. Economy during the 5 years of the Christy Davis PLP government. Or is it so that he hopes that the Bahamian people have forgotten so soon? Is that really what it is? Mr. Speaker, the economy at its absolute best during the Christy Davis PLP government from 2012 to 2017 just drifted, going nowhere, or worse, it retracted in some years, going down, decline. Retract means going down. This is their record. These are the undisputed facts, and these are the things that the Minnis government had to contend with. And what was the honorable member's complaint again against the Minnis government? That the Minnis government missed its fiscal targets. We heard him say it today. I would add to that, in cleaning up the unholy, unprecedented, never happened before financial mess by the Christy Davis PLP government. That's how they left our country. Mr. Deputy, as I said earlier, I almost fell off my chair that morning when I heard the honorable member for Cat Island, Rumpkins and Sal. But there was something else that came to mind, sir. Because it was surreal. It was surreal, as if in a dream. The disbelief and what came to mind is what the young people say today. Quote, they acting brand new. Close quote. Mr. Deputy, yes, I really do not understand why they are acting so brand new. They know what they saddled on the backs of the Bahamian people, but they could act like nothing happened and just start unfairly criticizing the very people, Prime Minister Minnis and his government, who are actively, every day, fighting and struggling to clean up the unprecedented financial mess that they left this country in. Talking about acting brand new, even the young people couldn't top that. Mr. Speaker, there's a very important point to be made regarding the brand newness aspect of the honorable member and leader of opposition. Because, sir, he never apologized to the Bahamian people for the unprecedented financial mess the Christy Davis PLP government left this country in, for increasing the VAT on the Bahamian people unbeknownst to them, for the runaway debt and for nothing to show for it, for the worst case of fiscal improvements the country has ever experienced, for the economy drifting, going nowhere or going south, and for 4 consecutive downgrades. Yes, sir, yes. The honorable member for Cat Island, Rumpkins and Sal and leader of opposition has a tremendous amount to apologize for. But of course, Mr. Deputy, he's not done so. He's not done so. Mr. Deputy, the scripture tells us, scripture tells us in Psalm 51:17, quote, the sacrifices of God are a broken spirit, a broken and a contrite heart, O God, thou wilt not despise. Close quote. Sir, Oxford Dictionary defines contrite, quote unquote, as feeling or expressing remorse at the recognition that one has done wrong. Quote, if you know you have done wrong, the good, the right thinking and decent thing to do is to simply apologize. Simply apologize, sir. In so doing, it ought to be with a contrite heart, sincere, genuine, honest, and recognizing the wrongdoing. And if you did not do that, sir, your actions, your future actions might suggest an apology. But Mr. Speaker, the Bahamian people have not received either. And that is why it is truly a case of them acting brand new. I mean, no apology, but you have all of this to say and criticize when the Christy Davis PLP government left the unprecedented financial mess for Prime Minister Minnis and his cabinet to clean up? Sir, that is certainly acting brand new. But the truth is that they are not brand new. They are the same tired, old, arrogant, entitled PLP. That's who they are. Mr. Speaker, they should really apologize. If for no other reason, then it would be good for them politically. It would be good for them politically. But if they didn't do it for that reason, because it is doubted they will, I might suggest, as a good member for Garden Hills used earlier, unsolicited advice, I might suggest, Mr. Deputy, that they will not apologize because of their strong sense of entitlement and their arrogance. That's why they will not apologize, in spite of what this country has been through, been put through. They know the financial mess they left this country in. They created it. They know well the extent of it. Yet they make no apology. They want right-thinking Bahamians to believe that for some unimaginable reason, they ought to be returned to government in 2022. Mr. Deputy, if the honorable member and leader of the opposition is not prepared to apologize for their narrow political interests, if not for that reason, and that is 2022, they should apologize for the good of the country, so that we, as a people and a nation, one Bahamas, can move on from the utter disastrous years of 2012 to 2017, sir. The unprecedented financial mess they left, and of course this country to be divided constantly about. Mr. Deputy, the honorable member and leader of opposition really ought to apologize to give this nation an opportunity to clear the air, to give the country an opportunity to heal, to move on as best we could in all the circumstances. Mr. Deputy, I really do not expect the honorable member and leader of opposition to apologize for the Chrissy Davis PLP government. It's been 24 months now, but it would be very helpful. It would be helpful to the nation. Mr. Deputy, I am reminded of that very popular song by the group One Republic. It was originally sung by them and later by the Timberland Group. The lyrics of the song, of the chorus are, quote, that it's too late to apologize. It's too late. Yes, One Republic, close quote. While those are indeed the words of the very popular song, I dare say so, it is never too late for an apology from a contrite heart, acknowledging wrongdoing, being honest, sincere, and genuine. Mr. Deputy, it is equally never too late to do good either. Mr. Deputy, despite all that we have just described, sir, this budget confirms, yes, confirms, that we are most certainly on the right track. Yes, the most honorable Dr. Hubert A. Minnis, Prime Minister and honorable member for Kalani, his deputy, hold on. His deputy, K. Peter Turngrass, the honorable member for East Grand Bahama, along with his cabinet colleagues, most definitely have this country on the right track. Mr. Speaker, having regard to what Prime Minister Minnis and his colleagues met, I have just described, we have not done badly at all over 24 months. And most importantly, we are on the right track. Mr. Speaker, I would like to quote former United States President Barack Obama. And this is very important. It's very relevant. Speaking in 2010 in Ohio, United States, about being, quote, on the right track. And this is what he said. There it is. Slowly but surely, we are moving in the right direction. This is President Obama speaking. We are on the right track. The economy is getting stronger, but it really suffered a big trauma. And we are not going to get all 8 million jobs that were lost back overnight. It is going to take some time. President Obama, that's what he said. Very much so. Mr. Speaker, President Obama, too, was speaking just about 2 years into his term, his first term. The words are prophetic, having regard to what I described just a moment ago. He talked about, quote unquote, the big trauma. Well, that is just what we just experienced. Only in our case, I've described it as an unprecedented financial mess. That's a big trauma. It sure is. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you a short story. Last year, as executive chairman of BIC, I had the opportunity to go to Eleuthero and Governor's Harbor. And when we got into the airport, there was a gentleman there, a porter, luggage porter, and he called me over. Mr. Folks, come over here. So I went over. I said, yes, what's happening? He said, tell me, how are we doing? How are we really doing? And I paused for a moment. And he said, be straight with me. I said, you know what? Let me share something with you. I said, I don't know if you've been to New Providence before, and been out on Western Esplanade, Long Wharf, Ahwaikee. And I don't know if you had the opportunity. This is something that people do. They go out there. I think most of us have probably done it at some point. And we watch the cruise ships in the harbor. And we watch them as they leave. And as they leave, they have to turn around in the basin. But as you know, that turn in the basin takes a while. And many persons have watched it and stopped watching it and left before it happened. You know why? It is slow, but it is sure. And it happens. But it takes a while to turn. Well, you know what? That's what we're doing here. This is a ship of state that we are turning. Very slowly, but surely. That is what I told the gentleman. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President Obama acknowledged that millions of jobs were lost, that the recovery would not be overnight. That's what he said. It would not be overnight. He said it would take some time. We're 2 years in. While he acknowledged that it would take some time, he was clear that the economy was definitely getting not only better, but stronger. We say that too. Our GDP quote has shown that. He said that process of improving the economy was slow, but he said it was decisive. Decisively, he said it was sure. In other words, you could trust him and his administration to deliver on a strong economy. Mr. Deputy, finally, while persons might not have felt the benefit of the strong economy, what he was saying to them was, do not be discouraged, because the country is on the right track. In other words, the benefits of the slow but sure improving economy may not have reached you yet, but it is getting there. Mr. Deputy, truer words could not have been spoken about the situation this country finds itself in regard to what we met. What Prime Minister and his cabinet are doing has indeed put us on the right track. This is really what matters. Are we on the right track? That's the question. And the answer is undeniably a resounding yes. We are on the right track. Mr. Deputy, we are on the right track. This is the right track budget. This is the people's right track budget. The side opposite has made a lot of hay, and we heard it today. A lot of hay, and there's been a bit of it in the media story that the 2018-19 budget came under the forecasted revenue number by $240 million. We heard it today from an honorable member, the Cat Island from Kings in Salvador. However, Mr. Deputy, we are indeed on the right track, because despite the revenue shortfall, the projected annual deficit for 2018-19, the current year, was $237 million. We note that the Ministry of Finance is now reporting a revised projected annual deficit for this current year of $229 million. Mr. Deputy, that means our final deficit number for the current period is likely to be $8 million less than we forecasted. We are on the right track, Mr. Deputy. There's no question. We're on the right track. That is phenomenal. The opposition cannot fairly say that we are not on the right track. Mr. Deputy, the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance set forth the right track, to stabilize the nation's finances over a period of 3 years. And we have just about completed the first. The report is we are on that track. And the numbers reveal we have done well, being and staying on the right track, the financial track. We have done well staying on that track. Mr. Deputy, we cannot overemphasize the importance of the first of the 3 years being on track. Remember, the Honorable Member for East Grand Bahama told this House and the nation that if we stayed on the right financial track for 3 years, the plan is to have a balanced budget. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, for the Prime Minister and his government cabinet to achieve that outcome would be nothing short of monumental. A balanced budget, that'd be monumental. One of the most significant things to happen in this country in terms of our fiscal affairs for decades. God willing, we will stay on track this upcoming year, and we pray that we are spared from any hurricanes or tropical systems as we were last year. Mr. Deputy, we are also on the right track, and the opposition cannot really deny it because the numbers bear it out. The gross domestic product, the size of the economy, has grown in a meaningful way for the first time in over 5 years. Since 2017 to 2019, the economy has grown over there 1.7%. Mr. Speaker, now a lot of people might ask, why are we making such a big deal about the economy growing 1.7%? And there we have it. Under the PLP 2012-2017, zero economic growth. Under the FNM 2017-2010, 1.7 economic growth. Increase of 1% in just 2 years. Now, Mr. Speaker, as we said, a lot of people might ask, why are we making such a big deal about this? People need to appreciate that the best way to move beyond annual deficits and adding to the national debt is, without question, expanding the economy. That's the answer. We need to expand the economy. We need to grow the economy. That's what we need to do, first and foremost. Yes, and rightly so. We've decided to be conservative on this, right? Because as we know, 2 years it declined, and 2 years was stagnant. So if you take a stagnant and a less than zero, it can't be at zero. Got to be below zero. But you know, we were being kind. So now a lot of people might ask, right? So while reducing expenses, because that's the other thing, grow the economy. The next thing is to reduce expenses. We all talk about that, reducing expenses, right? Along with waste, pilferage, and corrupt practices. All of that will take us only so far. We also need to be doing everything we can to increase revenue. The best way to achieve more revenue is to increase economic activity, create new businesses and employment. The other way too, as the Minister of Finance has told us, has indicated the government intends to improve the collection of current taxes that are owed. That's the other way. The taxes that are owed are on the books, we collect that we're not collecting. We cut expenses, and the other thing is we grow the economy, create more businesses. Mr. Deputy, this is the on the right track budget, because financially we are unquestionably on the right track, and the numbers bear it out. The Deputy, permit me now to recall what can only be described. It can only be described, Mr. Deputy, as a seminal and momentous moment in the 290-year history of this chamber that all of us have been in. Permit me to describe a seminal moment in this chamber. In this very chamber, almost 50 years ago, on the 4th and into the early hours of the 5th of November 1970, events took place that changed the trajectory of our nation in a positive way. It was an event that never occurred before in this chamber, and that has not happened since. 8 honorable members of the then governing party, the PLP, determined that they did not like the direction of their government, nor that of its leader and Prime Minister, Lyndon Pinland, nor the party. The 8 PLP MPs, who later became known as the Dissident 8, stood in this same chamber just about 50 years ago in support of a no-confidence motion in Prime Minister Lyndon Pinland. The motion was brought by a former minister in Sir Lyndon's cabinet, Randolph Fox of the Labour Party. Mr. Speaker, the Dissident 8 included 4 former ministers in the Pinland-led PLP government. Cecil Wallace Whitfield at the time, Arthur Folks at the time, Warren J. Lavarity, and Dr. Curtis Macmillan. The other MPs were Maurice Moore, Dr. Albert Donaldson, James Shepard, and George Thompson. It was a very brave and extraordinary act of courage on their part to stand, literally, in a vote of no confidence against a prime minister who was at the height of his power and popularity. Such an immense display of courage has rarely, if ever, been witnessed in this chamber, before or since. It was a seminal event in what is today the 290th history of this parliament. That courageous and selfless act of courage was the impetus for what we now have in this country as we celebrate our parliamentary democracy, a healthy, mature, two-party democratic state. Mr. Deputy. Imagine where we would be without such a system. What type of country and nation we would have today. We owe a debt of gratitude to them for their commitment and dedication to nationhood. It should not be missed either or forgotten that all 8 MPs, all 8, had been active in the momentous struggle for a majority rule. It should not be missed. And had been elected on the 10th of January 1967, all 8 of them, just over 3.5 years earlier at that time. Mr. Deputy, Cecil and his 7 comrades were joined almost immediately by Kendall G.L. Isaacs and Orwell A. Turngress. Little did they know that it would take decades for the Free National Movement, the party they founded, to restore the progressive dream. Then the FNM would be responsible for making minimum wage a reality for the benefit of thousands of workers in this country. That was achieved by the FNM, not the PLP. Mr. Deputy, it was just over a week ago that we celebrated the Serrano Forks Labor Day. However, Mr. Deputy, the Pinland-led PLP was in government from the 10th of January 1967 till 19th of August 1992, just over 25 consecutive years. But they failed to enact a minimum wage. They also failed during those 25 years to provide a 40-hour work week. They also failed to provide protection for pregnant female workers who were routinely terminated once they went on maternity leave. Mr. Deputy, these were items on the progressive agenda that were promised at those rallies on the Sun Recreation Grounds, on Windsor Park, and at meetings all over this country. Most of the workers, men and women, had labored for depressed wages, most, if not all, of their lives. These things were part of the great promise, as they say, to the masses. But it was not delivered by the PLP. It was not until the PLP was defeated by the FNM government under the leadership of the Right Honorable Hubert A. Ingram that the workers of this country finally received the benefit of minimum wage law, a 40-hour work week, protection for pregnant women, prenatal and postnatal, codifying the law of unfair dismissal as opposed to common law only, and other workplace conditions. The Ingram FNM government won 3 non-consecutive terms, 1992, 97, and 2007. The FNM handed the PLP its worst defeat ever at the polls, most recently on the 10th of May 2017, under the competent leadership of the Prime Minister, Hubert A. Minutes. Mr. Deputy, little did they know at the time, when they stood, when they were counted, and displayed courage rarely seen, that they would have to wait 2 decades until the 1992 general elections for a real and true deepening of democracy in this country. It was only then that the Ingram-led FNM government freed the airwaves. No longer was ZNS the only source of news and views. 24/7, shamelessly spewing the propaganda of the PLP, especially during general elections. Mr. Deputy, Mr. Deputy, there's no real and true democracy when there is no free and fair access to the airwaves. There's no such thing as free and real democracy. True democracy if there's no free and fair access. The FNM in opposition all those years from 1971 to 1992 could not even pay for airtime. The FNM between 72 and 71 and 92 could not even pay for airtime, except the legally mandated speeches during elections. And these had to be submitted in advance. They had to be submitted in advance for censoring by the PLP's hatchet men. That's what we had. That's what we had. Outside elections, the FNM's money was rejected, and the airwaves remained off limits to the opposition. Mr. Speaker, it was not only the workers of this country. They should have done more to uplift in a real and meaningful way, while they publicly criticized the merchant class at every opportunity. The working people of the Bahamas should make no mistake. The FNM has always been their true and only friend. Mr. Deputy, the PLP did little to uplift women in this country in a real way. Just imagine, no women elected under the PLP banner 67, 68, 72, 77, 82. And there was no shortage of safe PLP seats nor quality female candidates. No shortage. But the F&M got Janet Bostwick elected in the constituency of Yamacraw in 1982. The party was still in opposition and under the leadership of Secondal Isaacs. Dame Janet held that seat for 10 years in opposition and 10 more years in government. It was not until 5 years later that the PLP had their first woman elected in 1987. Imagine that, Mr. Speaker. I guess they were about uplifting women too. Mr. Deputy, the F&M, the party that those 8 brave souls founded, was there for the workers, they were there for women, and they were for deepening our democracy. Mr. Deputy, talking about deepening our democracy, Warren Lavarity was proceeding with the progressive agenda in 1967 as a PLP minister, when as minister responsible for the Out Island affairs. And follow me on this. He issued a white paper on local government in 67 for the islands. In 67, I say, Mr. Speaker. But the Family Islands had to wait for Hubert Ingram and the F&M before they would get elected local government for the first time. Another promise neglected for 25 years. 25 years. The minister, the Honorable Warren J. Lavarity, brought that forward in 67. Mr. Deputy, one of the first things the F&M did after its formation was to create the first youth organization of a political party in the country, the Torchbearers Association, later to be known the Torchbearers Youth Association, or TYA. This organization, since its creation by the founders of the party, has seen its members rise in the organization to become leaders in the country. They have been candidates, they've been members of parliament, senators, chairmen of government corporations, parliamentary secretaries, and cabinet ministers. In fact, several serve in parliament today. The former President Tommy Tranquist not only served as cabinet minister, but also rose to the high post of leader of the party. Many have served in other senior posts in the party. Mr. Deputy, permit me now to say a few words about the district I have the honor to represent, the Golden Gate constituency. While we have done a fair amount in the constituency just over 24 months, no doubt a lot more can be done. In fact, just last month, in celebration of Mother's Day, we distributed a small floral arrangement to every home in Golden Gates. Some might say that that is not a big deal, but we say the small things still matter, and people still want to be remembered. It warmed all of our hearts when so many of the residents expressed considerable appreciation for their Mother's Day remembrance. On Easter Monday, we had an Easter egg hunt. We were pleased to see the joy on the faces of so many young boys and girls. Both events were held at Pebble Street Park in Golden Gates 1. Mr. Deputy, Christmas passed. We had a Christmas party, but we also did something special in Golden Gates. We delivered a turkey to every home in Golden Gates. To every home, sir. And families, politics did not matter. Some people told us that had it not been for the gift, they would not have had a turkey or ham for their family for Christmas. It was a very rewarding and fulfilling experience for all of our team of 40-plus persons. I thank them warmly and in a very heart-filled way. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, we are planning our second summer basketball camp in July for both boys and girls, again, organized by the legendary coach John Todd. He will be ably and competently assisted by coaches Gregory Cash, Terrence Red Eye McSweeney, and Ernest Sanders, all residents of Golden Gates. Late in July, we plan to have a hurricane preparedness town hall meeting, as we did last year. Also, we will do our best again to assist homeowners with tree trimming and debris removal. Mr. Deputy, in August, we plan to have our third back-to-school event. This will be the third year we do a free raffle of certificates for school uniforms and laptops. In 2017, we had a free raffle of 4 brand new HP laptops. In 2018, we had 10. This August, we plan to raffle, that is free again, 15 brand new HP laptops. We have been fortunate to collaborate with a local computer company. But there is a catch. There is a catch. There had to be one, right? You must live in Golden Gates. I'm sorry. These are only for Golden Gates residents. So to take advantage of the free raffle, you will be required, as we've done in the past, to provide proof of residency in the constituency. Mr. Deputy, I'm very excited. Mr. Deputy, I'm very excited to announce a new program in the Golden Gates constituency that we plan to commence about the beginning of October this year. It's called the 3C program, or 3CP. It is the Care, Concern, and Compassion program. This program will provide and assist persons directly who reside in the Golden Gates constituency. This is not talk. The program will directly provide assistance to families in the constituency in terms of water and electricity. Mr. Deputy, like many other areas, some Golden Gates residents also face economic challenges which have unfortunately resulted in their water and or electricity services being disconnected. The 3CP will be designed to directly assist families by aiding them in reconnecting their water or electricity services. A committee will be established comprising residents of the constituency. It is anticipated that they will develop the rules, the procedures, and application for accessing the assistance, and the committee will make the decision. Let me say right off that the program will be designed for all residents of Golden Gates. Mr. Deputy, it will not matter if you are FNM, PLP, or no affiliation. If organizations and companies or persons would like to donate to this most worthy cause, providing direct relief to families that do not have the basic necessity of life, we'd be grateful. At a later date, we'll announce more on the program. I will personally make the first donation to the program, sir. Mr. Deputy, we are also pleased to announce, as promised, we are in negotiations regarding space for a community homework center for the use of both our school children and adults. We expect to say more on this later. In Golden Gates, we continue our derelict removal program. Mr. Deputy, for many years, the constituency has had what many residents have told me and described to me as a very serious matter, and indeed a sore issue in the community. So that is, quote unquote, the farmer's market on Blue Hill Road. It is in the center of the constituency, and the residents are not happy about the state of it. I did say quote unquote because it is not a farmer's market today. I am informed that initially it was a farmer's market decades ago, but it has not been that for a very, very long time. The residents of Golden Gates, by and large, are not pleased and have not been for many years. They find the current state of affairs there to be totally unacceptable, to say the least. We intend to address this matter very soon. Finally, to Golden Gates, given that unemployment continues to be a challenge for some, we intend to intensify our efforts to assist persons in obtaining jobs or acquiring skills so that they will be more employable. They can contact our offices in Vincent Road at 361-4363, anytime between the hours of 10 a.m. to 6. And as I continue to keep hours there on Thursday evening. And Mr. Speaker, if I may just finalize here, Mr. Deputy, I ask Right Thinking Bahamians to join us, this FNM government, led by Prime Minister Minnis, as President Obama described it. It is slow, it is sure, it will not be overnight. But importantly, we are on the right track. Yes, join Prime Minister and his cabinet on the train. That is on the right track. He knows where it is on the track. It is moving forward. He knows where it is going. He knows how he plans to get there. He and his colleagues are turning things around in this country for the good and the benefit of all Bahamians, not just a select few. Golden Gates enthusiastically supports the 2019-2020 budget. May God bless and keep the residents of Golden Gates and the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, member for Golden Gates. As many. Chair recognizes the member for Golden Isles.
Yeah.
Chair recognizes the member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I rise to move the following resolution. Be it resolved that the business of this House do continue beyond 7 p.m. today, June 17, 2019.
It's been moved and seconded that the business of this House continues beyond the 7 o'clock hour. As many members that are in favor remain seated. Those opposing will rise. It's ordered that the business of this House continue beyond 7 p.m. on the 17th of June, 2019. As many. The chair recognizes the member for Golden Isles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This evening I rise on behalf of the great Golden Isles constituency. This is another historic day as we participate in this annual budget debate and as we address the 2019-2020 budget cycle. I should like to give thanks to Almighty God, Yahweh Elohim, who's made it possible for me to be here. Please permit me to say good evening to the residents of Golden Isles and again thank them for empowering me to represent them in this historic place. Also, to say good evening to my mother in Greencastle, Eleuthera, a number of family members haven't heard or seen me for a while. They were wondering what had happened. So I want to assure them that I'm alive and well. My Uncle John and Aunt Christine in Tarpon Bay, Uncle John Nurse, John Carey, Aunt Parnell in Tarpon Bay, my aunts Ivor, Isabel, Rachel, and Evelyn in Greencastle, and indeed the entire community. I would like to just extend condolences to some families, mostly in Eleuthera, whose funeral I was not able to attend because of having funerals here in the constituency or involving constituents. The Gibson family in Savannah Sound, Eleuthera, and the loss of our cousin Wainwright Gibson to his children and grandchildren. Should like to extend my belated condolences. The family of Jan Culmer passed last week, Rock Sound, Eleuthera, to her parents, and the siblings. She'll be laid to rest on the 29th. To Siobhan Pinder, Deep Creek, Eleuthera, on the loss of her husband, who was laid to rest just Saturday past. And also her father-in-law, the mayor, I call him of Deep Creek, Mr. Oral, and Geneva Pinder. It was on the loss of their son, Robert Friendly Bob Pinder, who was laid to rest on Saturday past. Also, Mrs. Lily Burrows on the loss of her son, the Reverend Father Bradley and Vernalee Miller, my brother, and the rest of the family, and indeed the entire community of Greencastle, as we prepare to lay my brother to rest on Saturday coming, former prison officer Kevin Miller. Finally, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to convey condolences, and he died a couple of months ago, regarding the demise of a constituent, Mr. Charlie Firecracker Smith. Talented, extremely talented softball player. He was a constituent, he was a friend, he was a supporter, and he was a fellow R.M. Bailey Pacer. We attended R.M. Bailey together. He represented the Bahamas and many national teams. When we were at our prominence in softball, I think we were ranked number 2 or 3 in the world. And I should like to extend condolences to his wife, his mother, children, the entire family. And what disappointed me, Mr. Speaker, is in attending his funeral, I was so very disappointed because of the lack of a representation that I thought that he deserved, and other persons like him who represent and have represented our country for so long at that level and sacrificed so much, and so little seemingly was given back or demonstrated to him. I had a lengthy conversation with the Minister of Sports about it, and she expressed sporting side, and I had several conversations with several former players, and they expressed the Federation's viewpoint on it, and I certainly hope going forward they can come together and situations like that would not occur again, and persons would be given the recognition that they richly deserve. May their souls, the souls of our dear departed, rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, over the last budget cycle, in Golden Isles we produced certified solar installation technicians, seamstresses, beauty consultants, and the nail technicians, and other entrepreneurs, as we sought to empower constituents to help build a stronger and better Bahamas for Bahamians. We have provided business and management training for constituents and have helped constituents to become employed through the hard-working, determined persons in our constituency and a part of our constituency office team. We continue to assist constituents as best we can. In Golden Gates, I've not stopped working for the people who elected me to serve them in Golden Isles, pardon me. Get it right, Miller. In Golden Isles. Don't want it to be too golden. We know what happened in Golden the other night. Mr. Speaker, unemployment is a challenge, even though we've been successful in assisting some persons, but it's an ongoing concern. In connection with unemployment, I find persons are faced with the difficulty of meeting their mortgage demands. Mr. Speaker, there's a real mortgage crisis in our country, and I assure you, in Golden Isles, is no exception there. They need help, desperately. I believe, Mr. Speaker, in our constituency, we can have some relief for the unemployment issues in Golden Isles if the government can help to assist and expedite the process. And I understand the process for some projects that are targeted for the Adelaide area. I've said this before, and I'll say this again. Adelaide is the oldest community of freed Africans on the island, and it's the perfect location for heritage, for cultural, and for eco-tourism. It still maintains that quiet and unassuming, tight-knit family island atmosphere. I'm in agreement with the majority of Adelaideans. Please keep urban gentrification far from them. The verges in Golden Isles is an issue of concern. With the biggest constituency, with the most registered voters in the province, and the fastest growing constituency. And I've said this last time, I'm going to say it again, and I said to the executive chairman, who's been doing a wonderful job, that I hope this time, so next year, I could be singing his praises in regards to the amount of contracts extended to us in Golden Isles. He told me, Miller, you got to wait and see. He said, Miller, it's out of my hands, you got to wait and see. I assured him I'm a man of great faith.
Go ahead.
And I believe. Mr. Speaker, we have a problem, Golden Isles, with derelict vehicles. Yes. Persons seem to just park them anywhere, anytime, and just never show up
Countrywide.
to get them. We are working with the Department of Environmental Services, and they have been helpful to us, and I want to thank them. But it's a serious, serious challenge. In connection with that, Mr. Speaker, that there's a challenge that I call indiscriminate dumping.
Yes, yes. Speak to
Mr.
that.
Speaker, you can clean up tonight, clean up tomorrow. And Mr. Speaker, the next day,
It's right back there.
the next 2 days is almost as if nothing was done.
That's right. I got that problem too.
I don't know what to say, Mr. Speaker.
Let's start taking them to court.
I once said, I grew up in an era when we took pride in keeping our yards clean.
Man, speak.
We didn't have rakes as they have today. There you sound like you grew up, sound like you know something. But I found it amazing how our parents and foreparents kept it so clean.
Talk, man, talk.
But I knew it came from the inside. There was an inner pride
Yes.
that it says, and they always say, the Bible say cleanliness is next to godliness. Mine, the Bible doesn't say it. But they've said it so much that I believed it.
Politics like that in a pride. Politics like that.
Mr. Speaker, I complained about the dump in Dignity Gardens, and I'm pleased to report that while it's not been totally eliminated, it's in the process. And this one is actually turning kind of fast. and apparently that's where the added subdivisions will be. And so I want to thank the government for that. I wish to commend Ms. Fane Hudson, the principal of the Adelaide Primary School, the only school in the Golden Isles constituency, and her teachers, her staff, and her auxiliary team for doing a tremendous job. So to Principal Hudson and team, congratulations for a job well done. I've been saying for a long time, Mr. Speaker, Golden Isles is off age. Golden Isles deserves to have its own state-of-the-art clinic, medical facility, state-of-the-art education institution from preschool to high school. I'm told by the minister that they intend to place a state-of-the-art primary school in Golden Isles, its own police, its own fire station. I've said to credit unions, I've made an appeal to them seeking expansion, that the Golden Isles constituency just makes good sense. After all, we're the biggest and the fastest growing constituency, and for us, the future is now.
Yes.
Permit me, Mr. Speaker, to thank the Ministry of Work, their team, for the repairing and paving of the New Jerusalem Way. The Honorable Minister Bannister assured me that it would be done, and I should like to say, as promised, so delivered. Promise made, promise kept. Thank you, Minister. Now, as you can imagine, other persons have said to me, Miller will tell the minister our streets need paving. And so, Minister, I'd like to convey on their behalf, if is there anything else you can do to help, please, sir, help us as best you can. Mr. Speaker, I am guided by Psalm 26:1. Psalm 26:1 reads as thus, says, "Judge me, O Lord, for I have walked in mine integrity. I have trusted also in the Lord. Therefore I shall not slide." For me, being in this place at this time with this awesome responsibility, that is what it's all about for me, integrity. I've always said I came into this place as a free black man, with my pride and my integrity intact. And whenever I leave this place, I leave it as a free black man, with my pride and my integrity still intact. Now to the issue at hand, the budget. Dante, the French poet, wrote, and I quote, says, "The hardest places in hell are reserved for those who in time of great moral crisis maintain their neutrality." The late Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, "Cowardice asks the question, is it safe?" That expediency asks the question, is it political? Vanity asks the question, is it popular? But conscience asks, is it right? And Mr. Speaker, there comes a time when one must take a position in life that's neither safe, nor political, nor popular, but one must take it because one's conscience says it is right. Mr. Speaker, August 19th in 1619, That's when history records the first group of Africans were kidnapped and transported to the Americas and began what became, we call it slavery, I call it the Holocaust of enslavement. The Holocaust of enslavement. I know exactly what I'm saying. I repeat, the Holocaust of enslavement. August 19th this year marks 400 years to look back, to commemorate. And Mr. Speaker, as the Jews do as they commemorate their Holocaust, and they vow that it will never, ever happen again. And Mr. Speaker, I do the same thing. August 1st, every year I make a vow and I repeat it. As long as Von Miller has breath in his body, this will never, ever happen again. I'm a nationalist. I love this country. This is the only home I know. And I, along with all those who love this land, are saddened by its moral, social, and financial state. Mr. Speaker, we've been elected to turn it around, to fix it, and do so quickly. I understand the big ship mentality, but the average person listening and watching, they do not understand it, nor do they care to understand it. We know it doesn't work quickly. We know that. Fact is, we did not get in this colossal mess overnight, and fact is, we will not get out of it overnight. This is going to take some time. Mr. Speaker, further, Mr. Speaker, in spite of how it looks now, it may get worse before it gets better. I hope not. These were the circumstances under which we were elected and made some solemn promises to the Bahamian people. Mr. Speaker, among the promises I made, as you know, my name is Von Miller, my initials is VM, and I promised them that VM for them would be their voice maximized in this House or wherever I went to represent them. Mr. Speaker, I must commend the government for passing the Fiscal Responsibility Act. Fiscal management, and to exercise prudence and discipline in the management of our public affairs. Kudos for the efforts. It's only just begun. I'm reminded of the words of the founder of Kwanzaa, Dr. Maulana Karenga, regarding discipline. This is what he said, I quote, said, "A people who do not exercise discipline will in the end be destroyed because of the lack of it." Mr. Speaker, I remember, I can recall when we were a much more disciplined people. Less than a generation, it's changed, and it's changed drastically. You see the signs of the lack of discipline everywhere we travel on this island. So I commend the government, I commend DPM, the Honorable KP Turnquest, on attempting to introduce a level of discipline in the governing of our financial affairs. I also wish to thank Mr. DPM for no new taxes. As you know, the rumors were out there about the increase in VAT. But no new taxes. Some fees were increased, but no new taxes. Mr. Speaker, this Wednesday, June 19th, will mark exactly 1 year to the date that a number of us were fired for voting against VAT. Mr. Speaker, my opinion, my view regarding VAT has not changed. This form of taxation, as I've stated, is regressive and, in my opinion, repressive, and the poor and the middle class will continue to carry this burden disproportionately. I have, in spite of what I said, I have some challenges and concerns with the budget. It is said, Mr. Speaker, that governments are expected to protect the wealthy and the elite segments of the population. As stated, I commended the government for attempting to introduce some strong measures to enforce fiscal discipline. Mr. Speaker, what I do not like, however, is that it appears that we are willing to sacrifice the average, ordinary Bahamian in the process. The budget is not favorable to them, in my opinion. Mr. Speaker, when you introduce measures, as we have, you will not and you cannot please everyone. You will help some, you will hurt some. And in this case, I feel the average, ordinary Bahamians are the ones hurting because of it. My concern is the distribution of wealth in our country, that it will continue to be disproportionate. Mr. Speaker, the rich will become richer and the poor will become poorer. That cannot be good for our country. Our economy has grown. Minimally, it's grown. But, Mr. Speaker, all economic growth is not necessarily good economic growth for everybody. Good for who? Certainly not for the poor. Certainly not for the disenfranchised. Certainly not for the distressed. It hasn't reached them yet. Mr. Speaker, lest we forget, it was many of those persons who supported us, who rallied with us, voted for us, had high expectations for and from us. They put us first. I mean, Mr. Speaker, many of them feel as if we are putting them last. On July 10th, 1973, we embarked on a new course as an independent nation. Special interest groups, we thought, would not be at the forefront, and we expected freedom, justice, equality, and fair play for all, regardless of race or class. What a farce that was. Successive administrations, PLP and FNM, have wined, dined, and catered to the wealthy, the affluent, and the elite among us, foreign and local, and deprived the average ordinary Bahamian of what they deserve. And that trend seems to be perpetuated. And the distribution gap is widening because of it. Mr. Speaker, I, for one, am not prepared to have this beloved Bahama land remain in the hands of what we term special interest groups. The same few families who may allow others to come in, to hold a tight rope and a tight net and a chokehold over the economy. In my opinion, it's time to break the monopoly and spread the wealth. This is not the time to be hoodwinked. This is not the time to be bamboozled. This is not the time to get run amok over a few trinkets. It's time to stand for and stand with the Bahamian people. I'm sick and tired of Bahamians being marginalized and taken advantage of in our own country. In my simple opinion, Mr. Speaker, enough is enough. Mr. Speaker, there's a growing concern among the average Bahamian in Nassau. Some call it a strong Asian invasion. They speak of the point, they speak of ownership of Bahama. They say if you go from Eastern Bay Street, along East Street to Bamboo Town, it's evident. All over Robinson Road is evident. Wolf Road, Carmichael Road, it's evident. Mr. Speaker, what has happened to the Bahamians, to the moms and pop stores that we thought would grow and increase and would develop? Bahamians who used to be in the grocery stores and the appliance stores. Where are they, Mr. Speaker? And Mr. Speaker, how come only some fast food takeaways can sell liquor and rum? What are we allowing to happen in our Bahamas? I'm concerned. Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, we are the blame for this. There are people, and some have told me to my face, Miller, y'all are visionless, spineless, and I don't take that well, because you know I'm saved, so I try to restrain myself. But I had to let them know, don't mix me up, don't confuse me, don't get it wrong. Prayer without works is dead, Mr. Speaker. Arrogant, selfish, some narcissistic, falling prey to the mighty dollar. So it seems as if it's the same old, same stage, different actors. Same game, different players. Special interest groups, families, friends, and lovers. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, according to Dr. Claude Anderson of the Harvest Institute in the United States of America, it is said that the finances of a community should circulate at least 6 to 8 times in that community. And of course, they keep this type of statistics in the U.S. Senator Hill said 5. Good. In the Jewish community, according to his statistics, it circulates some 16 to 18 times. In the Asian community, it circulates some 14 to 16 times. This is in the U.S. In the white or Caucasian community, some 10 to 12 times. In the Hispanic community, some 6 to 8 times. Mr. Speaker, in the black communities, it doesn't even circulate 1 time.
We to blame.
Mr. Speaker, that's in the United States. The dynamics are different in the Bahamas. And let me say this. Let me say this. No, let me say this. And let me say this across the Vaughn Miller. Don't get caught up in those games. So don't put me in that. I'm not here to cast aspersions and to blame Sedans or anyone else. The fact is the fact. No, sir. No, sir. I heard the statement. No. I specifically heard what I heard. I'm addressing that. I don't play those games. The fact is, what concerns me in this country, we're a country 85 to 90% black, and everybody's afraid to talk black in the country. Everybody's afraid. As blacks, we are ashamed of our past connected to slavery. And as whites, they're ashamed to own it. So nobody wishes to speak of it. Nobody does. And this is Golden Isle's opinion. That's a fact. And so this statement is not made to play the blame game on anyone. As a matter of fact, I made it clear that we are at fault for this. We have failed to teach our people self-love. The Bible says, love your neighbor as yourself. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. So if you do not have a healthy concept of yourself, that's where the problem begins. And also, we have never taught our people the importance and the dynamics of group economics.
That's right.
Every other group, ethnic group, practice it.
Supports themselves.
Every other racial and ethnic group, when they do it, we call them wise, we call them prudent. But the minute we talk about it, we don't even do it. The minute we talk about it, we are labeled racist. The last major presentation I made in this house, I was labeled racist. And it amazed me. So I expect to be labeled racist again after tonight. That doesn't concern me. All I do, Mr. Speaker, is put truth to power. And that's it. Mr. Speaker, our sovereign wealth fund bill concerns me. The establishment of a sovereign wealth fund. In the bill it says, will allow the government to invest surplus funds derived from natural resources for the benefit of the citizens of the Bahamas. Thank you. Thank you, Senator. Says the prudent use of wealth generated from our national resources has the potential to provide the basis for sustainable economic growth and development. So some of the benefits of establishing a sovereign wealth fund includes the stabilization of revenue and the safeguarding of revenues for future generations by the creation of a separate vehicle by which the government can account for revenue receipts and utilization. Mr. Speaker, that's my concern. Not for me. Whatever comes my way, by God's grace, I can handle it. I'm concerned for the young, for generations to come, for generations yet unborn. What kind of Bahamas are we building for them? What kind of Bahamas are we building? What kind of stage are we erecting, are we setting for them? Business as usual will not do. Same old will not do. I wish to speak of an organization, EITI, the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative. A country, they believe a country's national resources such as oil, gas, metals, minerals, belongs to its citizens. The natural resources of a country belongs to its citizens. Extraction of these resources can lead to its economic growth and social development. More openness and public scrutiny of how wealth from a country's extractive sector is used and managed is necessary to ensure that natural resources benefit all. Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative was established in response to the recognition that many countries rich in natural resources were home to some of the poorest people on earth. Research by the World Bank and others concluded that the cause of that phenomenon was mismanagement and corruption. The solution, it was decided, was to bring transparency and accountability to the process of exploiting natural resources. And thus, the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, EITI, was launched in 2003 by the then UK Prime Minister, Tony Blair. The initiative has retained its original structure as a coalition of 3 stakeholder groups: the government, the extractive companies, and civil society involved in natural resources extraction and monetizing. The Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative was started with 15 country members, and today is 51, including Norway, the UK, Germany, a number of African nations, Asian nations, Latin Americas, and the Caribbean, including 12 Commonwealth countries. Mr. Speaker, at present, the Bahamas is not a member, but I've done it before, and I again respectfully suggest that we seek membership to this very important organization and join at our earliest opportunity. This will send a message that we are indeed taking the management of our national resources serious. Mr. Speaker, I've always thought about our natural resources. And in this House, as our national resources being a part of the solution to our social and economic challenges from day one. I will not change that. I have no reason to change that. I believe that's where our new streams of revenue will be discovered. Most, Mr. Speaker, if not all of us, were taught that we have no natural resources. Never mind, there were entities and there were individuals becoming filthy rich of them. As far back as 1967, the father of our nation, the then Prime Minister said of Aragonite, it shall be the savior of the Bahamian economy. Mr. Speaker, we've always advertised the Bahamas as being merely a place of sun, sand, and the sea. And indeed we are. But Mr. Speaker, our country is approximately 100,000, in excess of 100,000 square miles, which means we have in excess of 100,000 square miles of potential solar energy. I'm so glad that that's an area of renewable energy that we are beginning to tap into. And I certainly hope that we do a lot more of it. In the sand, Mr. Speaker, our Aragonite, I've said this before, and I'll say it again, is the best on the planet. It's good for construction, for buildings, for roads, for glass, for military jet engines. Our Aragonite has a variety of uses: agriculture, fertilizer enhancement, soil amendment, water treatment, corrosion control, heavy metal removal, radioactive mitigation, plus making plastic, marble, housewares, optics, cell phone screens, etc. Our Aragonite. Mr. Speaker, our sea, we possess the third largest barrier reef next to Australia and Belize. Our deep water fish, the tuna, the red snappers, an array of snappers, the shallow water snappers, counts, lobsters, stone crabs, blue crabs. And Mr. Speaker, what is being deposited into our sovereign wealth fund? We possess the largest amount of blue holes in the world, the largest mangroves, the largest nursery systems in the Western Hemisphere, black, white, red, and buttonwood mangroves, the largest flats area and bonefish population in the world. Why do you think so many foreigners poach in our waters? From the DR, Cuba, Honduras, the United States, from Europe, from Asia, they find their way in our waters. Sun, sand, And see, Mr. Speaker, there are persons, I repeat, in our country who have been benefiting from our natural resources since the colonial era. And their descendants are still benefiting to date. When you don't know, you don't know, but when you know, you know. And then information, there's power.
Time to know.
It's the people's time to share in and benefit from our natural resources. The Bahamas, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, thank God we supposedly will soon be getting something for our airspace. But our strategic deep ocean corridors, the northwestern and northeastern Providence channels, the Mayaguana Passage, the Crooked Island Passage, our banks, the Great Bahama and Little Bahama banks, our sand, our aragonite, our granite, our solar salt, our calcium carbonate, our oil. We are no longer ignorant regarding oil in our waters. And not only Bahamas Petroleum Company or the likes of Oban will benefit. Mr. Speaker, they may do as they will with whoever they desire, but please know that the Bahamian people will get their piece of this potentially $1 trillion pie. Oil, they call it black gold. The pine forest, the cascarilla bark from the cascarilla tree from which they make Campari, of fresh water, our seabed, the docks, the marinas, the fiber optic cable, the treasures, the artifacts, etc. Our seabed. Our seabed. I repeat that. Mr. Speaker, I obviously cannot speak on all of them, but permit me to share just on a few. Mr. Speaker, North Andros and North Abaco, they have the greatest potential, their forest, for commercial, sustainable harvesting of lumber. And I know for a fact, Mr. Speaker, the Chinese are dying to get in them and to manufacture lumber. They're recommending high-end ceiling moldings, floor moldings, cut and groove, etc. And research has proven that our pine quality is among the top 10 in the world. South Abaco, East Grand Bahama, and the Central and South Andros pine forests are great for preservation and conservation, nature tourism, like bird watching, bone fishing, kayaking, nature trails. Mr. Speaker, in the U.S., just to the north of us, in sport fishing, Americans spend over $42 billion annually. Hunting, over $23 billion annually. Wildlife watchers, over $71 million annually. There's a market for ecotourism in the United States. I know our numbers are record-breaking, but this is yet another market that we can pursue. Mr. Speaker, of all we've been blessed with, I've said it before and I'll say it again, God has blessed us to be in a strategic place. We are the bridge from north to south. The Bahamas is a natural Panama Canal. It's a natural Panama Canal. North America, the United States and Canada, to the Caribbean and Central and South America. In business, in real estate, they say the key is location, location, location. Our strategic ocean corridors are the primary mode of transport for tankers, for cruise ships, and for yachts. They regularly navigate our waters. Are they charged or are they levied a user fee? If they are, how much? If they are not, why not? Do we have a tracking system yet? If not, why not? Certainly the technology is available for us to track them as they navigate our waters. The executive chairman from Water and Sewage just talked about the tracking system for vehicles. The same way you can track aircrafts is the same way you can track ships. Why? Why are they given just the use of our natural resource for nothing? Why, Mr. Speaker? We want streams of income. This is a new potential stream of income. It just makes sense, Mr. Speaker. To navigate around us will be too costly. Why? The same way we're preparing now. Mr. Speaker, may I be seated until I finish?
Members.
You don't speak for me, no, please. They're not disturbing you. You don't speak for me. Golden Eyes speak for Golden Eyes. No, I'm sorry. I didn't point. That's not pointing. I'm sorry. No disrespect intended.
Golden out. Golden House.
Mr. Speaker, we have 2 oil facilities in Grand Bahama. Stat Oil, capacity to store 5 million. Buckeye, the capacity to store 30 million. Stat Oil is a storage facility. Buckeye is a storage bunkering and blending facility. Buckeye has storage tanks for all the major petroleum tankers in the world. When they are transferring fuel, Mr. Speaker, how do we benefit from it? Per barrel? How do we benefit from it? An overall fee? How do we benefit from it? What goes into our sovereign wealth fund from it? Mr. Speaker, I've said it before, and I say it again. They practice what's called lightering, or STS, ship to ship. The ships exchange fuel at sea. The cost is less, but the risk is obviously greater for us. What do we get? What goes to our sovereign wealth fund? Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, we are strategically located, and I've said this before, at the risk of repeating myself. Mr. Speaker, the same way we are about to generate revenues, user fee revenues from our airspace, it's the same way we can generate revenues for navigating our waters and for cables that run under our waters. The Arcos One fiber optic submarine cable network runs from the United States through the Bahamas, connecting the Caribbean, South, and Central America. All of the financial transactions are transacted via those cables on our waterbed. It's a natural resource. What do we get for it? I've asked the question before. Mr. Speaker, what disturbed me even more about our communications network is, Mr. Speaker, BTC, then Batelco, was responsible for all of the infrastructure of the cables. But look at what privatization did to BTC. It was our Bahamian-built economic generator. Our #1 cash cow was peddled off for pennies on the dollar, barely $200 million. And I hope I'm wrong. resold for over $1.5 billion. Doesn't make sense. Does not compute. The only reward that this masterful, ingenious idea brought to us, Mr. Speaker, is the loss of revenue and the loss of jobs. Because since then, privatization has resulted in the reduction of their workforce by 60%. And now a Bahamian can't even head it. A Bahamian cannot even be a CEO. And now the call centers are about to be transferred to other jurisdictions for the benefit of cheap labor. How do you explain it? Mr. Speaker, I believe with our natural resources, with some of them, I believe we can create some healthy, vibrant, and new streams of revenue. We can create new industries with qualified Bahamians leading the way. Mr. Speaker, Asian countries are empowering their people as they should and creating a new grouping of wealthy people. Mr. Speaker, African countries, as a matter of fact, 5 of the fastest growing economies in the world are out of Africa. They are beginning to do the same thing. And why can't we follow suit and do likewise? We have the natural resources, they're here. But what we need is bold, courageous, visionary leadership thrust. Everything rises and falls on leadership. I believe we can turn our nation around socially and financially. I believe in our people. The monopoly on our natural resources must be broken. It's the people's time. It's our time. Not only do we have the natural resources, Mr. Speaker, we have the human resources. Our people have prepared themselves and are waiting for the right opportunity. I believe in our people. Mr. Speaker, there are some places on this island of New Providence where they will not hire Bahamians. Successive leaders and administrations have overlooked and ignored and neglected our people. I repeat, Mr. Speaker, successive leaders and administrations, successive institutions, they have done it. But as Victor Hugo states, greater than the forces of mighty armies is the power of an idea whose time has come. There's nothing more powerful than an idea whose time has come. Our people possess the genius. Our people possess the intellect, the will, and the resolve to take our nation to great heights, to heights unknown. I believe beyond a shadow of doubt that we have the natural resources, we have the human resources, and with the help, strength, wisdom, and intervention of Almighty God, Yahweh Elohim, we can build this country and we can take this country to new heights. I believe that with all my heart. The late Marcus Messiah Garvey said, "Up, you mighty race, you can accomplish what you will." In closing, Mr. Speaker, what the people in Grand Bahama have been going through for the past years is unimaginable. No Bahamian should have to endure what they've been going through these past years. Mr. Speaker, there are businesses and there are corporate entities that have been exploiting and extracting our natural resources in Grand Bahama for many decades. And the people have not benefited from it. Mr. Speaker, we always talk about how ignorant, how stupid people are in other countries for being exploited. but we never see it in our own country. From this moment, Mr. Speaker, take a good look within our nation. It is happening to us, even as I speak, and it pains me to the very core of my being. Mr. Speaker, Marcus Garvey also said, progress is never won on the backs of cowards and fools. The late Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, a man can only ride you when your back is bent. It's time for Bahamians to stand erect, to straighten up their backs, to stand tall, take our nation back. It's time for men and women to stand up, get our fair share in this country. The average, the ordinary Bahamian, especially the black male, is being marginalized and becoming less significant and being treated like a second-class citizen and a foreigner in his own country. Can you imagine non-Bahamians getting jobs over them and mocking them? It happens, Mr. Speaker. It happens. There are companies in Freeport that have been digging, dredging, excavating with and without explosive for years. What do the people have to show for it? Poverty and degradation. This has been occurring in Freeport for decades under successive administrations. And how is our sovereign wealth fund benefiting during these difficult and challenging times in Freeport? It would not be. So to this extent, if our sovereign wealth fund was working the way it should. Do we really care about our nation and our people the way we say? We say it's the people's time. We're supposed to be the people's government. I know we can do this. Do we have the will? Do we have the resolve? The revolutionary psychiatrist Frantz Fanon wrote, and I quote, he said, every generation out of relative obscurity must identify its mission and either fulfill it or betray it. In closing, Mr. Speaker, we need to call a solemn assembly, a national day of repentance, fasting, and prayer. Mr. Speaker, I watched, as most of us I'm sure saw, the drive-by shooting. A young man's life was snatched away. And it's become so commonplace that we've become insensitive to it. What's the life of a young black male? What's the value of it in the Bahamas? What's the value of it? Not much. We must change that. The Bible in 2 Chronicles 7:13 and 14 says, if I shut up heaven that there be no rain, or command the locusts to devour the land, even if I send pestilence among my people, says, if my people, which are called by my name, will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven. Then will I forgive their sins. Then will I heal their land. Mr. Speaker, we may argue, we may debate, and we may differ on many things. The one thing we will not differ on is that our nation needs healing. We need the healing balm in our nation. To the people of the Bahamas, especially in Freeport, many of whom are hurting during these dark, difficult, and trying times, hang in there, be encouraged. Tough times don't last, but tough people do. I remember growing up, Mr. Speaker, when it was proud to say, like, give me 30 seconds and I'm done. This land is my land. This land is your land. From Grand Bahama to Inagua, from Bimini to Meguana, this land was made for you, and it was made for me. We can do this, Mr. Speaker. We can turn this around. We have the resources, both natural and human. I again wish to thank the people of the Great Golden Isles constituency for placing their confidence in me and allowing me to be their voice maximized. I am their servant. May Almighty God, Yahweh Elohim, continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and make the wealth more common. Long live the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Thank you, Golden House. Thank you, Golden House. As many. Chair recognizes the member for Central Grand Bahama.
Of the choice.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I am indeed honored to stand in this August House on behalf of the people of Central Grand Bahama. And Mr. Deputy, please allow me to digress just a bit for a few minutes. There's a lot of movement in the gallery. On Thursday, Mr. Deputy.
Order, members, let's recognize the member for Central Grand Bahama. Always remember, when the rules clearly state when leaving and coming in, quietly.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Chair recognizes Central Grand Bahama.
Thank you very much. At the last sitting of this Parliament on Thursday, Mr. Deputy, it was a very difficult day for me. And before I get into that, let me first offer condolences to the families of Lois Oliver from Master Point Andrews, who is the wife of one of our fallen soldiers. Everyone knew Uncle Ben Oliver, who died a few years ago. On Saturday, I also attended the funeral of Ruth Russell and Louise Mather in Hunters Grand Bahama, two of my constituents. And I found out this morning that another constituent, Mr. Kingsley Grant, passed away. So I want to offer my sincere condolences to all of their families and pray that their souls will rest in peace. As I was saying, Thursday was a very difficult day for me, Mr. Speaker, in that it marked the 4th anniversary of the death of my only biological son. So I sat in here burdened down. To add to that, it was the birthday of my oldest brother, Joel, who would have turned 59, but he died a few months ago. And again, that was weighing extremely heavy on my heart. I'm saying that to say that yesterday was Father's Day. I didn't get a chance to say Happy Father's Day to my brother or to my father or to hear from my son. And I'll never get that chance again. What I'm saying to us in here today is that those of us who are fathers, reach out. If you don't have that relationship with your child, reach out. If you are a child who doesn't have that relationship with your father, reach out. We are men. We need love too. We need to be supported. The last meaningful time I spent with my son, he was a cowboy, and I'm dressed today in his favorite bow tie. And I'm wearing black and white in his honor. He wanted to drive from Tuscaloosa, Alabama, all the way to Bend, Oregon by himself. And I said, no. I refused to let it happen. He said, Dad, you're busy. All I need you to do is give me some money, give me a good phone. My truck is working good. My horse trailer is fine. I can make the trek by myself. I said to my son, no, as a responsible father, I will not. I took time off to the Tuscaloosa, Alabama. And on a Sunday morning at 4 a.m., we took off. And we arrived in Bend, Oregon on a Thursday night. I'll tell you what, as a parent, as a father, that was the best trip I've ever taken. The chance to talk, the chance to bond. And a few years later, he was dead. I tell you what, if I did not go on that trip, I would not be able to live it myself. I knew before then, but during that trip, I got confirmation that the best thing to spend on your children is not money. is time. And the time that I had with him is no longer here. So I'm just begging us, fathers, begging us, family, to spend time with each other, to love each other. Because once that time is gone, you will never, ever get it back. Mr. Speaker, I've said in the past, and I will continue to state to the Bahamian people that as an elected official and member of Parliament for Central Grand Bahama, my responsibility is to my government, but primarily to the people I've been elected to serve. This responsibility is one that I will not take lightly in fulfilling my duties, as I'm always mindful of the challenges that the people of the nation face with, and the commitment from this government in addressing these challenges. We are here tonight, Mr. Deputy, to continue to debate on one of those commitments, which is to bring the financial affairs of the country in order, or, to reference our Deputy Prime Minister, get the House in order. I'd also like to take a moment, Mr. Speaker, to thank our Prime Minister, the member Kalani, for appointing me as Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Public Works, an area that falls within the ambit of my expertise. I also wish to convey my sincere gratitude to the member for Carmichael, Mr. Bannister, Desmond Bannister, for his continued confidence in my ability to serve this ministry effectively. If I had not mentioned it in the past, Mr. Speaker, I wish to do so now. Several years ago, Mr. Bannister was referred to as President Bannister in the field of athletics. And as Olympians, both myself and the Minister of Transport could attest to the fact that this soft-spoken gentleman took athletics to another level. And coming up next year, we have the big Olympic Games in Osaka, Japan. And I just implore my government to support the Federation in as much as possible this year, to give our athletes and our sporting federation the support that they need to prepare properly to remain at the elite level at the Olympic Games next year. Mr. Deputy, yes, I'm excited about the imminent execution of this budget. Further, and I note, Mr. Speaker, there's nothing clandestine when it comes to this budget, as the fiscal challenges have been reiterated over and over from this House and from various places and mediums throughout the length and breadth of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. With an understanding of the circumstance that we are in, Mr. Speaker, this government recognized that it did not happen overnight, but transcends successive governments. Nevertheless, it is incumbent upon this minister-led administration to relist, and I state metaphorically, the fiscal ship and chart a course towards calmer waters. Mr. Deputy, before I delve deeper into my remarks, I want to offer a brief response to my esteemed colleagues across the aisle that made very strong remarks in regards to accountability. And briefly researching the definition of what it means to be accountable, this is what I found when I Googled. What does it mean to take accountability? Yes, Google. If you take responsibility for your own actions, you show accountability. A government has accountability for decisions and laws affecting its citizens. An individual has accountability for acts and behavior. And this is the one that I think side opposite may have a problem with. Sometimes, though, taking accountability means admitting you made a mistake. Mr. Deputy, in recalling the period 2012 to 2017, and let me clearly state that I'm not asking any of my colleagues to admit that fiscal mistakes occurred during this period. I'm merely conveying that one should not use the word accountability loosely, but be mindful that just a few years ago, one of the most consistent cries of the Bahamian people was for the then governing party to be accountable to the people of this nation. This minister administration now in the process of presenting a budget to address some previous issues where there was no accountability, and as a result, I'm attached to a group, and I want to say this clearly, I am attached to a group comprising 35 persons, well, on paper, 35. And colleagues opposite, again, on paper, 4. Mr. Speaker, my final comments on the issue of accountability is a fundamental one. As I lean on a quote, which is the bedrock of this government, by Carl Levin, who's a former United States Senator, and it says, restoring responsibility and accountability is essential to the economic and fiscal health of our nation. This is exactly what this minister administration is doing. Mr. Speaker, I wish not to rehash salient programs of the budget, as most have been discussed by colleagues and are already in the public domain. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, I will say that what is being undertaken in our government is a concerted effort to right the wrong done to the Bahamian people, to pay the country's debt, to set in order the things that are out of order, to put accountability measures in place that closes the loopholes that for years have apparently been exploited. Mr. Deputy, due to rational measures to prevent the economy from falling into an abyss, there's a view from a simple minority that the economy has stalled. However, statistics have proven otherwise. Our economy is growing. This current government, Mr. Deputy, and notwithstanding the naysayers, will continue to advance in a fiscally responsible manner measures to improve the well-being of the Bahamian people. Mr. Deputy, while we're not here to debate past actions, I thought it was most appropriate to link past actions by side opposite to accountability. Nevertheless, we are here to discuss and outline our possibilities for the future growth and management of the country. Mr. Deputy, I have alluded on many occasions that I am not an expert in applying economic theories to determine the most effective means of addressing the socio-economic and environmental challenges of the country. However, the limited knowledge that I have is sufficient enough to confirm that if I continuously spend substantially more than what I'm earning, at some point I will be categorized as bankrupt. And if you remember one of our famous icons, he's a cultural icon, Greg Lumpkin, he always said, if your outgoing is more than your incoming, your upkeep will be your downfall. If your outgoing is more than your incoming, then your upkeep will be your downfall. In this state of bankruptcy, you would expect an aggressive move by our creditors to ensure that their losses are kept to a minimum. Mr. Speaker, I have no doubt that the Minister of Finance and his team have some level of foresight to conclude that the Bahamas was on a fiscal trajectory where superfluous spending would engender unfavorable reports from international agencies and the countries being recorded as a case study on how not to manage scarce resources. While the measures undertaken may have seemed austere, time will confirm whether approach would be regarded as rational or not. I reiterate, with my limited knowledge, I believe that the fiscal measures undertaken today will be lauded later on. And all of us remember the road project, where everyone went, they made the song, all road them, dig up, dig up. Now we can sing, they all fix up, because we can now appreciate the efforts made to right the wrong. Therefore, like colleagues who spoke earlier, I express my support to the Minister of Finance in bringing a level of fiscal prudence that is captured in this 2019-20 budget estimate. Mr. Deputy, I may get in a little bit of problem here, but I'm going to go further anyhow. It is not uncommon for the government and the side opposite to agree on certain actions, and in this circumstance, I reference the accusatory remarks of stop, and you heard from Caroline just now, stop, review, and cancel, the acronym SRC. I must also stress, Mr. Speaker, that I'm not a philosopher like Socrates, Aristotle, or even our own Dr. Myers Monroe. But such remarks require deep thought, after which I concluded the side opposite was absolutely and unquestionably correct with their assertion of us being a stop, review, and cancel. However, I agree with them on the following. Moody's downgrades 5 in a row. We stop, review, and we cancel that. Lack of transparency. We stop, review, and cancel. Millions missing in the civil service. We stop, review, and cancel it. Construction contract being issued with no all-risk insurance being in place. We stop, review, and cancel. Junk bond status. We stop, review, and cancel. Fiscal imprudency. We stop, review, and cancel. A shrinking economy between 2012 and 2017. What do? We stop, review, and cancel, and now the economy is growing. And you know, they also send mixed signals, you know. On one hand, they say, we stop, review, and cancel, and then you heard Cat Allen saying, well, they only finish off with the F&M stuff. Now, which is correct? On one hand, we stop, review, and cancel. On the other hand, we finish. Well, let me put it in the right perspective. When it comes to capital work, we do not stop, review, and cancel. Here's what we do. We suspend, we review, we correct, and we complete. Yes. And we do it the right way. And if you want examples, I'll give you an example. Smith Point Seawall. We came in it, that was a mess. We suspended, we reviewed it, we corrected, and we completed the right way. And bar none, that is one of the best capital projects in this country. Transforming the entire community. Fishing Hole Road Causeway, headed in a mess. We are now fixing it. Bamsey issues, we are now fixing it. The road network, we are fixing it. So, Mr. Speaker, I can say with confidence that on some things, there's concurrence in this House, even when their parents may convey otherwise. Mr. Speaker, in my capacity as Parliamentary Secretary in the Ministry of Public Works, and considering my background as an architect with a mind in civil engineering, oftentimes, and in some instances, I travel with the good Minister of Public Works to review and examine ongoing capital works throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. In addition to assessing ongoing works, we also undertook site visits to family islands to determine the condition of infrastructure and how best to enhance such assets if necessary. Mr. Speaker, on the subject of infrastructure development, I recently returned from a trip to Macau, China, where I participated in the 10th Annual Infrastructure Development Forum. I would like to once again express gratitude to my good minister for his vision. I'm a lawyer, you're an architect. He allowed me to attend these type of forums, and it is my sincere desire that my attendance will prove beneficial to the Bahamas. I note for your information that I was given the rare opportunity to address the forum on current development policies and future plans for infrastructure in the Bahamas and possible cooperation opportunities. Coming out of my well-received presentation was a question from the host. The question was, what is the greatest challenge facing infrastructure development and management in the Bahamas? My simple answer was, considering the fact that we are not a single island nation, but a nation of multiple developed islands, having to replicate all of the essential services has proven to be very challenging from a funding, installation, and maintenance standpoint. Mr. Speaker, my responsibility during this trip was not taken for granted or used as a vacation getaway, but to see how the Bahamas could glean from some of the infrastructure technologies discussed at the forum that could be applied in advancing the growth and development of our nation. It is stated that infrastructure development is a vital component in encouraging a country's economic growth. Not only does infrastructure in itself enhance the efficiency of production, transportation, and communication, but it also helps to provide economic incentive to public and private sector participants. In the margins of the forum, I was given the opportunity to view the explosive growth of Macau and mainland China. I also got a chance to see and understand why proper infrastructure planning, the importance of connectivity, the importance of the movement of people, goods, and services are all vital and interrelated to sustainable economic development of any nation. Mr. Speaker, as I stated in my answer during the forum, the Bahamas comprises many islands, but one nation. And in order to encourage and fuel economic growth that will lead us to first world status, we must seek to consider, and I say this seriously, we must seek to consider connecting some of our islands through physical structures and cost-efficient means of transportation. While traveling from Hong Kong to Macau, I had a chance to ride on one of the world's longest bridges. This bridge was 34 miles of superhighway. 34 miles. Mr. Speaker, the drive on this bridge was mesmerizing and confirmed the importance of a national development plan. The
Excuse me,
importance of...
Central Grand Mountain.
Yeah.
What's the length of the bridge you said?
It was 34 miles.
34 miles?
Yeah, that was only one. I have another one coming up. That one was 34.
I just wanted, I thought when I
sir.
heard you said 34 miles.
It was 34 miles.
I think it was
Yes,
important
sir.
for Baby saying it again.
And the infrastructure in order to get and maintain first world status, it's important to have those in place. See, the world's longest bridge, and listen to me carefully, is also in China. The longest bridge that spans over waters in China. And that bridge sounds like a radio station over here. 102.4 miles.
Repeat that one again.
102.4 miles. Like a FM radio station, 102.4? That's miles. That's how long the bridge is. And the Chinese government did not build this bridge just to show off for beauty. They didn't build it to show that they're great engineers. They built this for economic development, to allow people to move, to allow goods to move, to allow service to move. This may sound far-fetched for the Bahamas, but it's not, and may only require proper planning. On September 12, 1962, one of the United States of America's renowned president, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, made a bold statement that the U.S. would put a man on the moon. This feat did not happen overnight. But in July 1969, 7 years later, Apollo 11, a man was put on the moon. And I saw the movie last year, Hidden Figures. When he came out of the moon, he exited orbit. He came and landed where? In West Grand Bahama. Really? That was the perfect landing. In the Bahamas. Okay. See, that was a bold statement. And we now need to start making bold statements. We need to be bold and deliberate in our march towards first world status by connecting our islands via bridges and high-speed ferry services. You have to consider it if you want to move to the next level. Mr. Speaker, the economic doors and corridors that will be open to every Bahamian will indeed transform our nation. Case in point, and this one has been thrown out there some time ago, and we got some pushback, but I'm going to put it out there anyhow. In connecting, and the DPM should be interested in hearing this, in connecting Grand Bahama with Abaco. Now, the area between East Grand Bahama or McLeanstown and North Abaco, Crown Haven, it's not 34 miles, not 102 miles, but only 14.5 miles. 14.5 miles. And it's less, because there are a lot of keys in between. And it's shallow water. However, there are keys along the way that, as well as the shallow waters, that will make this trek easier and create the perfect scenario for this type of development. The Hong Kong, listen to this. The bridge in Hong Kong is 34 miles. There's the bridge. I hear not cool. The bridge connects Hong Kong with Macau. Is 34 miles long. It is built on the Pearl River, a soggy bottom river, deep water. We have shallow seas between McLeanstown and Crown Haven, and all kinds of keys in between, stepping stones. The longest span we will have anywhere between keys would perhaps be maybe 1.25 miles at the most. We can do it. Key West, Key Largo. And look at the way the U.S. was developed. It went from the horse and buggy, then we went on to the railway system and the steamships, and now we're looking at the superhighways, the federal highways, state roads. It makes a difference when you're able to move. Mr. Speaker, although we may regard such a development as cost prohibitive, among other things, we must look at growth and employment benefits that could arise from such a development. And listen, we have employment benefits in the area of design services. And I need the minister, the man who have the money, to listen. Design services. I can pay for it. All right, I got you. I appreciate you. Job creation during the construction. Job sustainability through maintenance. Growth in the area of inter-island commerce. New transportation and toll services. Increased area of business, including trucking and transfer services. The ability to connect utilities between the islands under the bridge. And the list goes on. Mr. Speaker, in a September 2013 press briefing, the late Sir Jack Hayward made the following remarks published by the Nassau Guardian, and I make reference to the article as follows. At the briefing yesterday, Sir Jack added that he is still optimistic about realizing his dream project, the Grabaco, and he called it the Grabaco Bridge, which links Grand Bahama to Abaco. Grabaco. He added that at a recent meeting with the Prime Minister. Listen, with the then Prime Minister, and there are some things that we agree on, the FNM and the PFP agree on, because, you know, one thing Dr. Minister said, not everything the PFP does is bad, not everything the FNM does is not bad. So sometimes we agree on certain things. He said the meeting with Prime Minister Perry Christie, Deputy Prime Minister Philip Davis, and Tourism Minister Opie Wilscombe, it was disclosed that all relevant parties were in favor of the bridge. Sir Jack went on to state, it makes tremendous sense to join both islands, particularly with the transshipment of fruits and vegetables from Abaco to Florida via the Freeport container port, making the process more convenient. This was just a small possibility of what such a venture could be for Grand Bahama and Abaco via Grabaco. Further, in 2011, the Nassau Guardian reported that the then administrator for the East Grand Bahama District, Mr. Bradley and Bristol, made a favorable argument on behalf of the bridge linking the two islands, and I will share the article. And I have more comment. Support for the proposed Grabaco Bridge, which will link the island of Grand Bahama and Abaco, is being expressed by the administrator for the East Grand Bahama District, Bradley and Bristol, who says the advantage of such a project will far outweigh the disadvantages. And Bristol was one of the presenters at the Grand Bahama Chamber of Commerce Economic Development Summit yesterday, and he said he believes the bridge will provide a boost to the tourism economy industry for both islands. If you link Abaco and Grand Bahama together, you instantly create 200 miles of delightful island appeal. There is enormous potential in such a venture. I believe that a Grabaco Bridge will expand commerce and broaden opportunities for innovative Bahamian entrepreneurs, he said, citing the container port, harbor, airport, and oil storage facilities available in Grand Bahama. And Bristol said, if the bridge is constructed, citizens of Abaco will be able to utilize them to their advantage. Even adding the trucking fees, I believe that merchandise could be imported cheaper through Freeport. This could really impact the transportation industry, he said. Such increased activities between the two islands will create the need for additional labor, and Bristol continues, such as ferry rig drivers, bus drivers, stevedores, tour guides, mechanics, gas station attendants, souvenir stall attendants, and restaurant and entertainment staff. Sporting groups from Abaco could also benefit from the use of the Grand Bahama Sporting Complex, which Bristol said meets international standards. Mr. Speaker, Grand Bahama has one of the largest container ports in the Western Hemisphere. Abaco also has a container port, and the Minister for Transport just spoke to it earlier. And I believe these two ports can coexist. Further, I'm well aware that there will be persons who strongly oppose such a development and undertaking. But we must look at the benefits from a holistic standpoint and the long-term opportunities for both islands. And while I heard that some Abaconians objected to the bridge, that was not all. See, Grand Bahamians live in Abaco, Abaconians live in Grand Bahama. The city manager of Freeport, a former Olympian, he's from Abaco, but he lives in Freeport. His elderly mother's in Abaco. He'll be happy on the weekend to jump in his car and drive and hail Mama. Why not? The control of road traffic in Grand Bahama. Mr. Bootle, where's he from? Abaco. Cooperstown. He could jump in his car, Harry's, go to Abaco, be with his family. Port executive, Derek Newbold, Abaco, but it's in Freeport. Yeah, see, you know. Good connection between Abaco and Grand Bahama. Besides Abaco and Grand Bahama, Mr. Speaker, there are other islands. We can look at connecting, and this may again sound far-fetched, like JFK's prediction, New Providence with North Eleuthera. It's only 20 miles. Long Island with Exuma, 15.5 miles. I did my calculations. Auckland's and Crooked Island, just about 1,000 feet. And listen, where bridge building,
Order members, order
please.
members.
where bridge linking is not feasible, we should explore the implementation of fast ferry services to make inter-island travel faster and more convenient. Again, over in Asia, 24/7 the ferry running back and forth. Make it very convenient. Now, North Eleuthera might not necessarily agree with me, but Harbour Island was always beautiful. Harbour Island always had the pink sand. But it's my belief, like Golden Gate said, it's my opinion that Harbour Island really took off when Bahamas Ferry started going there. So again, the connection between NASA and Fast Ferry, I believe that helped the economy tremendously. It helped. It helped tremendously. Mr. Speaker, our Minister of Transport talked about the importance of mailboat services. And it's a valid point. But we need to be able to move goods and services just a bit faster. We do need the slow freighters, but we also need to find ways to move faster and more efficiently. Mr. Speaker, my commentary on infrastructure development was mainly to share my views on the possibility of consolidating our responsibility to the islands while expanding economic opportunities and bringing our people closer together. I'm almost done. I reiterate, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy, that such a proposal cannot be executed overnight. It takes time, proper planning, and availability of resources.
One second, Central Grand
Yes,
Bahama.
yes.
Members, particularly
They're
on...
excited about these bridge
One
schools.
second, Central. Members, particularly on my right. Please, the chair is trying to listen to Central Grand Bahama. He's all the way on that side. There's numerous members speaking to each other. I can't hear him in case there's any objections. But I want to hear him. I'm sure everybody else wants to hear him. So respectfully, please.
Mr. Speaker, I'll say this. I know everyone is tired and it's kind of late. So what we do is, in order to stay awake...
In
order to stay awake, what you do is bang on the desk. If you know the person beside of you going to sleep, bang on the desk. It look good, it sound good, it make me look good, so bang on the desk. Don't go to sleep.
Yes, Central Grand Bahama, carry on.
But Speaker, I will now speak specifically to Grand Bahama and by extension, the constituency of Central Grand Bahama, which I represent. Mr. Speaker, Grand Bahama is in great anticipation of what is in the pipeline. The real pipeline, not pipe drains. Yeah, we talk about real pipeline. The nation is aware through several announcements of the new Carnival Cruise Port. In addition to the new port, the LOI signed for the development of the harbor and Grand Lucayan Resort by Royal Caribbean and the ITM Group. I should note that this proposal is moving closer to the finish line. It is also worth noting that there is renewed interest in developing the former Gin property in West Grand Bahama. These are just a few of the plans for Grand Bahama that are on the horizon. While we position ourselves for what we anticipate as an economic boom for Grand Bahama, I encourage all Grand Bahamians and the people of this nation to begin developing the interconnecting areas between these developments. The goal of the government is to see a better economic balance in Grand Bahama and the entire Bahamas. In order to successfully achieve these goals, Mr. Speaker, we must create empowerment opportunities, new education and training opportunities. We must also allow for a balance of foreign and local collaboration that is based on knowledge transfer, as this approach will allow our people to advance and become more competitive in a fast-paced, ever-changing world. I agree that it cannot be business as usual, but every Bahamian, from the richest to the poorest, young and old, need to have the opportunity made readily available to them to better their financial position and not only be the possible recipient of a job. We, Mr. Speaker, must take a holistic approach to national economic development, empowerment, and advancement of all Bahamians. It is always said that the chain is only as strong as the weakest link. With this in mind, we must better engage and understand our Bahamian people. Meet them where they are and give them the help they need to be movers and shakers in their own country. With this in mind, I suggest further enhancement of delivering information to the general public in a simplified manner, where all Bahamians can have a greater understanding and appreciation of what the government is doing on this issue. Grand Bahama, Mr. Speaker, have shown amazing resilience. And what happens next in the context of the local and international trade will contribute to the future of this island, which is so vital to the overall economic blueprint of the Bahamas. Mr. Deputy, I will now allude to initiatives in Central Grand Bahama. We have commenced several programs in Central Grand Bahama to engage, empower, and to help promote a society that not only focuses on community development, but also strengthens the social and economic bond. I list them. The Wellness Mission. Bahamas Wellness Mission was launched over a year and a half ago, and I'm proud of this. Through this initiative, we have managed to donate wheelchairs, beds, asthma chairs, bedding, gowns, and cases to the Public Hospitals Authority, as well as other facilities and homes throughout the constituency. This is an ongoing initiative, and we have managed to procure additional items to further assist these entities. Cleanup campaigns. We have completed numerous cleanup campaigns throughout the constituency with the help of local government, urban renewal, the police, the church, and just local community residents, all stakeholders. We've had to address issues with indiscriminate dumping that Golden Isle spoke to earlier. Even after a recent major cleanup campaign, which we addressed, and are beginning to see a positive response from our constituents. And I just want to go a bit. These persons who just break the law, dump these cars all over. Don't these cars have VIN numbers or somewhere we can trace it back to the owners? I wish we get to the point where we're talking about moving towards the technology area, where we could have these appliances, these fridge and these stove that we may dump on the side of the road, these washers and dryers, have them tagged, where one swipe, the Ministry of Environmental Health or the police can swipe, and the number of the person or the name would pop up. We give you a call, Golden Isles, your fridge was on the side of the road, come pick it up, or we're going to find you. We need to think about that kind of technology, help the police in finding these criminals. The Bahamas Eco-Adventure Parks Association, we are diligently working to realize this vision now more than ever, in referencing the need to create new economic activities, attraction, and promote social development. We have identified areas throughout Central Grand Bahama and are working together feverishly towards the finish line. The Central Grand Bahama Parliamentary program, where as a parliamentarian, I go into the schools and I teach. The area of my expertise, technical drawing. School of my choice last semester is the Mary Patricia. As a parliamentarian, I mentor, so we call it the Parliamentary program. And every Monday, those kids look forward to seeing me in their classroom, and I'm saying to them, so I said, you all had a good semester, and I'll see you all in September. We have found ways to grow the businesses in our community, in our constituency. And through the use of social media, we created a WhatsApp group that lists all of the, excuse me, you okay over there? This WhatsApp group lists all of the businesses in Central Grand Bahama. So whenever a company in Central Grand Bahama they're running a special, they have an activity going on, we go to that group, we share information. So it's basically a social media cooperative, and it's working fine. Backyard farming and promoting healthy lifestyles and self-sustenance, we launched a backyard farming initiative. This initiative is not exclusive to Central Grand Bahama constituency, Mr. Speaker, as many of my colleagues have placed emphasis on this area as well. Mr. Deputy, it is fair to say that we are all agreed that finding ways to promote healthier lifestyle an avenue to feed ourselves with an eye to seeing more local farmers moving towards an avenue to export is a step in a right direction. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, we just recently erected 2 basketball courts, or refurbished 2 basketball courts, one in Hannah Hill and one in Lovers Beach in the Central Grand Bahama constituency, and we look forward to those courts being striped in short order. We have partners. We've been working with a local business to create empowerment centers where entrepreneurs and aspiring entrepreneurs can find mentorship and resources to help with their launch and help with growth strategies, marketing, branding, social media, and other vital services needed in this new era of global business. Almost there. Business. It is our desire to see more local collaboration and more of our business people working together to create larger enterprise that will impact growth and our global reach. Mr. Speaker, never before have I seen the type of ingenuity and creativity that we see now in some of the newest entrepreneurs that are willing to go out and take the risk that we believe will pay off in huge ways in the very near future. Mr. Speaker, in view of that, I have conveyed today in my presentation, it is worth noting a Bible story that we are all familiar with. And just trying to bring it home. The story of Joseph. Joseph was a young Hebrew boy who was sold into slavery and became the second most powerful or most important person in a foreign land. As time is of the essence, Mr. Speaker, I will focus on just a portion of Joseph's story as a leader in Egypt. From the scriptures, we are aware of the 7 years of plenty and 7 years of drought. The latter was even experienced by the Israelites. Mr. Speaker, after the years of bountiful blessings, Joseph was in a position where he could have said, we will not adjust our behavior to comply with activities expected to emanate from drought years. What I'm trying to convey, Mr. Speaker, Joseph had the authority to open all the barns where he had stored the grains and allow the grains to flow like manna from heaven. Yes, the barns were open, but the grains were distributed to the people in portions. And I noticed because his own blood relatives returned to Egypt after depleting their initial sustenance. It is in this view, Mr. Speaker, that until the government is confident that the country is at a level where there is full employment, the superfluous spending, as was done in the past, cannot continue. Like Joseph, we have to manage our scarce resources effectively while in a period of slow growth. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I applaud our Minister of Finance and his team for doing what is necessary to bring our country's finance in order. It would be impossible to think that the ideas and initiatives I have outlaid today could be made possible if the finances are not available to make them a reality. Yes, I realize that through PPPs and other vehicles, we can make things happen. But, Mr. Speaker, we represent a responsible government that wants to shoulder its share of the burden and give the Bahamian people what it needs to build a Bahamas that we all can be proud of. Central Grand Bahama stands in full support of this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Central Grand Bahama. Yamakro, member for you. Are you okay? I saw the pain. I could still see the pain in your face. I hope you take that message tomorrow when you go to cabinet, that you had to move that raggedy chair, that cramped space, and that pain and that I saw in your face when you knocked your leg under the table. Take that pain and you tell your colleagues around the cabinet table tomorrow morning, it's a painful place in this place. I just want to make sure you're okay. I didn't want to disturb the good member. Don't be, but still take that message though.
I don't know if it can speak. I'm so, okay.
I know the member for Yamakro is very intelligent. He knows exactly of which I speak. Thank you very much, Central Grand Bahama. As many. The chair recognizes the member for Carmichael. The chair recognizes the member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Deputy, I do now move that the House adjourns until tomorrow at 3 p.m. Suspends until tomorrow at 3 p.m. Tuesday, the 18th of June, 2019.
Mr. Deputy, I second that.
It's been moved and seconded that the business of this House suspends until the 18th of June, 2019 at 3 p.m. As many members that are in favor remain seated, those opposing would rise. It's ordered that the business of this House suspends until the 18th of June, 2019 at 3 p.m.